ഒരു പ്രിടെക്സ്റ്റ് തയ്യാറാക്കി. ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ചെയ്താൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ട്രബിൾ ശരിയാവും എന്ന്. അത് ഉപയോഗിച്ചു. ഏതില്
ശ്രമമാണ് നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവുക. കാരണം അന്നും ഇയാൾക്കൊപ്പം ഒരു ഓമന എന്ന സ്ത്രീയും അവരുടെ മകൻ മനോജും പിടിയിലായിരുന്നു. ഈ ഓമനയാണ് ഈ വൃദ്ധയെ ഇവരുടെ വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയി ഇയാൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ ശ്രമം ആരും ഓമയെ നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും.
അതിലെ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ആംഗിള് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടില്ല. അതിലെ സെക്ഷൽ പെർവേർഷൻ മാത്രമാണ് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നത്. കാരണം he injured the victim, but thankfully the victim did not die. But the pattern of his injuries is same. So that means he is mentally perverted and he has certain pleasure points. He will commit that. Wherever he has all these three cases, there is that commonality.
ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്നൊക്കെ തെറ്റിദ്ധരിച്ചാണ് ഇയാൾക്ക് സഹായം ചെയ്തു കൊടുത്തത്, ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്യാൻ കൂട്ടുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയെങ്കിൽ അവർക്കും അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഓഫർ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാകുമല്ലോ.
അത് ആ കേസ് കുറച്ച് നമുക്ക് നോക്കേണ്ടി വരും. കാരണം ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് അവർ കേസ്. സോ കാലടി കേസ് കൂടെ നമ്മൾ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് നോക്കേണ്ടി വരും. പക്ഷേ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് ചാർജ് ഷീറ്റഡ് ആസ് എ 307 കേസ് വിത്ത് 376 റേപ്പ്. So whatever is the intention and modus operandi, these are the sections for charge sheeting. So I have to study that case in detail. Both these Kadavantara case and Kaladi case happened in the late evening after 5 o'clock. And Kaladi case we have to study in detail as to how Poten Cruz case. We have to study in detail about the pattern. എവിടെ പറയുന്നു? ആര് അപ്രോച്ച് ചെയ്തു? No, in this incident there is no such evidence for that till now. But the involvement of any fourth party in this case has not come to light. But we will never stop there. We will investigate that. There is a lot of analysis to be done in more. This is only 2 days of investigation. And it is only 24 hours of arrest. So it is too premature for me to conclude. It requires some time. അങ്ങനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ ഇവിടെ നിർത്തുന്നില്ല. സോ ഇനി വേറെ ഇൻസിഡൻസ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ നമ്മൾ ഇയാളെ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലായാൽ അത് കേസ് ആവും. ബട്ട് വി കനോട്ട് കൺക്ലൂഡ് ദാറ്റ്. ഐ നോ ദാറ്റ് ഇൻസിഡന്റ്, ബട്ട് വി വിൽ ഹാവ് ടു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ്. അതെ, ഇന്ന് ജുഡീഷ്യൽ റിമാൻഡായി. ഇപ്പോൾ പോലീസ് കസ്റ്റഡി വാങ്ങിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ പിന്നെ തെളിവെടുപ്പ് കൊണ്ടുപോകും. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് വേറെ കേസസിന്റെ ഇന്ററോഗേഷൻ നടക്കും. എന്തെങ്കിലും വേറെ എക്സ്ട്രാ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആയിട്ട്. ഈ പണം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു യൂസർ ഫീ ആണ്. ബേസിക് യൂസർ. ദർ ഇസ് നോ, വി ഹാവ് ടു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ഇറ്റ്, ബട്ട് ദർ ആർ നോ ഹ്യൂജ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് ഇല്ല. ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. പക്ഷെ അതിന് നമുക്ക് എവിഡൻസ് കൂടെ കിട്ടാൻ ഉണ്ട്. സോ വി വിൽ നോട്ട് കൺക്ലൂഡ് നൗ. We'll have to investigate that. There has been some transaction. In the first incident, there was hardly 1,500 and parayum, only petrol charges. In the second incident, there are multiple versions. So we are not concluding. ആദ്യം നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ എവിഡൻസ് ഒന്നുമില്ല, നമ്മൾ അത് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു വേറെ. As I said earlier, Shafi is a person very much local. He knows almost all the lottery sellers. And he knows almost all the people in the vicinity because he has his targets. So he knows them.
കോടതിയിൽ കസ്റ്റഡി അപേക്ഷ കൊടുത്തോ? ഇപ്പോൾ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ സർ? രാവിലെ കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല, ഉച്ചയോട് കൊടുത്തിരുന്നു.
കസ്റ്റഡി അപേക്ഷ കൊടുക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ റിമാൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് വന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ.
എത്ര ദിവസത്തേക്കാണ് കസ്റ്റഡി ആവശ്യം?
നമ്മൾ 14 ദിവസം ചോദിക്കും, 12 ദിവസം ചോദിക്കും. He laid a net. This fish, she is a fish. Yes, and he made good. I will hand over the mic to our DCP Law and Order, the main person who. Thank you. Sasi.
അതൊരു പക്ഷേ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആയിരിക്കാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇൻറ്റ്യൂഷൻ ആയിരിക്കാം. ചില സമയത്ത് നമുക്കൊരു ഒരു കേസിന്റെ ബാക്ക്ഫുഡ് കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കതൊരു തോന്നലുണ്ടാവും. മോസ്റ്റ് പ്രോബ്ലി എനിക്ക് അങ്ങനെ തോന്നൽ വന്നാൽ അത് ശരിയാവാറാണ് പതിവ്. ഇൻ ദിസ് കേസ് ഓൾസോ ഇറ്റ് ഹാപ്പൻസ്.
ഇത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഒരുപാട് കേസ് അദ്ദേഹം അങ്ങനെ തോന്നൽ വരും. പിടിച്ചു മതി അല്ലേ? യു ഗിവ് അനദർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ. യു ഗിവ് അനദർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ. You answer?
വളരെ പെട്ടെന്ന് ജാമ്യം കിട്ടിയ അതേക്കുറിച്ചാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ 2 കൊലപാതകങ്ങൾ പോലും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ഒരു കുട്ടിയെ 25 വയസ്സിൽ അതിക്രൂരമായി പീഡിപ്പിച്ചാണ് കൊലപാതക ശ്രമം പോലും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ 1 വർഷത്തിനുള്ളിൽ അയാൾ ജാമ്യത്തിൽ ഇറങ്ങി.
4 മാസം അല്ലേ? 6 മാസം
അല്ലെ. പുത്തൻകുരിശ് കേസിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതലിനെ കുറിച്ച് അറിവില്ല. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് കൂടുതൽ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, പഠിക്കാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ അത് പരിശോധിക്കും. എന്തായാലും ഞങ്ങളുടെ കേസിൽ സാറിൻ്റെ 100% സപ്പോർട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ വിജയത്തിൻ്റെ കേസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കേസിൽ വളരെ സ്ക്രൂപ്ലെസ്ലി അന്വേഷിക്കും. അത് വേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൃത്യമായി ചെയ്യും. He's a criminal lawyer. Actually he's a criminal lawyer. അയാളെ ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ കുറച്ച് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ നമ്മളത് ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്തു. വിവിധ നമ്മളെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ ടെക്നിക്സ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്തു. വേറെ എവിഡൻസസ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത് അത് ക്രോസ് ചെക്ക് മുഴുവൻ നമ്മൾ ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ദീസ് ആർ ടെക്നിക്സ്. ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്തു, ലാസ്റ്റ് ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്തു.
ഇപ്പൊ അന്വേഷണത്തിന് കുറെ ആളുകൾക്കായിരിക്കും ഈ ഒരു അന്വേഷണം പോകുന്നതോ പല വിങ്ങായിട്ടായിരിക്കും, എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും പോവാ?
അത് വി വിൽ ഡിസൈഡ്. സാറിനെ ഒരു കൺസൾട്ട് ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് വി വിൽ ഡിസൈഡ്.
സാറിനാണ് മൊത്തം ചുമതല. ഒരു സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം തന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
അറിയാലോ, യു നോ ദ ആൻസർ.
അയാളുടെ ഫാമിലി വൈഫ് പറയാവുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. കാരണം സംഭവം ഉണ്ടായാലും സംഭവം ഉണ്ടാവും. വലിയ ക്രൈമുകൾ ചെയ്ത ഒരാളാണ്.
അത് നമുക്ക് കൊടുത്ത് കൂടുതൽ വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്തിട്ട് എക്സാക്ട് ആൻസർ പറയാൻ കഴിയുള്ളൂ. എന്തായാലും അത് അതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. അത് എന്തായാലും അത് കുറച്ചും കൂടി ആഴത്തിൽ അന്വേഷണം നടത്തിയിട്ട് അതിനൊരു ക്ലിയർ കട്ട് ആൻസർ പറയാൻ പറ്റും. അത് വൈഫിന്റെ ഫോണിലായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ അവർക്കതിൽ വലിയ റോൾ ഇല്ല എന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ അറിവ്. ഓൾ ഹാൻഡിൽ ബൈ ദിസ് പേഴ്സൺ. അതെ, അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഫൈനൽ റിസൾട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ആസ് സച്ച് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ്, അത് എന്തെങ്കിലും ബാക്കിൽ ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് ഈ കൂടുതൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടേ പറയുന്നു.
ആദ്യഘട്ടത്തില് പുള്ളി കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്തില്ലായിരുന്നു പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. അതിനുശേഷം പിന്നീട് അവിടെ പോയി വിവരങ്ങളൊക്കെ ശേഖരിച്ചതിന് ശേഷമാണ് വീണ്ടും ചോദ്യം ചെയ്തപ്പോഴാണ് ഒന്ന് കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പറയാൻ തയ്യാറാകുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്കെങ്കിലും എത്തിയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ആദ്യഘട്ടത്തിൽ എന്തായിരുന്നു ഷാഫി പറഞ്ഞത്?
അല്ല, ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ ഹീസ് എ ക്രിമിനൽ ലോയർ, ഹീസ് എ ഹാബിച്വൽ ഒഫൻഡർ ആക്ച്വലി. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ എന്തായാലും ഒരു ഹെസിറ്റന്റ് സ്റ്റാൻഡ് എടുക്കുക. ആ സ്റ്റാൻഡ് എടുക്കലായിരുന്നു ആദ്യം ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ഞങ്ങളത് എവിഡൻസസ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത് ഞങ്ങൾ മറ്റ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ ടെക്നിക്സ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് അയാൾക്കത് അവസാനം ബ്രേക്ക് ഇട്ട് വന്നു.
ഈ CCTV ദൃശ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിന് മുമ്പ് ലഭിക്കുന്നു. അതായത് ഈ ഷാഫിയെ സമയത്ത് ലഭിച്ചിരുന്നല്ലോ, ഷാഫിയെ കസ്റ്റഡിയിലെടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് CCTV ദൃശ്യങ്ങൾ ലഭിച്ചിരുന്നല്ലോ.
അല്ല, അങ്ങനെയാണല്ലോ ഈ CCTV വിഷ്വൽ. അതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കുറേ ഒരു സിംഗിൾ ഇൻസിഡന്റ് അല്ല, ലബോറിയസ് വർക്ക്, ഹെർക്കുലിയൻ ടാസ്ക്. അത് പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ കടവന്ത്രയിൽ നിന്ന് തിരുവല്ല വരെയുള്ള ഏരിയയിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീം മൊത്തം അരിച്ച് പെറുക്കി എങ്ങനെ വിഷ്വൽസ് CCTV വിഷ്വൽസ് എടുത്ത് അത് അനലൈസ്, ഒപ്പം കോൾ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് അനാലിസിസ് നടത്തി എല്ലാം ആണ് ഞങ്ങളൊരു ബ്ലേഡ് ഒരു വിഷ്വൽ കിട്ടുന്നു. അതിൽ നിന്നുള്ളൊരു ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള സംഭവമാണ് ഇത്. ഇവരെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു വാഹനത്തിലേക്ക് കയറുന്ന ഒരു ബ്ലേഡ് വിഷ്വലാണ് നമുക്ക് അവിടെ നിന്നാണ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് ഡയറക്റ്റ്ലി കൊടുത്തത്, അത് അതിന്റെ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷന്റെ പ്രീ ഹിസ്റ്ററി ഒന്ന് പരിശോധിക്കണം. അല്ല ഡയറക്റ്റ്ലി കൊടുത്തുള്ളൂ എന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ അറിവ്. അതെല്ലാം പരിശോധിക്കപ്പെടേണ്ട വിഷയം. കൂടുതൽ ആഴത്തിൽ അത് ഇനിയും ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഇനീഷ്യലി 3 lakhs കൊടുത്തു, പിന്നെ കുറച്ചും കൂടി കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതെല്ലാം വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്യണം. ഇതൊരു ഫൈനൽ റിസൾട്ട് അല്ല, ഫൈനൽ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് അല്ല. യു ഹാവ് ടു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ്.
ഈ കൊലപാതകത്തിന് ഉപയോഗിച്ച ആയുധം എന്താണെന്നുള്ളത് വ്യക്തത ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
അത് പിന്നെ കത്തികളുണ്ട്, ഒരു വെട്ടുകത്തിയുണ്ട് അവരുടെ വീട്ടിലെ.
ആദ്യം അടിച്ച് ബോധം കെടുത്തെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, പിന്നീട് വയറുപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിച്ചു നിൽക്കുന്നു പറയുന്നു. അതിൽ കൃത്യത എന്തെങ്കിലും
ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൃത്യതയുണ്ട്. അത് വി കാനോട്ട് ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ്. എന്തായാലും പിന്നെ വെപ്പൺസ് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ ഇപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾ. ബാക്കി പിന്നെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ കുറച്ചുകൂടി, കാരണം ഇപ്പോൾ അത് ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്താൽ പിന്നെ അതിലെന്തെങ്കിലും ചേഞ്ച് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വി കാനോട്ട് ഡിസ്ക്ലോസ് ഫുള്ളി. ഉണ്ട്, അതിന് കുറച്ച് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, അത് നമ്മൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, അത് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഈ സാമ്പത്തിക ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് എത്രത്തോളം കഠിനമായിരുന്നു ഭഗവത് സിംഗിന്റെ? വലിയ സാമ്പത്തിക ബാധ്യത ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
കുറച്ച് ബാധ്യതകളുണ്ടെന്ന് ആൾ പറയുന്നു. ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ
വലിയൊരു ഏരിയ സ്വന്തമായി കുറെ ഭൂമിയൊക്കെയുള്ള ആളാണല്ലോ.
അത് അയാൾക്കൊരു നമ്മളുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ അനുസരിച്ച് അയാൾക്കൊരു 15 സെന്റ് സ്ഥലമുള്ളത്, 15 സെന്റ് സ്ഥലമുള്ളത്. പിന്നെ അത് അതിന്റെ ബാക്കിലുള്ള ഭൂമി അയാളുടെ കുടുംബ ഭൂമിയാണെന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അതെല്ലാം വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ട്.
ഇത്രയും ദൂരമായ ഒരു കാര്യത്തിന് സാമ്പത്തിക ബാധ്യത വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി തയ്യാറായിരുന്ന ചോദ്യം അവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. അത്രയ്ക്ക് വലിയൊരു സാമ്പത്തിക പ്രശ്നം കാണുന്നുമില്ല, അത്രയും വലിയ കടബാധ്യതകൾ കാണുന്നില്ല.
അത് അവരുടെ വേർഷനാണ്, അത് അന്വേഷിക്കണം. അതിൽ വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും അഡീഷണൽ ആയിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇനി അതുണ്ടോ എന്ന് കൂടി പരിശോധിക്കപ്പെടേണ്ടതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഒരു ഫൈനൽ ഒരു റിസൾട്ട് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ നിങ്ങളോട് സംസാരിക്കാറുള്ളത്. ആ ഭാഗം ഞങ്ങൾ പിന്നീട് പറയാം, കാരണം അതിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടി വ്യക്തത വരാനുണ്ട്. ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ നടക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തില് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷന്റെ അതിലൊരു ഫൈനൽ നിങ്ങളോട് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ അത് ഒരു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷന്റെ ഫൈനൽ റിസൾട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്റെ ഒരു പരിസമാപ്തിയിൽ എത്തുമ്പോഴാണ്. സാർ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു സ്പ്രിമേച്ചർ അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. തെറ്റായ വാർത്തകൾ പോകരുത് വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് അങ്ങനെ പറയുന്നത്. വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഷാഫിയുടെ ചോദ്യത്തിൽ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ ആ കേസസ് പറഞ്ഞത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഫൈനലായിട്ട് പറയുന്നില്ല. യു ഹാവ് ടു ഇന്ററോഗേറ്റ് അഗൈൻ. തള്ളിക്കളയാൻ കഴിയില്ല.
ആഭിചാരക്രിയകളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പുസ്തകങ്ങളൊക്കെ വായിക്കാൻ കൊടുത്തു എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രത്യേക രീതിയിലുള്ള മന്ത്രവാദ ക്രിയകൾ ഇയാൾ വ്യാപൃതനായിരുന്നു? ഷാഫിയും ഭഗവത് സിംഗും ഒക്കെ
അത് പരിശോധിക്കണം. ആ ഭാഗം പരിശോധിക്കണം. കാരണം അവിടെ ഒരു ബുക്ക് അവിടെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, അത് ആ വീട്ടിൽ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ഞങ്ങൾ സീസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് കൂടുതൽ അത് വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. അത് ഇനി ആ ഭാഗം ഒന്ന് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം.
Whether the book found was related to black magic?
അത് ഒന്ന് വെരിഫൈ നോക്കണം. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ വന്നിരുന്നു, അത് വെരിഫൈ നോക്കണം. വേറെ 8 കേസുകളുണ്ട്. ഈ കേസ് കൂടി വരുന്നു.
What happened? What is the question? ഇതുവരെ വന്നിട്ടില്ല. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ കസ്റ്റഡിയിൽ എടുക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ഈ കേസിന്റെ എവിഡൻസും ഇനി വേറെ ഇൻസിഡൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് നോക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് കസ്റ്റഡി എടുക്കുന്നത്.
We're taking the accused into custody to investigate this case and to see if anything related to this took place in any other parts of the state.
ഇതിനേക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ എന്താ പറഞ്ഞാലും അതിന് എവിഡൻസ് ഇല്ലാത്ത കാര്യമായിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ either it will either affect our investigation or it is based only on hearsay.
Whatever I've revealed today is confirmed news. This is what we have found out after the investigation. Everything else cannot be confirmed. It can be confirmed only after we get proper evidence.
നടന്നു. ഇനി ഒരുപാട് കേസ്, കാരണം 3-4 ഇയേഴ്സിന്റെ ഇവരുടെ ഫ്രണ്ട്ഷിപ്പ് ആയിരുന്നു ഫേസ്ബുക്കിൽ. So we have to analyze more. 2019 തൊട്ടാണ് നമ്മുടെ അതെ
ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസിന്റെ ആംഗിൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. സാധാരണ കൊലപാതകത്തിന് മർഡർ കേസിന് അപ്പുറം എന്തെങ്കിലും മറ്റ് വകുപ്പുകൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് ചാർജ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഇപ്പോൾ നിലവിലെ IPC സെക്ഷൻസ് ആണ് മുഴുവൻ. ക്രിമിനൽ കോൺസ്പിറസി, തെളിവ് നശിപ്പിക്കൽ, പിന്നെ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോയി ചതിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോയ അബ്ഡക്ഷൻ, പിന്നെ മെയിൻ 302 ഇതാണ് സെക്ഷൻസ്.
സ്വകാര്യ ബസ് ഇയാളുടെ സംഭവത്തിന് പറഞ്ഞത്
All the charges are under IPC sections of criminal conspiracy, attempt to destroy evidence.
എന്താണ് ഇയാളുടെ ലൈവ്ലിഹുഡ്, ഇതൊക്കെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
We're investigating the means of livelihood of Shafi, whether he had any properties or whether he had any bank balance.
ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തോ? അത് നമ്മളിപ്പോ ഒന്നും പറയാൻ ഐ തിങ്ക് വെൻ വി ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റഡ് വി ഹാവ് ദ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ്.
ഈ 6ാം ക്ലാസ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമാണുള്ളതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അവരെ വിശ്വസിപ്പിക്കാൻ അത്യാവശ്യം കവിതകളൊക്കെ ഫേസ്ബുക്കിൽ എഴുതിയിരുന്ന ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളാണ്. സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഇടപെടുന്ന ഒരാളില്ല. അവരെ വിശ്വസിപ്പിക്കുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഒക്കെ ഇയാൾക്ക് അറിയും. ഇയാളൊരു തരത്തിൽ അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഇടപെടലുകൾ പുസ്തകം വായിക്കാൻ കൊടുക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇയാൾക്ക് ഈ കേസിനെ പറ്റിയൊക്കെ അറിയും. ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള വാക്കുകളെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ സംസാരിക്കും.
ഭഗവത് സിംഗിനെ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടാണ് ചോദിക്കുന്നത്?
അല്ല,
ഷാഫിനെ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ മനസ്സിലായില്ല.
ഷാഫിക്ക് ഈ റിച്വൽസ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഈ ആഭിചാര കർമ്മങ്ങളോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ അന്ധവിശ്വാസവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട കർമ്മങ്ങളൊക്കെ നടത്തിയിട്ട് റിച്വൽസുമൊക്കെ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള ധാരണയുണ്ടോ? അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള വാക്കുകളൊക്കെ അറിയാവുന്ന ആളാണോ?
ഇയാള് വാക്കുകൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ അല്ലോ നമുക്കറിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഫേസ്ബുക്കിലെ ഒരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽഡ് ഡിസ്കഷൻസ് ആണ്. അത് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഈ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി പ്രത്യേക എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഒന്നും വേണ്ടല്ലോ. സിനിമ കണ്ടാൽ മതി, പത്രങ്ങൾ വായിച്ചാൽ മതി. അതുകൊണ്ട് ആ രീതിയിലുള്ള വാക്കുകളാണ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചത്. അയാൾ വീണു, പ്രൂവ്ഡ് അല്ലേ?
It's not clear whether he had knowledge of black magic, but the words that he was using can be easily available anywhere these days. Because Bhagwal Singh's Facebook account shows that he's a poet and has used very unidentifiable words.
Shafi knows Bhagwal Singh directly as Shafi, alias Rashid. നേരത്തെ തൊട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അത് നമ്മുടെ എക്സാക്ട് ഡേറ്റ്സ് നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ പറയാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ ദേ നോ ഈച്ച് അതർ ബിഫോർ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വിവരം എവിഡൻസ് ഇല്ല. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓൺലി കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ബൈ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ഓൺ ഫേസ്ബുക്ക്.
ഈ സിനിമകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ പ്രോത്സാഹനമാവും. സിനിമകൾ വരുന്ന സിനിമകളൊക്കെയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ വൈദ്യുതിക്കുന്നത്.
അല്ലല്ല, ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞില്ല. ഐ വിൽ സേ ബ്ലാക്ക് മാജിക് എന്താണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണ്, നമുക്ക് ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഓപ്പൺ സോഴ്സ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആണ്. ഓപ്പൺ സോഴ്സ് ഈസ് ഓഫ് മെനി ടൈപ്സ് അല്ലേ, അതാണ് അതിന്റെ അർത്ഥം. സോഴ്സ് എന്നാ വേണമെങ്കിലാവാം.
I'm not saying that information related to black magic and human sacrifice can be derived from films, but I'm just saying it's easily available in any platform, the basic information.
അങ്ങനെ അത്ര ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇതുവരെ പുറത്തേക്ക് ഒന്നും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. ബേസിക്കലി നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് ഇയാള് എത്ര സമയമെടുത്തു, എങ്ങനെ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
We haven't got details of whether he had cited previous incidents of black magic working out by human sacrifice. We're investigating whether he had cited any examples of previous incidents.
നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ഒരു വർഷം കൊണ്ട് കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്തു.
Shafi took almost a year to convince Bhagwat Singh and his wife about his knowledge and his techniques of human sacrifice.
ചെയ്തതായിട്ട് നമുക്കറിയില്ല. കാരണം ഇതൊരു വേറെ സ്ത്രീയാണല്ലോ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ സ്ത്രീ is only suggesting about another person called Rashid. അതാണ് അങ്ങനെയാണ്.
ഈ കസ്റ്റഡിയിൽ ലഭിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യൽ ഉൾപ്പെടെ നടപടികൾ കൊച്ചിയിലായിരിക്കും.
The fake profile created by Shafi was in the name of a woman, and he was telling about he was asking couple to meet another person named Rashid, who was Shafi himself.
എല്ലാ ഏരിയാസും ഇതിൽ റിലവന്റ് ആണ്. രണ്ട് കേസാണ്. സെപ്പറേറ്റ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റിംഗ് ഓഫീസേഴ്സ് ആണ്, പക്ഷേ ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് വിൽ ബി വൺ.
The case will be investigated in Pathanamthitta as well as Kochi and will be headed by one single person.
Presence and direct involvement in action also. Direct.
All three are directly involved in the murder.
I told you, no, he's a pervert. So there are many such things. So we don't have to discuss that. Pardon? ഇവർ തന്നെ കുഴി ഓൾറെഡി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കുഴി ഒരു വേസ്റ്റ് ഡിസ്പോസൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി കുഴി എടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ഒരാളെ വന്ന് എടുത്തു. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇവർ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി ഉപയോഗിച്ചു.
The hole was dug already, and it was dug in the name of waste disposal. It was said that the hole is being dug to dispose of waste, but it was actually dug to bury these women.
അങ്ങനെ ഐ വിറ്റ്നസസ് ഉണ്ട്.
ഷാഫി ലഹരി ഉപയോഗമുള്ള ആളാണെന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ലഹരി കിട്ടിയ
അന്വേഷണത്തിലെ ഭാഗമായിരിക്കും. ഇതിന് ബന്ധമുള്ള ഭാഗമാണെങ്കിൽ ഇതിന് എവിഡൻസ് ആവും. ഇതിന് ബന്ധമില്ലാത്തതാണെങ്കിൽ അത് വേറെ കേസാവും. പക്ഷേ നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ തീരുമാനിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. Only when it comes out.
Shafi was addicted to drugs. He was using drugs, so the investigation will also include that from where he got these drugs.
ഈ മർഡറും മറ്റേ ഈ മന്ത്രവാദം ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ആർക്കും മനസ്സിലായില്ല. ബട്ട് അതർ ട്രേസസ് ആർ ദേർ. ബോത്ത് സയന്റിഫിക് ആൻഡ് ഓറൽ എവിഡൻസസ് ആർ ദേർ.
അത് അവിടെ നിറയെ ട്യൂഷനൊക്കെ ആളുകൾ വരുന്നതല്ലേ, അപ്പോൾ ധാരാളം വണ്ടികൾ വരാൻ.
ഇറ്റ്സ് എ വെരി ഫേമസ് ലാൻഡ്മാർക്ക്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ വീട് ഒരു ലാൻഡ്മാർക്കാണ്. അത് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ മെയിൻ ആക്ട്. പക്ഷെ കുടിച്ചിടുന്നത് മിഡ് നൈറ്റ് ആണ്, ലേറ്റ് ഇൻ ദ നൈറ്റ്, ഇൻ ദ ഡാർക്ക്. ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് ഇൻ ദ ഫോം ഓഫ് എ കോർപ്സ്. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഇൻ ദ ഫോം ഓഫ് സം കോക്കനട്ട്സ് tied in clothes. അപ്പോൾ nobody will suspect. ലൈക്ക് വേസ്റ്റ് ഡിസ്പോസൽ അല്ലേ, വേസ്റ്റ് ഇടുന്ന പോലെ ചെയ്താൽ മതല്ലേ.
ഷാഫി പ്രതിയായതോടുകൂടി വേറെ കേസുകളെല്ലാം ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? വേറെ കേസുകൾ, പരാതികൾ അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും?
പരാതികൾ പുതിയതായിട്ടൊന്നും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. വന്നാൽ നമ്മൾ അന്വേഷിക്കും. വന്നാൽ ശരിക്കും പരാതി വരണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ കേസ് ഡിറ്റക്ഷൻ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പരാതി കിട്ടേണ്ടതാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്തതായിട്ട് എവിഡൻസ് ഇല്ല. കടവന്തറ ഇൻസിഡന്റ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ സ്ട്രാങ്കുലേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഒരു റെസിസ്റ്റൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, സ്ട്രാങ്കുലേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, പിന്നീട് ഗാഗിങ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ആക്ച്വൽ കഴുത്തിൽ അറുത്തുക, പിന്നെ അടുത്ത കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുക, പിന്നെ കട്ടിങ് ചെയ്യുക. ഇൻ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റ് strangulation is not there. Directly on the cot ആണ് ചെയ്തത്. Okay. Thank you very much. ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് തുടങ്ങും. താങ്ക് യു. മാസ്ക് ഇതേ മാറ്റല്ലോ, മേനീരോ മാറ്റി മതി. താങ്ക് യു.
All right, the police commissioner in Kerala there explicitly explaining how the crime was carried out, how Shafi, the tantric, the main accused here, managed to fool the couple and convince them that human sacrifice was necessary to prosper. And they kidnapped two women, chopped them into pieces, buried them in the house. In fact, the couple even cooked them and ate that meat. Highly unfortunate. Police investigating the matter. India Today on top of the story. We're going to continue tracking those details on the other side. Do stay with us.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360.
Let's take a quick look at all the national stories. Days after Prime Minister Modi launched the 5G services, slow rollout of this technology has left the centre worried, and key telecom department, mobile makers have been called in for a meeting on this. The government is now seeking swift 5G technology updates after auctions were successful, but telecom companies have now failed to meet this demand. After demanding filmmaker Sajid Khan's removal from the Big Boss house over Me Too sexual assault allegations, rape threats have now been issued to Delhi Women's Panel Chief Swati Maliwal, stated that she's received rape threats on social media after questioning Sajid's induction into the reality TV show. And amid the Yogi government's crackdown on illegal madrasas, a shocking 585 illegal madrasas were discovered in Moradabad alone, while 103 illegal madrasas were discovered in Aligarh. But SP MLA stoked a big row after claiming that a ban on madrasas will ensure Har Ghar Madrasa. Rahul Gandhi and co will be reaching Bellary on the 14th of October for the party's Bharat Jodo Yatra, and ahead of this visit, a mega poster war has erupted yet again. Congress leaders cried outrage against municipal corporations officials removing their flexes in Bellary and labelled them BJP agents. The officials, however, have claimed that no permission was acquired for these flexes to be put up. Andhra Pradesh is now reeling under heavy rainfall. Several colonies in Anantapur district has been submerged due to flash floods, and evacuation of residents was held. In fact, rescue operations currently underway to curb the danger to residents. For more news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
A touchscreen enables users to interact directly with the display monitor. They become a feature of everyday life at supermarket checkouts, ATM machines, on GPS devices, and most commonly with tablets and smartphones. There are two common types of touchscreen technology. One is called resistive. Two transparent sheets are coated with a conducting material and separated by tiny dots called spacers. When the two layers are pressed together, they create an electrical circuit that indicates the point of contact. Uses include cash and ticket machines. The other capacitive touch technology is most commonly used in tablets and smartphones. A layer of insulating material like glass is coated with a fine grid of electrodes thinner than human hair. This is sandwiched between an outer protective glass layer and an LCD screen that displays the images. As the human body is also an electrical conductor, touching the screen with a finger results in a change in the electrostatic field, indicating the point of contact. More recently, smartphone manufacturers have moved towards so-called on-cell and in-cell technologies. On-cell locates the touch technology onto the outer glass, whereas with in-cell, the touch sensors are built into the actual display panel. Both approaches allow devices to be thinner and lighter. New applications for touchscreen technology now include unlocking smartphones using a biometric fingerprint scanner. When a capacitive sensor is activated, it takes a high-resolution snapshot of a fingerprint, which is compared against the information stored inside the phone. If the unique characteristics in the arches, loops, or whorls match the device, it will unlock.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
no double life, no dual employment. That's an official email that has gone from the Infosys to its employees. This clearly warning that moonlighting will not be permitted and any violation can actually lead to services being terminated. What is this buzzword moonlighting? No, it does not mean light on the moon. It actually means a lot of people taking up a secondary job while they have a regular job, perhaps to have an additional income. A job that is taken up without the employer's knowledge. A job that is done beyond the office hours, usually on the weekend or in the night hours. Now, the businesses are trashing the idea of moonlighting because they fear, one, there could be a conflict of interest. There could also be a loss of productivity for the employee in the regular job. And significantly, this could also lead to a data breach. Now, taking up a secondary job is not exactly illegal, but in India, many companies, specifically the IT firms, do add a single employment clause for their employees. This to ensure also, as they call it, would not lead...
Oh, sorry!
Mr. Bull, that's so cool. Come to me, man. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, let me tell you. Man, and now come to me.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. A gruesome occult murder that's come to fore in Kerala. We're going to continue tracking those details. The headlines first. This unimaginable savagery in Kerala, occult murder where women have been chopped, cooked and eaten for prosperity. Bought only on the pretext of sex work, but these victims were then murdered and chopped into 56 pieces. And main accused in Kerala occult murder, Shafi arrested. Cops say that Shafi, who was a pervert and a psychopath, brainwashed the couple into occult practices. Shocker from Karnataka's Chikmagaluru, coffee estate owner locks up and tortures a Dalit labourer. And Mega India Today exclusive, Kharge's big attack on Tharoor. Kharge mocks lightweight Tharoor, asks, where was Tharoor when he was block chief? Asserts not answerable to Tharoor, not my examiner.
Sir, Tharoor questions. He is not my examiner. I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time? Was there?
Language war reignites. Southern satraps slam Hindi imposition. Kumaraswamy launches a Hindistan attack after Stalin challenges Kerala Chief Minister, seeks Prime Minister Modi's intervention. And Yatra versus Yatra fight escalates in Karnataka after BJP's Sankalp Yatra. Congress now plans a Rath Yatra before polls simultaneously while the Congress Bharat Jodo is on.
Sensational human sacrifice case in Kerala. Blood-curdling details emerge of the killing. 2 women killed, their blood sprayed all over the house. Accused couple ate women's body parts for wealth. The victims were tortured, tied to beds. This is the most shocking crime of 2022. Human sacrifice horror in Kerala.
Now, double murders in Kerala has sent shockwaves across the nation. 2 women, Roslyn and Padma, were lured and abducted by a tantric under the guise of money in exchange for sex work or blue films. But the details of their human sacrifice in an occult ritual at a couple's home in Kerala's Patnamthitta continues to unravel. Roslyn was lured with the promise of 10 lakh rupees for shooting a blue film at the accused couple's home. There, her hands, her legs were tied, after which the tantric accused Shafi inserted a knife into her private parts, her throat, which was slit. Accused Bhagwal Singh then cut off her breasts, stored them and buried her body parts in a hole that had already been created. In fact, the other victim, Padma, was also lured on the pretext of sex work for 15,000 rupees to the accused's home. In a similar fashion, her private parts were knifed, her throat was slit, and then her body chopped off in 56 pieces. Padma's body parts was then buried into a hole in the House of Horrors.
ഇതിന്റെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു മിസ്സിംഗ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ആയി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഉടനെ നമ്മുടെ DCP ലോ ആൻഡ് ഓർഡർ ശ്രീ ശശിധരൻ വിത്ത് ഹിസ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റീവ് acumen and with his experience, he sensed that there is something very wrong in this missing. Normal case അല്ല എന്ന് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മനസ്സിലായ ഉടനെ ഉടൻ തന്നെ ഓഫീസേഴ്സിനെയൊക്കെ വിളിക്കുക, മീറ്റിംഗ് വെക്കുക, ഇതിന്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് തിരക്കുക, അതിന് ഇൻസ്ട്രക്ഷൻസ് കൊടുക്കുക, ഒരു സ്പെഷ്യൽ ടീം തയ്യാറാക്കിയിട്ട് ഈ കേസ് ഡിറ്റക്ഷന് വേണ്ടി എല്ലാ എഫേർട്സ് തുടങ്ങി.
Well, let me quickly cut across to Shibi Mole, who's been tracking the story for India Today on ground. Shibi, you're right there where the House of Horrors located, and it's just unimaginable to think that 2 reputed people, traditional medicine practitioners who had quite a reputation within the society there, fell into a trap that was laid out by this man Shafi, a tantric, who lured them looking at their vulnerabilities and literally asked them to carry out a crime as gruesome as this, human sacrifice, where they've chopped the 2 women and eaten them, cooked and eaten them. I can only shudder to imagine what's really gone by, how they've really carried out this crime, hoodwinking the law. Tell us a little more on what the police has said on the modus operandi. This is a total out-and-out premeditated murder.
Well, Nabila, there was a lot of lack of clarity regarding how this couple believed this person named Shafi blindly. Like, how did they get into that point of murdering people, believing that, this will bring financial prosperity? Now, what we're hearing from the City Police Commissioner of Cochin, Nagaraju, is that this Shafi, who created a fake profile in the name Sri Devi, fell in love with Bhagwal. Like, he made him fall into the trap of love. And since 2019, he has been in touch with Bhagwal, and it came to a point that where the family started blindly trusting whatever this person Sridevi was saying. Sridevi here is Shafi himself, and that's when so it's not a very quick relationship. They have been in touch since the last many years, since 2019, and that's why over the years, what the City Police Commissioner is saying, that over the years they tried to develop a trust. They tried to create a bond where Bhagwal Singh came to a point of believing anything and everything that this person behind the Facebook profile was saying, and that's when he came to a point of murdering these two women. And now the police commissioner has also said that the main accused, the prime accused or the first accused here and the conspirator here, Mohammed Shafi, has been involved in many cases before also. He is an accused in the rape of a 75-year-old woman, and the police has also said that he was he was showing all the symptoms of a psychopath, as well as he derived pleasure, he derived sadistic pleasure from all that was going on. So that's what has led to this murder, is what the Kochi police commissioner said. And regarding the fact that whether they had we were reporting about this before also, that the couple actually cooked the flesh, and they cooked and had the flesh. Now the police has said that there are reports of it. We are investigating. We need to prove this. We are hearing from them, but we need to prove whether they actually did this or not. And for that, a detailed investigation will be required. We are collecting evidences regarding that also. A lot of cases regarding this is unfolding now. We are looking into more cases, whether any more women were abducted or trapped into this. And a special investigative team has been formed, is what the commissioner was informing, which will be looked after by the Kerala DGP. As per his direction, a special investigating team will be investigating this case. All the three accused have been sent into judicial custody for the next 14 days. And yes, like we were talking since morning, this murder, this crime has in fact sent shocking waves across the state and across the country. Like everybody, especially people living near this locality, are still not out of shock of what has happened, because this murder and everything that took place inside this house behind me, and nobody here had any idea about it, is something that's been shocking to the police also, is what the commissioner was saying.
Absolutely. Shibi, do stay with us. One can only imagine what's gone on the mind of this psychopath, this Tantrik Shafi, and even the two people who come, as per Shibi, they come from a reputed background. Both of them are traditional medicine practitioners, and they had quite a reputation and a bond with their neighbors. None suspected them to be killers. Dr. Rajat Mitra, who is a clinical psychologist and author, joining us. Dr. Yashasri, an ex-psychiatrist, also who worked with the Central Jail, Tihar. Let me quickly cut across to Yashasri first. Dr. Yashasri, a quick word from you. What do you think has gone in the back of this man's head while carrying out this premeditated murder? It appears that he had no regard for the law, absolutely no empathy, shallow emotions. There's no fear whatsoever. So he's very well planned this for a few years and carried out the crime for his satisfaction. Whatever it is, do tell us, what do you think was going on his mind?
Yeah, nowadays these cases are increasing a lot. So maybe the criminal mind is also playing a role, but there is a lack in the barriers which are playing a role in the society. Means when the man was planning this, there should be barriers in between the society who could have prevented this murder. So there is absolutely lack of these barriers, as well as the mental health providers. They are also lacking somewhere. They are not able to reach to such people which are psychopaths, and the psychopaths are also, because of the stigma attached to the psychiatry branch, they are not paying attention to their mental health, not going to the psychiatrist to take the help, and because of which both the criminal mind and as well as mental health factors might be playing a role, because of which such tragedy has happened.
Let me bring in Rajat Mitra as well. Doctor, what do you think has led to this murder? As Yashasri rightly says, that it's difficult to reach out to such people because they know very well what they're doing. They plan their trail so well that you can't possibly suspect what are their intentions. And this Tantrik too very, very cleverly lured this couple into actually believing that they could win prosperity if they sacrificed a human being. And it's not just the Tantrik. We're also looking at the two accused here, the couple, Bhagwal Singh as well as his wife Leila. Both of them carried out this murder on the actual instructions of that tantric. So all three, I believe, have some issue going on in their brains for the last few years, that they actually believe that this was the best way to win prosperity. Absolute disregard for the law.
Thank you for inviting me. First of all, this is a organized crime. This is an organized murder. I have interrogated many tantrics, and they who have carried out homicides, sexual assaults. And what I know about them is that they have a lot of persuasive power and charm in terms of convincing people. And specifically, they target, they zero down those who are vulnerable. And, they do that, they are able to erase all kinds of doubts from the person's mind and make him believe that. So therefore, they have a lot of persuasive power. They have a lot of charm. It's called a psychopathic charm, with which you kind of, approach gullible people and make them believe that what they are saying. So they follow you blindly and even fall down a precipice. That's the kind of personality he would have. The crime that you are talking about, it's an organized crime. The planning goes on at a very in-depth level, and it is something that is very detailed, to which the person pays attention to. The third is that it is the high point of his life. Every time he commits a crime, he gets a high, and he does not get high from anything else. There is also some religious, some spiritual connection that he makes out of it, which absolves him of all guilt. So therefore, he would not have. I haven't seen tantrics feeling about it. They don't feel guilty. They feel that what they're doing is religiously right, and it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically oblivious to law and order. They feel that this activity they're carrying out is going to bring them a prosperity, and that's how certain that they are, not worrying about the repercussions. And that's what's scary. Do we have many more of this around us? Stay with us, both of you. I'd like to quickly give our audience a glimpse into what's really happened. The spine-chilling details that's coming in of this Kerala occult murder has raised several questions on who the accused behind this heinous crime really are. The main accused here is Shafi. He's labeled as a sexual predator and a repeat offender by the Kochi police. It was Shafi who created this fake Facebook profile, posed as a tantric for asking people if they had issues or if they really wanted to win prosperity, then they contact him. In fact, his name itself was Sri Devi. He fooled people with the name itself. His name was not Shafi, it was Sri Devi mentioned on his social media profiles, and he got people to actually contact him. Bhagwal and Leila, both of them got in touch with him a few years ago, and this man, Shafi, actually convinced them that the only way to prosper in life or to win financial gains is through human sacrifice. Shafi lured the two victims then, after that, Padma and Roslyn, the two people who he wanted to sacrifice and bring them to the accused house in Kerala's Patnamtitta and slit their throat, buried knives into their private parts, and ultimately the burial of their body parts, among many others. In fact, they chopped the body parts into 56 pieces and placed them in a hole that was already created inside the house. The accused couple, Bhagwal, as far as we know, is a well-read poet, and along with his wife, they held this occult ritual of sacrificing Padma and Roslyn to garner wealth and prosperity at their own home. Leila claims that it was Shafi who guided the murder. Eventually, all three of them have managed to kill the two women, cut them, chop them into multiple pieces, mutilate them, place them in a hole, and what was left of it, they've cooked and eaten.
Main conspirator of this case is accused number 1, Shafi alias Rashid. Because നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒരു ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് ഇയാൾ പഠിച്ചത് 6ാം ക്ലാസ്സാണ്, ഇയാൾ ചെയ്യാത്ത ജോലിയില്ല, ഇയാൾ താമസിക്കാത്ത ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ഇല്ല, ഇയാൾ കറങ്ങാത്ത സ്ഥലമില്ല, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റിയാണ്. കല്യാണമായി കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ ഇയാൾക്കൊരു പെർവേർട്ടാണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി പിന്നീട് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷനിൽ. So he actually designed the conspiracy. He trapped A2 and A3 into believing that human sacrifice is needed for their ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ വെൽബീങ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു ട്രാപ്പിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇവരെ ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറഞ്ഞ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് ഈ ആദ്യത്തെ വിക്ടിം, നമ്മുടെ കടവന്തര കേസിൻ്റെ വിക്ടിം, ഫസ്റ്റ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് കേസ് കടവന്തര കേസ് വിക്ടിമിനെ അങ്ങോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയി അവർക്കൊരു ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് കൊടുക്കുവാൻ കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇവരെ കൊന്നു, അവിടെ പീസ് ആക്കി കുഴിച്ചു. അതിൻ്റെ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഒരു കേസ് ഉണ്ടായത്. നമുക്കൊരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കിട്ടി. ആ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ബേസിസിൽ രണ്ടാമത്തെ കേസ് കൂടി നമ്മൾ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്തു. ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈല് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവത് സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്. ഇയാളൊരു ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്റ്റോറി ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യും.
Well, we heard what the police had to say. Sadistic man who possibly carried out this murder for sexual pleasures as well. That also is the angle that the police is probing into. Dr. Yashasri, who you've also worked as a psychiatrist with the Central Jail, the Tihar Jail. Tell us, have you come across these kind of people and dealt with them in the past while in your tenure? And what were the common typical traits have they all possessed?
So, yes, I would like to tell you that in the Tihar, we had come across many such cases, and we have observed them severely to rule out the psychiatric illness in them. And many of the times we have discharged them because they did not have such illness. Many a times these murders are very planned and organized, and through our ward staff, we keep close watch on them, and through serial MSC's observations, we came to know that many of such cases, they don't have psychiatric illness, but they are really criminals. But in few such cases, we also find some pathology like schizophrenia, in which people do hear some voices, that some commanding voices are there, which call them, which ask them to commit such murder, and because of which they do such murders. So we will have to check with this couple and also with this tantric that what is the real case.
You know, Dr. Yashasri, if you can tell us, we can imagine when a murder takes place in the spur of the moment. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that this could still be imaginable when a person is angry and in the heat of the moment carry out a murder. But this, as it looks like, is a completely premeditated murder. It was fully planned. It was going on. In fact, the build-up was on for at least 4 years. 2019 to 2022, this man, this Tantric Shafi, was basically designing this entire plan to kill 2 women and even actually convince the couple to involve in this murder to such an extent. So on one hand, you have Shafi, who you can call as psychic or a psycho. On the other, the couple. What do you think is their reason to be buying into this idea of murdering another human being? It's so difficult to harm another human, let alone kill someone.
Yeah. So my opinion is the Kerala being most literate state, still these things are happening here. So this is agony that what might be happening in other parts of the rural India where the people are not literate enough. So we really need to educate people that whatever other people are telling, we need to have conscience so that what we should do, what we should not do, what are the laws, and the sensitivity, the emotional quotient is going down and down. And as this was planned murder, so after murdering one female, still the society or the neighbors or any of the foes, we could not stop the second murder. And that is a very sad part of the story, is what I feel.
They from what we hear is that first murder, post the first murder, they felt that they hadn't prospered. Their financial, wealth did not increase as expected. So they carried out the second murder. So absolutely no fear of the law. And the police now investigating and saying that this man Shafi, who is the actual agent of this couple who brought these 2 women, also had some kind of mental health issues to a point. He could have been a pervert as well. So a sexual angle also being looked at by the police. Thank you very much, Dr. Yashasri, for joining us. Now, Kerala human sacrifice has really sparked this massive political storm as well. The opposition has now alleged that the accused Bhagaval Singh has carried out these gruesome murders along with his wife and this agent Shafi, is basically a left worker and came down heavy on the Vijayan government, the opposition, accusing the CPIM. In fact, the CPIM leader too claimed that Bhagaval is affiliated to the party and was working secretly for the party. The Saffron Party now accusing Kerala government of not acting against its own party workers and demanded a proper probe into this matter. Kerala Chief Minister, meanwhile, Pinarayi Vijayan, has expressed grief over this incident and promised strict action.
We heard this news. That was very shocking. We never expect this type of incident in this place. I represent this ward. So I know him last 40 years. He is a social and a political worker. How he came in this type of incidents, we doesn't know. He is representing CPM branch committee member and he is a political CPM political worker.
വളരെ ദുരൂഹമായ പല കാര്യങ്ങളുമാണ് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ നരബലി നടത്തിയതിന് പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ആളുകൾക്ക് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള സാമൂഹ്യവും രാഷ്ട്രീയവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള ബന്ധങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു CPM പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഇതിന്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കണ്ണിയായി ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. മാത്രമല്ല മതഭീകരവാദ ശക്തികളുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം രാജ്യത്തും ലോകത്തിന്റെ പല ഭാഗങ്ങളിലും നടന്നതുപോലെ പ്രാകൃതമായിട്ടുള്ള നടപടികൾ ഇത്തരം സംഭവങ്ങളിൽ അവിടെയൊക്കെ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് സമാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിലേക്കാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്തവരും ഇത് നടത്തിയവരും അവരുടെ എല്ലാം പശ്ചാത്തലം വിശദമായിട്ട് പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പുറത്തു വരുന്ന വാർത്തകൾ, ലഭ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള വാർത്തകൾ ഞെട്ടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഇതിന് പിന്നിൽ
I am not sure whether only 2 such incidents have happened. Many more such incidents could have happened. We are not sure. So there should be a thorough investigation on the whole issue. The surprising thing and shocking thing is that a member of the ruling party, CPIM, he is an active office bearer. He is found to be accused in this issue. In Kerala, normally CPIM members can get away with any crime. That is the situation in Kerala.
All right, now Kerala CPIM reacts to the occult murder. CPIM pins the blame on the wife of the accused Bhagaval Singh. In fact, CPIM says the human sacrifice case accused, basically the wife carried out the murder. But what the CPIM also clarifying about Bhagaval working as a member of the CPIM, the CPIM responding that he worked with us but wasn't a member of our party. He once was a progressive man. After his second marriage, he became a religious man. It might be the influence of his wife. This is the CPIM's version as they justify. Now, this man, Bhagaval Singh, basically the couple, the husband, Bhagaval Singh, was a CPIM worker. So BJP now accusing the CPIM of not verifying their members. And here the CPIM responding, saying that Bhagaval Singh was a CPIM member. He was fine in his first marriage. After he got married the second time, he became a lot more religious. And now they're attributing this entire case and this murder as an influence from his wife, Leila. We're going to continue tracking those details. For now, a short break.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
The largest producer of mustard in the world is facing a heat wave. We're talking about Canada. The delicious Dijon mustard is France's favorite condiment. A heat wave across the ocean in Canada has caused a drastic shortage. The shortage is evident in France. Canada supplies 80% of the mustard seeds to France. Because of the drought, the Canadian harvest became half in 2021. This has propelled France to grow their own crop. Remember, Europe is battling a fuel crisis and a power crisis post the Russia-Ukraine war. Mustard seeds have become more attractive after a drop in the prices of grains and oil seeds. Jérôme Garbes, a mustard expert, said that 15,000 tons of mustard seeds should be produced, meeting 40% of the requirement. Luc Vandermason, president of the Burgundy Mustard Association, said
Yes, some big news coming in from Karnataka. B.S. Yediyurappa, as he launches the Jan Sankalp Yatra in Karnataka, hits out at Rahul Gandhi on day one. B.S. Yediyurappa slamming Siddaramaiah and Rahul Gandhi during the Yatra launch. Yediyurappa says, "Bacha," referring to Rahul Gandhi. Yediyurappa saying that the world lauds Prime Minister Modi and this kid criticizes him, referring to Rahul Gandhi. He says Congress has no right to criticize Prime Minister Modi. The BJP now has launched the Jan Sankalp Yatra simultaneously while the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is underway in the state of Karnataka, a poll-bound state. The BJP also launching its Jan Sankalp Yatra in Karnataka, starting with Raichur. B.S. Yediyurappa now firing jibes at the Congress party, calling Rahul Gandhi as Bacha. In the launch of this Yatra, Yediyurappa says this Bacha, this kid, criticizes Modi while the world lauds the Prime Minister. Listen in.
ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡದೇನೆ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಅವರ ಕಾಲ್ಬುಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿಲ್ಲ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚನೇ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವವನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಪಿರುವಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಈ ಬಚ್ಚ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ ಕೆಳಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಿಡಿದಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ.
Let me quickly cut across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath for more details. Nagarjun, a quick word. Yediyurappa calling Rahul Gandhi Bacha. Both the parties there have launched this huge Yatra, Bharat Jodo Yatra on one side, and here's the Jan Sankalp Yatra by the BJP, where the BJP launches that Yatra by criticizing the Congress, calling Rahul Gandhi as Bacha, saying don't criticize Modi.
Nabila, you have to realize that in the next 6 months, Karnataka will go for election. But it seems like Karnataka has gone into election mode right now, even before the year ends. Both the Yatras have started at the same time and have concentrated on the Hyderabad-Karnataka region, and both have commenting on each other. Yesterday in Raichur, when there was a rally happening, Yediyurappa went on giving a scaring attack on Congress party, calling Rahul Gandhi a bacha, and his impact has nothing to do in Karnataka. He'll have no impact. The Jodo Yatra will have no impact, including the Chief Minister also had the same opinion that Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi coming to Karnataka doing a Yatra has no impact. But Yediyurappa's comment on Rahul Gandhi has become another controversial statement right now by calling him a bacha, and he has no political sense to win Karnataka is what the BJP is saying. Congress will also, of course, react very soon. They are in the Yatra right now. They'll be reaching Ballari day after tomorrow when there's a big rally. We are expected to have political fireworks in the Ballari stage.
All right, we're going to track those details. Of course, action-packed state, Karnataka, with the Congress Yatra and the BJP Yatra in full swing simultaneously in different parts of the state. For now, we're slipping into a short break. Stay tuned for our entertainment special on the other side.
welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, Akshay Kumar is gearing up for the release of his yet another film, Ram Setu. The makers released the trailer of this much anticipated film, which also stars Jacqueline Fernandez. Here's everything you need to know about the film.
ये देश राम के भरोसे चलता है।
सरकार ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से राम सेतु को तोड़ने की इजाजत मांगी है।
इस भरोसे को चुनौती कैसा दोगे?
मेरे ख्याल में एक आदमी है।
मैं तुम्हारी मदद करूंगा for an archaeological expedition to Ram Setu.
The makers of Akshay Kumar's next Ram Setu have finally dropped the trailer of the much anticipated film.
मेरा काम है इतिहास की परत को खोलना। इतिहास का मतलब समझते हो? It does happen.
In Ram Setu, Akshay will be playing an atheist, archaeologist turned believer who has to prove the true existence of the legendary Ram Setu before evil forces destroy the pillar of India's heritage.
AP knows Ram Setu like back of hand.
उन्होंने हमें मरने के लिए इस मिशन पे भेजा, लेकिन सच को सामने आने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
Akshay took to social media and shared the trailer along with the caption, "You loved the first glimpse of Ram Setu. Hope you show even more love to the trailer." Helmed by Abhishek Sharma, the action-adventure film also stars Nusrat Bharucha, Jacqueline Fernandez, Nasir and Satyadev in pivotal roles. Ram Setu will be Akshay's 5th release this year after Bachchan Pandey, Prithviraj, Raksha Bandhan and Katputli.
We are dealing with a potential serial killer in Kasauli. ये किलर पब्लिक स्पेस में बॉडी छोड़ता है। पुलिस बॉडी तक नहीं पहुंचती। वो बॉडी पुलिस तक पहुंच जाता है।
None of Akshay's films of this year have garnered good reviews and all of them failed to work at the box office. Ram Setu will release on October 25th and clash with Ajay Devgan and Siddharth Malhotra's Thank God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ayan Kapoor. ये हो क्या रहा है?
उन्होंने हमें मरने के लिए इस मिशन पे भेजा, लेकिन सच को सामने आने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Akshay Kumar has had several hits between 2016 to 2019. The superstar, however, has been struggling to mint money at the box office ever since. He's had 5 releases in theatres, out of which 4 turned out to be flops. Will he be able to get back into his form with his next few releases? Well, find out in our report.
अपनी जिंदगी के बदले में मैं सुल्तान को अपने वतन की मुट्ठी भर मिट्टी भी ना दूं।
One superstar.
काल बनाए रखे के लिए भय बनाए के रखना बहुत जरूरी है।
3 back-to-back releases.
Catch. मेरी लुगाई?
And not even a single film that worked wonders at the box office.
6 महीने तेरे पास, वरना कोई बढ़िया सा रिश्ता देख के ना इसको निपटा दूँ।
2022 is rather an underwhelming year for Akshay Kumar, who otherwise is always on a signing spree and refuses to slow down even with his hands full with projects. Between 2016 to 2019, Akshay has had several hits at the box office.
बताता हूँ, इन्होंने मेरा स्पर्म इनके वहाँ भेज दिया और आपका स्पर्म यहाँ इनके अंदर.
Tables, however, turned thereafter. He had 5 theatrical releases, out of which 4 turned out to be major box office disasters. And of the 4, 3 were back-to-back in a row in a span of 6 months.
जैसे ही मेरी बहनों की शादी हो जाएगी मैं ले आऊंगा.
His film Raksha Bandhan released during a long festive weekend on August 11th and amidst the boycott calls on social media. Made on a budget of approximately 70 crores, this Anand L. Rai directorial could reportedly only manage to make over 40 crore rupees in 10 days. Akshay Kumar's Samrat Prithviraj, which was reportedly made on a budget of rupees 175 crore, finally rolled out in cinemas on June 3rd after several delays, but its lifetime collection in India stands at rupees 68.5 crore rupees. This period drama was his second consecutive flop after Bachchan Pandey, a multi-star action comedy which had its theatrical run for 21 days and turned out to be a commercial misfire at the ticket counters.
हम मारते थे, मजा आता था.
Yes, this Farhad Samji directorial was reportedly made on a budget of rupees 130 crore and had raked in rupees 49.98 crore at the box office in India.
तुम पर नजर तो हमरा.
With these back-to-back flops, Akshay has not just been having a hard time delivering a hit, but has equally been also struggling to get Bollywood back on its feet after it incurred huge losses in 2020 and 2021.
मुझे भाई नहीं, Godfather बोलते हैं.
In fact, the actor during the trailer launch of his next film Katputli took complete responsibility for the lackluster box office performance of his films and sought to make changes in order to be more appealing to the audience.
See, films are not working. It is our fault. It is my fault. Okay? I have to make the changes. I have to understand what the audience wants. I want to do my changes. I want to dismantle my way and the way I think what kind of films I should do. So, it is nobody else to be blamed, but it is me.
ऑपरेशन की तैयारी करें.
मैम, अब बचे हुए फ्यूल से ये लोग मिड ईस्ट के 3 पॉसिबल डेस्टिनेशन तक जा सकते हैं. दुबई, अबू धाबी एंड मस्कट.
Akshay's first theatrical release after lockdown was Bell Bottom, which became the first ever and fastest film to begin and finish shoot during the pandemic.
Game on.
Akshay Kumar and team Bell Bottom flew down to UK for the shooting and even worked in double shifts to save producers from further losses. This Ranjit M. Tiwari directorial was made on a budget of rupees 70 crore but couldn't mint enough at the box office since theatres were open with 50% occupancy. The film had its theatrical run for 6 weeks and its lifetime collection in India stands at rupees 30.63 crore.
बस आप इतना याद रखना. It's not over till it's over.
Since the pandemic hit the world, Akshay Kumar has had only one film, that is Suryavanshi, which one can easily say was successful. This Rohit Shetty directorial, which also starred Ajay Devgan and Ranveer Singh in special appearances, collected rupees 190 crore in just 6 weeks of its theatrical run. According to reports, Suryavanshi was made on a budget of rupees 160 crores and it even got Akshay Kumar and Katrina Kaif back on the big screen after a long gap of 10 years.
बता ना कैसी लग रही है?
हाँ अच्छी लग रही हो.
अच्छी लग रही हो ना?
Meanwhile, Akshay also had 2 releases on OTT platform Lakshmi and Atrangire, both of which couldn't manage to leave a mark.
तमिल में बोल रहा हूँ.
मतलब तुमको भी नहीं चाहिए शादी?
बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए मेरी माँ.
The actor also had another web release titled Katputli post Raksha Bandhan, which also received mixed responses.
हमारे पास सिर्फ 2 दिन है अभी. पूरा कसौली सील करना पड़ेगा. किलर शहर से बाहर नहीं निकलना चाहिए.
Directed by Ranjit M. Tiwari, the mystery thriller featured Akshay in a cop avatar alongside Rakul Preet Singh, Sargun Mehta, and Chandrachur Singh.
अरे सर,
तू ये क्या कर रहा है?
सर अपनी अगली फिल्म अनाउंस कर रहा हूँ.
कब आ रही तेरी?
क्रिसमस 2023.
मुझसे क्लैश करेगा?
सर.
क्या नाम है तेरी फिल्म का?
सर छोटे मियाँ. आपका?
बड़े मियाँ. साथ में आएगा.
As far as his other projects are concerned, he will be seen in Bade Miyan, Chote Miyan alongside Tiger Shroff. He also has Ram Setu, in which he will be seen playing the role of an archaeologist, a biopic on chief mining engineer Jaswant Singh Gill, and Selfie, which also stars Imran Hashmi, Nusrat Parucha, and Diana Penty. According to reports, his other projects include Sura Roy Potru remake, Oh My God 2, Jolly LLB 3, C. Sankaran biopic, Khel Khel Mein, and Hera Pheri 3, among others. So yes, while Akshay may not have hit the jackpot yet, he has enough films in his hands, or rather chances, to break his streak of back-to-back flops. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. We are slipping into a short break now, but we have lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club. Now, strangely, Karan Johar has quit Twitter, indirectly saying that he wants to keep himself away from all the negativity. Cricketer Shikhar Dhawan, on the other hand, will be making a special cameo in Huma Qureshi and Sonakshi Sinha star XXL. This and much more, here's our popular segment, What's Trending. In a surprisingly turn of events, Karan Johar, who is extremely active on social media, has decided to go off Twitter. The filmmaker-producer announced the news with a cryptic note, making space for more positive energies only, and this is step one towards that. Goodbye, Twitter. Soon after Karan announced it, the comment section was filled with trolls and netizens did not miss the chance to slam the director. Some even shared memes taking jibes at him. Previously, actors like Sonakshi Sinha, Ayush Sharma, Saqib Salim and director Shashank Khaitan had bid adieu to social media due to toxicity on Twitter space. His popular chat show, Coffee with Karan Season 7, recently came to an end. In the finale episode, influencers like Niharika NM, Danish Seth, Tanmay Bhatt and Kusha Kapila graced the couch as the jury for the Coffee Awards. As far as his other projects are concerned, Karan Johar is also directing Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh's upcoming movie, Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani. Kareena Kapoor Khan, Tabu and Kriti Sanon will reportedly star in a yet-to-be-titled project. The upcoming comedy film will be helmed by Loot Case director Rajesh Krishnan. For the unversed, Kareena Kapoor Khan recently shot for Sujay Ghosh's The Devotion of Suspect X and will head straight to London to start filming for Hansal Mehta's project, which will also mark her debut as a producer. Meanwhile, Kriti Sanon and Tabu have Adi Purush, Bhediya, Ganpat and Drishyam 2 in their respective kitties. Indian cricketer Shikhar Dhawan is all set to make a special appearance in Huma Qureshi and Sonakshi Sinha starrer XXL. Directed by Satram Ramani, the film will also feature Zahir Iqbal and Mahat Raghavendra.
दुनिया oversized fab India की कुर्ते के पीछे भी चर्बी ढूंढ लेती है भाई.
XXL is all set to release in theatres on November 4th, and the film will be clashing with Katrina Kaif's horror comedy film Bhoot, which will also feature Ishan Khattar and Siddhant Chaturvedi in the lead.
भाई दूर 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 दूर.
भाई बत्ती क्यों नहीं जल रही? इसमें कोई स्विच होना चाहिए.
स्विच थोड़ी होगा.
पासवर्ड होगा. ओम.
After being missing in action for more than a month, Samantha Ruth Prabhu is back on social media. The actress shared a selfie flaunting her t-shirt with powerful message which read, "You'll never walk alone." According to reports, the actress is sick and is taking treatment for skin diseases in the US. It was also reported that she was preparing for her upcoming Hindi series, Citadel, co-starring Varun Dhawan. Meanwhile, Samantha is busy with upcoming projects Yashoda, directed by duo Hari and Harish. Her next project is a mythological starrer, Shakuntalam, which features her as Princess Shakuntala. The film, which was supposed to release on November 4th, has been postponed. The actress will also be seen alongside Vijay Deverakonda in Kushi, which will release in theatres in December. This will be her second film with the Liger star after Mahanati. There seems to be no stopping for Mani Ratnam's Punyan Selvan Part 1, as the film has been breaking records at the box office. The historical fiction film has surpassed 400 crore rupees globally and is now eyeing to reach 500 crore mark. This is a huge milestone for the team and is the third Tamil film after Rajnikant's 2.0 and Kamal Hassan's Vikram to achieve this feat.
காலெடுத்து வைக்க மாட்டேன்.
ஏன் நந்தினியாலா?
இல்லை, உன்னால்.
அருண்மொழியும் கரிகாலரும் ஒன்று சேராமல் நாம் பார்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
According to the makers of Punyan Selvan Part 1, the film is a blockbuster in overseas markets including USA, UK, Australia, Singapore and Malaysia. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. From Dulquer Salmaan to Samantha Ruth Prabhu, there are other big newsmakers as well and are all from the regional cinema. Take a look at our trending segment Up South. Dulquer Salmaan is back in the Malayalam film industry after a short break with his ambitious project titled King of Kotha. The film is touted to be a raw action thriller and will mark the directorial debut of senior filmmaker Joshi's son Abhilash Joshi. Along with playing the lead role, Dulquer Salmaan is also producing the film and will be bankrolling the project under his home banner, Wayfarer Films. The actor even shared some candid stills from the location of his upcoming film with caption, "When your scene gets done early, you get to hang around the sets as a producer, mischief. #Wayfarer Films." Aishwarya Lakshmi has been roped in to play the female lead and Samantha Ruth Prabhu is expected to make a special appearance in the film, which will also mark her Malayalam debut. King of Kotha will be a pan-India film and will simultaneously release in Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada and Hindi languages. Dulquer Salmaan was last seen in Chup, Revenge of the Artist and Sitaramam.
He's a director's baby.
जिंदा फील करने के लिए सिनेमा चाहिए।
गुरुदत्त। क्या गुरुदत्त? कागज के फूल?
After being missing in action for more than a month, Samantha Ruth Prabhu is back on social media. The actress shared a selfie flaunting her t-shirt with a powerful message which read, "You'll never walk alone." According to reports, the actress is sick and is taking treatment for skin diseases in the US. It was also reported that she was preparing for her upcoming Hindi series, Citadel, co-starring Varun Dhawan. Meanwhile, Samantha is busy with upcoming projects Yashoda, directed by duo Hari and Harish. Her next project is a mythological starer, Shakuntalam, which features her as Princess Shakuntala. The film, which was supposed to release on November 4th, has been postponed. The actress will also be seen alongside Vijay Deverakonda in Kushi, which will release in theatres in December. This will be her second film with the Liger star after Mahanati. There seems to be no stopping for Mani Ratnam's Punniyin Selvan Part 1 as the film has been breaking records at the box office. The historical fiction film has surpassed 400 crore rupees globally and is now eyeing to reach 500 crore mark. This is a huge milestone for the team and is the third Tamil film after Rajnikant's 2.0 and Kamal Hassan's Vikram to achieve this feat.
ஏன் நந்தினியாலா
இல்லை
அருண்மொழியும் கரிகாலரும் ஒன்று சேராமல் நாம் பார்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
According to the makers of Punniyin Selvan Part 1, the film is a blockbuster in overseas markets including USA, UK, Australia, Singapore and Malaysia. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. After 2 marriages and 6 kids, legendary pop star Madonna has now playfully hinted that she's a lesbian. Find out how.
Tell the rain not to dry. Tell the wind not to blow. 'Cause you said so.
Legendary pop star Madonna appears to have come out of the closet. After 2 marriages and 6 kids, Madonna has now hinted that she is lesbian.
This time, no.
The 64-year-old pink-haired pop queen took part in a new TikTok trend which required her to throw a pair of panties into the trash can. If she missed it, it meant she's gay. Madonna proudly posted the video on her social profiles and captioned it, "If I miss, I'm gay." The clip shows how she carelessly missed dunking the hot pink panties into the bin and then dramatically turns around and throws her hands up in the air, shrugs it off.
Her half confession has come as a full-blown declaration to fans and followers who've always had a hunch. Madonna, in fact, has only dated men in public, the likes of Sean Penn, Tupac, Michael Jackson, Vanilla Ice, and Dennis Rodman. But her famous lip lock with Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera at the 2003 MTV Music Awards sent tongues wagging. And in the most recent, Madonna was snapped kissing two women in the back of her car while celebrating her 64th birthday. Well, if there's one thing Madonna is excellent at, it's shocking people. But this time, her fans have been long convinced of her bisexuality. It was just about time that she came out. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Unimaginable savagery in Kerala occult murders. Women chopped, cooked and eaten for prosperity. Brought in on pretext of sex work, victims chopped into 56 pieces. Main accused in Kerala occult murder, Shafi arrested. Cops say Shafi, who was a pervert and a psychopath, brainwashed the other accused couple into occult practices. Shocker from Karnataka's Chikmagaluru. Coffee estate owner locks up and tortures Dalit labourers. Mega India Today exclusive. Kharge's big attack on Tharoor. Kharge mocks lightweight Tharoor, asks where was Tharoor when I was block chief. Asserts not answerable to Tharoor, not my examiner.
I want to answer Tharoor questions. He is not my examiner. I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there?
Language war reignites. Southern satraps slam Hindi imposition. Kumaraswamy launches Hindistan attack after Stalin's challenge. Kerala Chief Minister seeks PM Modi's intervention. Yatra versus Yatra fight escalates in Karnataka after BJP's Sankalp Yatra. Congress plans Rath Yatra before polls.
Sensational human sacrifice case in Kerala. Blood-curdling details emerge of the killing. 2 women killed, their blood sprayed all over the house. Accused couple ate women's body parts for wealth. The victims were tortured, tied to beds. This is the most shocking crime of 2022. Human sacrifice horror in Kerala.
The double murders in Kerala have sent shockwaves across the nation. 2 women, Rosaline and Padma, were lured and abducted by a tantric under the guise of money in exchange for sex work or blue films. But the details of their human sacrifice in an occult ritual at a couple's home in Kerala's Pantamathitta continues to unravel. Rosaline was lured with the promise of 10 lakh rupees for shooting blue films at the accused couple's home. There, her hands and legs were tied, after which tantric accused Shafi inserted a knife into her private parts, her throat slit. Accused Bhagwal then cut off her breasts, stored them and buried her body parts. The other victim, Padma, was lured on the pretext of sex work for 15,000 rupees to the accused's home. In a similar fashion, her private parts were knifed, throat slit and then body chopped into 56 pieces. Padma's body parts were then buried into a hole in the House of Horrors.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് and the ownership of the Scorpio. It led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid. ഈ ഷാഫിനെ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഒന്നും പുറത്തേക്ക് വരുന്നില്ല. ഷാഫി ലേറ്റർ I'll tell you his type of personality. So ഷാഫിയുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ വരാത്ത കൊണ്ട് we had to resort to various other methods of scientific investigation like tower locations, CDRs and analysis, and there were several theories. We don't know what happened to the lady because we don't even know which kind of color saree she was wearing. അവരുടെ സിസ്റ്ററുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്രകാരം അവർ ചേച്ചി എന്താണ് ഉടുത്തത് പോലും അറിയില്ല. So that was the situation in this case.
So that is, of course, the cop in Kochi giving out the details of the accused in this case, the main accused being Shafi, who in fact lured the other accused couple into committing these crimes. These are the Indian predators. Padma, who was one of the victims, was offered 15,000 rupees for sex work. Plastic thread was tied around Padma's neck. The tantric Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts. The tantric Shafi then slit Padma's throat. Her body was chopped into 56 pieces. That is how he went about, in fact, committing his crime. Body parts were then put in a hole in the house. This is the House of Horrors. Speaking of the other victim, Rosaline was brought in on the pretext of acting in blue films. She also was promised 10 lakh rupees for this acting job, allegedly. When she was brought into the house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. The accused in this case, the woman accused Leila, inserted a knife in Rosaline's private parts. Accused Leila then slit Rosaline's throat. The second accused in this case, Bhagwal, cut off Rosaline's breasts. Rosaline's body was cut into parts again and buried in a hole in the same house of horrors. My colleague Shibi Mole is now joining us live from the crime spot. Shibi, some very horrific details that seem to be emerging from this crime. Absolutely unimaginable. As far as the accused are concerned, all of them are in custody at the moment. What is the police saying about their production in court, and what is going to happen next?
Polemy, a special investigative team has been formed by the police as per the direction of the Kerala Police Chief Anil Kant. A special investigative team which will be led by the Kochi Police will be investigating this case in Pathanamthitta as well as in Kochi, because the first complaint, the missing complaint, was filed in Ernakulam, is Kadavandra Police Station. Now, all the three has been remanded into judicial custody, and the police has said that there are a lot of things to be investigated. There are a lot of things needs to be detailedly investigated, and for that, that will take place in the coming days, is what the Kochi Police Commissioner said. Now, there was a lot of lack of clarity on how did this couple fell into this trap, and how did he very convincingly make them believe that sacrificing two human lives will bring them financial prosperity. Now, what the police is saying, that the fake profile created by Shafi here in the name of Sri Devi, that he was in conversation with, he was continuously texting and talking to Bhagwal Singh as Sri Devi, and made him fall in the trap of love. And that's how Bhagwal Singh slowly gained the trust of Shafi, and it came to a point that he started believing everything and anything Shafi was saying. And that's how, so they have been in touch with since 2019. For the last 3-4 years they have been in touch, and that's how it came to a point where the couple completely started blindly believing that, whatever he says is going to help them and is going to be in favor of them. And that's how this murder took place, the first murder. Her missing complaint paved the way, is what the police were saying. They said that they went through a lot of it because Shafi was not really cooperating with the investigation. He is a psychopath, is what the police is saying. He's a sexual pervert, is what the commissioner has used. This is the word he has used. And he's also an accused. He's the main conspirator. He's also previously an accused in the rape and attempt to murder case of a 75-year-old woman. So he said, in fact, Shafi here is a married man with kids, and but he's never stayed with his family. He's always been roaming around. The police were saying that there's no other place left for him to stay in Kerala, because over the years, he's 52-year-old. Over the years, he has been traveling to many places, and in fact, the fake Facebook profile showed this advertisement that you have any problems, you need any advice on anything, please get in touch, is what the advertisement on the Facebook profile that he created was saying. So now Laila has also confessed to the before the court that she's undertaking medication for depression. Now, police said that there are a lot of things regarding the medical condition and the mental health condition that needs to be inquired, that needs to be investigated of this couple. The couple has no criminal background, is what the police is saying, but Shafi has been involved in many cases. In fact, he was also using drugs. So how well and how did he get all this is also something that needs to be investigated.
Absolutely.
Is what the police
There's a lot over there, of course, that the police will have to unpack during this investigation. Shibi, also because you're at the crime spot itself, if you could just show us around the crime spot, whatever limited access that you might have, as to how exactly did they commit the crimes, and of course where they buried the bodies.
Well, if I could ask my camera person to show you the visuals of this house. This is the house that you see behind me, is where the murder took place. In fact, Patma's missing case, like I said, Patma's missing case was the turning point in this case. It was Rosalind, but who was murdered first. Rosalind was brought to this house saying that we'll give you 10 lakhs if you act in a blue film. And inside this house, they first tied her onto the bed and is telling that we're going to shoot a blue film, and she believed that. And later on, Laila, the woman accused here, inserted knife into her private parts and slit her throats. Now, the hole that you see right behind this house, that's where Patma's body was recovered from. Her body, let me tell you, was chopped into 56 pieces as per the remand report, and was taken out from this particular hole yesterday. Now, this hole was dug in the context of disposing waste is what the police is saying, because this was already dug and kept, and the couple has made the people around here believe that, it was dug to dispose of waste. And on the other side of the house, that's where Rosalind's body was discovered and recovered, and her body was put into 3 different holes, not just one hole, but 3 different holes. In fact, the remand report also says that they chopped the body into pieces. They put all the pieces into a bucket, and that's how they disposed inside the hole. And now what is surprising here is, there's a house just next to this house where the crime took place, but nobody there had any clue about what was happening. In fact, all the people living right next to you can see in the visuals, there's just a wall aside, next to the wall itself is the house, and they were saying that they had no idea. They had no idea that something like this happened in this house, because that's how much they trusted this couple. They have known this couple for many years, and they cannot believe still that, this crime can take place in this particular house, and that too, this couple can get involved in something like this, go to that extent of, inserting sharp objects into private parts and then slitting their throats and chopping into pieces. This is very unheard and unthinkable, and they're still trying to accept this fact. In fact, all the people who we spoke to are saying the same thing, that we still can't believe what has just happened.
Absolutely.
We're still trying to
These are very shocking details, in fact, Shibi, that you're reporting to us, that the police has, in fact, told the media about. Absolutely unthinkable. Shibi Mulde reporting from the actual crime scene in Kerala. Thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. The spine-chilling details of the Kerala occult murders have raised several questions on who the accused behind this heinous crime are. The main accused is Shafi, labelled a sexual predator and a repeat offender by Kochi police. It was Shafi who created a fake Facebook profile, posed as a tantric for wealth and prosperity, and lured the other accused couple, Bhagwal and Leela, into his plot for a human sacrifice. Shafi lured the 2 victims, Padma and Rosalind, to the accused house in Kerala's Pantamathitta and slit their throats, buried knives into their private parts, and ultimately the burial of their body parts, among many other crimes. The accused couple, Bhagwal, in fact, was a well-read poet, and along with his wife Leela, they held the occult ritual of sacrificing Padma and Rosalind to garner wealth and prosperity. Leela claims it was Shafi who guided the murder.
Main conspirator of this case is accused number 1, Shafi alias Rashid. Because നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒരു ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് ഇയാൾ പഠിച്ചത് 6ാം ക്ലാസ്സാണ്. ഇയാൾ ചെയ്യാത്ത ജോലിയില്ല, ഇയാൾ താമസിക്കാത്ത ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ഇല്ല, ഇയാൾ കറങ്ങാത്ത സ്ഥലമില്ല. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റിയാണ്. കല്യാണമായി കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇയാൾക്കൊരു പെർവേർട്ടാണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി പിന്നീട് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷനിൽ. അപ്പോൾ he actually designed the conspiracy. He trapped A2 and A3 into believing that human sacrifice is needed for their financial well-being. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു ട്രാപ്പിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇവരെ ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടുവരുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് ഈ ആദ്യത്തെ വിക്ടിം, നമ്മുടെ കടവന്തര കേസിന്റെ വിക്ടിം, ഫസ്റ്റ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് കേസ് കടവന്തര കേസ് വിക്ടിം അങ്ങോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയി അവർക്കൊരു ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് കൊടുക്കുവാൻ കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇവരെ കൊന്നു. അവിടെ പീസ് ആക്കി കുഴിച്ചു. അതിന്റെ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഒരു കേസ് ഉണ്ടായത്. നമുക്കൊരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കിട്ടി. ആ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ബേസിസിൽ രണ്ടാമത്തെ കേസ് കൂടി നമ്മൾ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്തു. ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈല് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവൽ സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്. ഇയാളൊരു ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിന്റെ ഒരു സ്റ്റോറി ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യും.
Now, the Kerala human sacrifice case has sparked a massive political storm. The opposition has alleged that the accused, Bhagwal Singh, who carried out the gruesome murders with his wife, is the left party worker and has come down heavily on the Pinarayi Vijayan government. CPIM leader too claimed that Bhagwal is affiliated to the party and was working secretly for it. The Saffron party accused the Kerala government of not acting against its own party worker and demanded a proper probe into the murders. Meanwhile, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has expressed grief over the incident and has promised strict action.
ഒരു നല്ല CPM-ന്റെ പഴയ കാലം മുതലുള്ളൊരു അനുഭാവിയായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുക, പ്രദേശത്ത് ഒരു അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് പ്രവർത്തകനായിട്ടൊക്കെ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നിരുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരൻ എന്ന നിലയിലല്ല നാട്ടിൽ അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു പാരമ്പര്യമായ ഒരു
We heard this news that was very shocking. We never expect this type of incident in this place. I represent this ward. So I know him last 40 years. He is a social and a political worker. How he came in this type of incidents, we doesn't know. He is representing CPM branch committee member and he is a political CPM political worker.
വളരെ ദുരൂഹമായ പല കാര്യങ്ങളുമാണ് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ നരബലി നടത്തിയതിന് പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ആളുകൾക്ക് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള സാമൂഹ്യവും രാഷ്ട്രീയവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള ബന്ധങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു CPM പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കണ്ണിയായി ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. മാത്രമല്ല, മതഭീകരവാദ ശക്തികളുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം രാജ്യത്തും ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ പല ഭാഗങ്ങളിലും നടന്നതുപോലെ പ്രാകൃതമായിട്ടുള്ള നടപടികൾ ഇത്തരം സംഭവങ്ങളിൽ അവിടെയൊക്കെ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് സമാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിലേക്കാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്തവരും ഇത് നടത്തിയവരും അവരുടെ എല്ലാം പശ്ചാത്തലം വിശദമായിട്ട് പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പുറത്തു വരുന്ന വാർത്തകൾ, ലഭ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള വാർത്തകൾ ഞെട്ടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഇതിന് പിന്നിൽ
I am not sure whether only 2 such incidents have happened. Many more such incidents could have happened. We are not sure. So there should be a thorough investigation on the whole issue. The surprising thing and shocking thing is that a member of the ruling party, CPIM, he is an active office bearer. He is found to be accused in this issue. In Kerala, normally CPIM members can get away with any crime. That is the situation in Kerala.
केरला के CPIM के एक कार्यकर्ता ने जिस तरीके 2 औरतें पद्मा और रोसलिन का मानव बलि देकर कत्लेआम किया, इतना बेरहमी से उनका कत्लेआम किया गया, और ये भगवंत जो अपने आप को CPIM का कार्यकर्ता बताता है, इसके साथी जो इसके साथ थे इसका कुक्रम के अंदर, इतना बड़ा पाप करने पे आज भी केरला में सरकार मौन बैठी है. सरकार अपने लोगों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही. निरंतर वहाँ कत्लेआम किया जा रहा है और ये तो सभी कत्लेआमों की सीमाओं को पार करके ऐसा पाप करने वालों के खिलाफ सरकार कब कार्रवाई करेगी, इसका जवाब दे.
This incident from Kerala, which has shaken the conscience not just of the state of Kerala but of entire India, where a human sacrifice was made of 2 women, and now it is seen that the accused has links with the ruling dispensation and also with radical elements. The question is that why is the law and order situation become in Kerala such that members of the ruling dispensation can be allowed to get away with such kinds of activities? Will this entire lobby of so-called secularists and liberals go to Kerala and demand answers from Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, or will they maintain a convenient silence?
Slipping into a short break, on the other side, RSS worker attacked in Karnataka, clashes between 2 communities in Haveri. Those details on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
There's a lot of pressure. There's also a lot of opportunity, and I think the platform that we have is a remarkable platform, and I think we all three are working very hard towards building our own businesses and also taking the group forward. I think I can point out to the work that we're doing in sports. I think nobody would have dreamt 10 years ago that one institute built in Vijayanagar can win India 3 Olympic medals, let alone 1. And 1 gold medal. And Paris, I'm expecting 5 medals.
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, fashion bade aaram se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho 4 kadam aage.
You are watching India Today.
News coming in right now. RSS worker attacked in Karnataka. Clashes between 2 communities in Haveri. RSS worker brutally thrashed after heated argument. Clashes erupt. Those images of those clashes that broke out in Haveri, Karnataka. An RSS worker was attacked in Karnataka. Clashes between 2 communities in Haveri. The RSS worker was allegedly brutally thrashed in these clashes, and after a heated argument is when these clashes in fact erupted between these 2 communities.
Sir, Sagai Raj here from India Today News Channel, Bangalore.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, there is a report that RSS worker was attacked last night in Haveri. What is that, sir, exactly? Is that a RSS worker? And why he was being attacked?
Yes. No, yes. They were walking, they were going in the town around midnight to see the route for their scheduled route march on 14th. So at that time, few youths, the local youths gathered and there was an altercation. And a case has been registered and we have arrested around 20 people involved in the incident. Okay.
And people who have been arrested, do they belong to any kind of organization?
Yeah, they are the local Muslims. And they are Anjuman. One of them is Anjuman President.
Anjuman Islam.
Anjuman President, and they are local Muslims. So.
My colleague Sagai Raj is now joining us live on this. Sagai, you did speak with the SP over there. What further details have you gathered about this incident and how did these clashes erupt?
See, the clashes erupted when RSS workers were looking out for the place where they had planned for RSS march on that particular road. When they were trying to check the route of that particular march, that's when these RSS workers were attacked by local Muslim leaders. And what we also get to learn from SP Haveri is that these members were belonging to Anjuman-e-Islam. Anjuman-e-Islam is one of the highest Muslim bodies in North Karnataka region, and one of the president of Anjuman-Islam has also been arrested in this particular incident. Close to 20 people have been arrested when it comes to this kind of clash. As of now, situation is under control in Haveri district.
Okay, Sagai, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We're slipping into a very short break now. Up next, the TMC wages a war against the BJP over BCCI President Sourav Ganguly being allegedly dropped.
You are watching India Today.
Greenhouse gas emissions are a looming threat to climate change. Industries are finding ways to capture and store carbon. This helps in reducing the emissions and reducing the overall impact of carbon on the environment. Carbon capture and storage is a way of reducing industrial greenhouse gas emissions. It involves recovering the carbon gas at its source and holding it in underground reserves. First, the carbon dioxide is separated from the smoke or combustion fumes. Industrial emissions comprise up to 15% carbon dioxide. The rest is mainly water vapor and nitrogen. Separating the gases is costly, accounting for about 2/3 of the overall capture and storage process. Capture techniques are constantly evolving. Extracting the carbon dioxide post-combustion is a well-mastered method, but it's relatively energy-intensive. Another possibility is removing the carbon dioxide before the fuel is burnt. Development of this process is ongoing. Once separated, the carbon dioxide is compressed and transported by pipeline, boat or tanker to underground or deep-sea storage facilities. It is injected far underneath gas-tight layers of rock and stored under pressure until it reaches a near liquid state. Suitable storage sites include end-of-life oil and gas fields or extremely deep layers of porous rock impregnated with salt water.
Not an easy business, right?
Yeah.
From the outside, it looks very easy. You've sort of diversified, built it into a multi-billion empire from what your father started with small buckets, I think, in Hisar.
I grew up watching him working very hard, and when I wanted to set up my first steel plant, I went to my dad and I said that I want to set up the steel plant. He said, "Are you crazy? You know, steel plant is not a joke. You know, you will develop blood pressure, you will have diabetes, and you will lose your sleep, lose your appetite. I don't want you to do that. You must enjoy your life, and we have now enough. Why you want to do all that? If you want to do, it will be your own baby. You will swim or drown with it."
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, fashion bade aaram se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Atta, Raho Char Kadam Aage.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. With reports of former Indian cricketer Roger Binney replacing Sourav Ganguly as BCCI president doing rounds, a political tussle has just kicked off in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress attacked the BJP over the issue, stating Ganguly was a victim of political vendetta. TMC MP Shantanu Hussain stated Ganguly is said to lose out on the BCCI top job because he did not join the Bharatiya Janata Party. TMC also claimed that the Saffron Party wanted to pit Dada against Mamata Banerjee in the 2021 Assembly polls. Remember, Union Home Minister Amit Shah had visited Ganguly's house during the state polls in 2021, slamming the TMC for its take on the presidential elections of the BCCI. BJP's Dilip Ghosh accused it of politicizing the development. Ghosh stated that ones who are asking this have done nothing for sportsmen in Bengal.
The London Home Minister Amit Shah came to the house of Saurabh Ganguly and had a full dinner. We also came to know that Saurabh Ganguly was approached repeatedly to join BJP. Probably as because he hasn't joined BJP and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
नहीं, प्रश्न जो लोग उठा रहे हैं टीएमसी के लोग केवल राजनीति करते हैं। बंगाल एक समय खेल में सबसे आगे था, आज बंगाल खेल में कहाँ है? फुटबॉल, क्रिकेट, जहाँ सौरभ जैसा क्रिकेटर हमको मिला है वो क्रिकेट कहाँ है आज? कितने क्रिकेटर बंगाल के नेशनल टीम में हैं, कितने फुटबॉलर नेशनल टीम में हैं? बंगाल फुटबॉल का क्या हाल है? दूसरे खेल का तो छोड़ ही दीजिए, ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं। जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है। समझ सकते हैं। जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज़ नहीं उठाया वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं। क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे, ये तो होता है सब जगह, उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की।
We're cutting across to Union Minister Anurag Singh Thakur briefing on the cabinet's decisions today.
उत्तर प्रदेश से लेकर गुजरात तक व्यापार करने के लिए भी इस पूरी मार्केट को भी इससे पूरा जोड़ा जाएगा और एक्सपोर्ट और इंपोर्ट के बहुत काम आएगी। इसको मैं विस्तार में आपको बाद में बताता हूं। इसके अलावा मल्टीपल स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज अमेंडमेंट बिल 2022, इसमें भी संशोधन किए गए हैं ताकि इसमें और पारदर्शिता बढ़ सके, जवाबदेही तय हो। और आपने देखा होगा कि ये जो मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज़ हैं, इनके बहुत सारे कुप्रबंधन के मामले कई क्षेत्रों में आते थे, चाहे वित्तीय गबन हो या सोसाइटी के चुनाव की बात हो, उसमें विलंब की बात हो। ये जो बदलाव इसमें किए गए हैं, इसमें मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी के रजिस्ट्रेशन को भी सरल किया गया है, गवर्नेंस को भी सुधार लाने के लिए काम किया जाएगा। और यही नहीं, जिस तरह से भारत सरकार ट्रांसपेरेंसी और अकाउंटेबिलिटी के लिए जानी जाती है, पारदर्शिता और जवाबदेही के लिए और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के लिए लगातार मोदी सरकार काम करती है। कोऑपरेटिव मंत्रालय का गठन भी उसी दृष्टि से किया गया था कि नीचे रोजगार स्वरोजगार के साथ साथ कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट को और बल दिया जा सके। चाहे जेम के साथ जोड़ने की बाकी बातें भी पहले हुई हैं, उस दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम ये अमेंडमेंट बिल लाने का है। इसको मैं इसके बाद थोड़ा विस्तार में आपको बताऊंगा, कैसे चुनावी सुधार होगा, कैसे बोर्ड की कंपोजिशन होगी, SC ST से लेके महिलाओं का उस पर उनको नॉमिनेशन होगा उसके ऊपर, और निगरानी के साथ साथ वहां पर धन की व्यवस्था भी और ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाने के लिए क्या क्या किया जाएगा। एक और निर्णय जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर डेवलपमेंट इनिशिएटिव फॉर नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन है, PM डिवाइन, जिसकी घोषणा बजट सत्र में, बजट के समय 2022-23 में वित्त मंत्री जी ने की थी। PM डिवाइन योजना को भी मंजूरी आज केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल ने दी है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, और ये 100% केंद्रीय वित्त पोषण के साथ साथ एक सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम है। इसके लिए 6,600 करोड़ रुपया 2022-23 से लेकर 2025-26 तक 15वें वित्त आयोग की अवधि के शेष तक इसको मंजूरी दी गई, जो 4 साल की अवधि है। PM डिवाइन के जो मूल उद्देश्य हैं वो PM गति शक्ति की भावना के अनुरूप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड करना, पूर्वोत्तर की जरूरतों के आधार पर सामाजिक विकास परियोजनाओं का समर्थन करना, युवाओं और महिलाओं के लिए आजीविकाओं की गतिविधियों को सक्षम करना और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में डेवलपमेंट गैप्स को भरने का काम भी करेंगे। इसकी 500 करोड़ तक की लिमिट रहेगी। सोशल डेवलपमेंट के काम आएगा, लाइवलीहुड के काम आएगा और हम पूर्व की सरकारों की तरह नहीं, हम एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत काम करते हैं। चाहे आपने पहले आधारभूत ढांचा देखा हो या अब पीएम डिवाइन योजना हो, ये भी उसी दिशा में काम कर रही है। मैं एक एक करके आपको कुछ विषयों पर वापस लाना चाहूँगा। 2 टर्मिनल्स की गुजरात के जो कच्छ रीजन है कांडला पोर्ट पर, और ये दीनदयाल पोर्ट अथॉरिटी, यहाँ पर ये लगभग देश के जो पहले 12 पोर्ट्स आते हैं उनमें से एक है। दीनदयाल पोर्ट की जो कैपेसिटी है कार्गो हैंडलिंग की वो लगभग 300 मीट्रिक टन पर एनम। और ये जो 2 नए टर्मिनल्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, इसमें एक मल्टीपर्पस कार्गो होगा, ये टूना टेकरा में है, जिसमें 2250 करोड़ रुपया खर्च होगा, जिसमें से 1719 करोड़ रुपया कंसेशनियर खर्च करेगा जो कार्गो बर्थ बनाने के लिए, टर्निंग सर्कल, अप्रोच चैनल, ड्रेजिंग कार्य सब इसमें शामिल होंगे। और इसके अलावा जो दीनदयाल पोर्ट अथॉरिटी है वो 531 करोड़ रुपया कॉमन यूजर एक्सचेंज चैनल के रूप में कैपिटल जो ड्रेजिंग है और कॉमन यूजर रोड के निर्माण के लिए खर्च करेगी। इसका लाभ ये होगा कि हमारे बड़े शिप्स आने की इसकी क्षमता भी बनेगी। शुरुआत में जैसे 15 मीटर ड्राफ्ट वेसल्स, ये 1 लाख डेडवेट टनेज को लेकर, और भविष्य में इसको कंसेशनियर जो उसको ये भी अप्रूवल है कि 18 मीटर तक का ड्राफ्ट ये बना सकते हैं, जिसकी गहराई 18 मीटर की होगी, जिसके कारण बड़े वेसल्स यहाँ पर आ सकें। और ये कच्छ रीजन में ना केवल गुजरात के लिए बल्कि जम्मू कश्मीर, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश से लेकर हमारे राजस्थान तक को भी इसका लाभ मिलेगा। अगर इसकी आप क्षमता को देखेंगे, 2026 में इसको 2.85 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन पर एनम का होगा और 2030 तक इसको 27.49 मिलियन मीट्रिक टन पर एनम पे ले जाने का प्रावधान रखा गया है। दूसरा जो है कंटेनर टर्मिनल, ये भी टूना टेकरा पर है, दीनदयाल पोर्ट पर ही बनेगा और इसको भी बीओटी के आधार पर बनाया जाएगा। 4,243 करोड़ रुपया इसके ऊपर अनुमानित लागत जो कंसेशनियर की तरफ से आएगी और 296 करोड़ रुपया जो है जो यूजर फैसिलिटीज के लिए दीनदयाल पोर्ट अथॉरिटी खर्च करेगी। ये क्लोज कंटेनर टर्मिनल होगा जो भारत के उत्तरी भाग को जम्मू कश्मीर, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश इनको भी अपनी सेवाएं देगा। इससे अर्थव्यवस्था को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा, रोजगार के भी विभिन्न अवसर पैदा होंगे। कंसेशन का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो 30 वर्ष के लिए होगा। 2025 में जो नेट गैप है वो 18,80,000 TEUs का है और ये स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट टर्मिनल बनकर तैयार होगा। अगर इसके लिए आप देखेंगे, इसके लिए इंटरनेशनल कॉम्पिटिटिव बिडिंग के माध्यम से इसका चयन होगा और कंसेशनियर जो है जो उसकी ही जिम्मेदारी होगी कि इसके डिज़ाइन को, इंजीनियरिंग को, फाइनेंसिंग को, प्रिक्योरमेंट से लेके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन तक जो प्रोजेक्ट की है वो ही उन्हीं को ही करनी है। और ये बीओटी के आधार पर होगा। जब 30 वर्ष पूरे होंगे तो ये सरकार को वापस करना पड़ेगा और इससे कुल मिलाकर 21,90,000 TEUs पर एनम की क्षमता बनकर तैयार होगी। शुरुआत में इसमें 14 मीटर का ड्राफ्ट वेसल्स आने का होगा जिसको अभी प्रावधान है और 6,000 TEUs इसके आने की रहेगा। लेकिन कंसेशनिंग अथॉरिटी जो है वो इसको 15.5 मीटर तक करेगी और भविष्य में इसको 18 मीटर तक ले जाने का कंसेशनियर को भी प्रावधान होगा। तो वो चैनल हो, बर्थ पॉकेट हो, टर्निंग सर्कल हो, इन सबको बनाने का भी वो काम करेंगे। इससे जो कच्छ रीजन है गुजरात का, जो पहले ही एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा करता है भारत के पोर्ट्स में टर्मिनल हैंडलिंग के लिए भी, ये बड़ी इन्वेस्टमेंट जब यहां पर आएगी, 5,963 करोड़ रुपए के लगभग कॉन्सेशनियर्स के माध्यम से इसमें पेमेंट आएगी, लागत आएगी, और इस इन्वेस्टमेंट से लाखों लोगों को रोजगार स्वरोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। जम्मू कश्मीर, उत्तर प्रदेश, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश से होते हुए सबको इसका लाभ मिलेगा और हमारे व्यापार को भी बल मिलेगा। मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज, ये यूनियन लिस्ट में भी है और इसको सभी राज्यों से बातचीत करके उस दिशा में भी काम किया जा रहा है। जैसा मैंने पहले कहा कि मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज के कुछ उदाहरण ऐसे भी आते थे जहां पे कुप्रबंधन रिपोर्ट होता था या चुनाव नहीं होता था, बहुत लंबे समय तक एक ही व्यक्ति वहां पर बैठे रहते थे। तो उसमें कुछ बदलाव लाने के लिए कि उसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन को सरल किया जाए, उसका एक ये लाभ मिलेगा। गवर्नेंस में पारदर्शिता आएगी और जवाबदेही होगी। और एमसीएस एक्ट 2002 में कतिपय संशोधन करने के साथ साथ इसमें जो विशेष सुधार होगा वो चुनावों में होगा। तो एमसीएस के बोर्ड के लिए स्वतंत्र और निष्पक्ष ढंग से चुनाव कराने के लिए एक इलेक्शन अथॉरिटी का गठन किया जाएगा। केवल ऐसे ही एक्टिव मेंबर्स चुनाव लड़ने के पात्र होंगे जिन्होंने कम से कम 3 जनरल मीटिंग्स में भाग लिया हो और वो इन सोसाइटी के प्रोडक्ट्स और सर्विसेज को अवेल करता हो। दूसरा जो है, बोर्ड के कंपोजिशन, मीटिंग्स और मेंबरशिप में भी सुधार होगा। बोर्ड में महिलाओं के लिए 2 सीट्स और एससी एसटी के लिए 1 सीट आरक्षित होगी। बोर्ड बैंकिंग, मैनेजमेंट, फाइनेंस, कोऑपरेटिव मैनेजमेंट क्षेत्र के 2 एक्सपर्ट्स को कोऑप्ट सदस्य के रूप में लेगा। बोर्ड मीटिंग के लिए कम से कम 1/3 मेंबर्स का कोरम अनिवार्य होगा। जहां गवर्नेंस और ट्रांसपेरेंसी की मैं बात करता हूं, तो सोसाइटी की रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए लिक्विडिटी, एक्सपोजर आदि संबंधित फाइनेंशियल नॉर्म्स निर्धारित किए जा रहे हैं। 500 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक डिपॉजिट वाले मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक या मल्टी स्टेट क्रेडिट सोसाइटी तथा 500 करोड़ से अधिक वार्षिक टर्नओवर वाली मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी का ऑडिट अब सेंट्रल रजिस्ट्रार के पैनल से लिए गए ऑडिटर के द्वारा ही किया जाएगा। एक बड़ा कदम है ज्यादा पारदर्शिता और ऑडिट को भी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए। और एमसीएस, सीएस, एमएससीएस के मेंबर्स की ग्रीवियांस को एड्रेस करने के लिए कोऑपरेटिव्स ओम्बुड्समैन अपॉइंट किया जाएगा। इन जो हमारी मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज हैं, इन्हीं में ही ये कोऑपरेटिव ओम्बुड्समैन को अपॉइंट किया जाएगा। मेंबर्स को समय पर आवश्यक इंफॉर्मेशन मिल सके, इसके लिए इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर्स की नियुक्ति की जाएगी। सहकारिता के क्षेत्र में धन की व्यवस्था के लिए पिछले 3 वर्षों में लगातार प्रॉफिट कमाने वाली मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज को अपने नेट प्रॉफिट का 1% या 1 करोड़ रुपए जो भी कम हो, एक रिहैबिलिटेशन, रिकंस्ट्रक्शन एंड डेवलपमेंट फंड में योगदान देना होगा, जिसका उपयोग जो सिख एमएससीएस हैं के रिवाइवल के लिए किया जाएगा। जहां तक निगरानी व्यवस्था में सुदृढ़ करने की बात हो, इसमें मिस रिप्रेजेंटेशन या फ्रॉड से बनी मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज को वाइंड अप किया जा सकेगा। जहां धोखाधड़ी अथवा पैसे का गबन हुआ हो या चुनाव संभव ना हो सके हो, वहां केंद्र सरकार बोर्ड को सस्पेंड कर सकेगी। इन सब कदमों से ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को लाभ भी मिलेगा। जहां पर आप एप्लीकेशंस हो, यानी कि सुगमता लाने के लिए एप्लीकेशंस, रिटर्न्स, रिपोर्ट्स, स्टेटमेंट ऑफ अकाउंट्स आदि को ऑनलाइन फाइल करने की व्यवस्था होगी। और ये मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी के रजिस्ट्रेशन की एप्लीकेशन प्रक्रिया ऑनलाइन की जा सकेगी और इसका डिस्पोजल भी 3 माह में किया जाना अनिवार्य होगा। यह भी निर्णय लिया गया है कि ये जो मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज हैं, इनमें केंद्र सरकार की शेयर होल्डिंग को सरकार की अनुमति के बिना नहीं बेचा जा सकता। मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी बैंकिंग कार्य में संलग्न है, उनकी बैंकिंग एक्टिविटीज का रेगुलेशन बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट के अंतर्गत होगा। इससे जो डिपॉजिटर्स हैं उनके पैसा भी सुरक्षित होगा और बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट आने के बाद जो बाकी लाभ बाकी बैंकों को मिलते हैं उनको भी मिल पाएंगे। सो इन संशोधनों से नागरिकों द्वारा सुगमता से मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी का गठन किया जा सकेगा और जो बाकी लाभ भी उनमें पारदर्शिता भी आएगी। जहां तक नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए पीएम डिवाइन योजना की बात है, जैसा मैंने पहले कहा कि 4 वर्षों के लिए इसको लाया गया है। 2022-23 से 2025-26 तक पीएम डिवाइन को मंजूरी दी गई है। 6,600 करोड़ रुपया इसके लिए मंजूर किया गया है। विभिन्न सेक्टर्स में डेवलपमेंट गैप्स को जो है पूरा करने के लिए ये लाभदायक सिद्ध होगी। युवाओं और महिलाओं के लिए लाइवलीहुड संबंधी योजनाओं को इंप्लीमेंट कर सकेगी और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स में पीएम गति शक्ति के कॉन्सेप्ट के अनुसार ही और कन्वर्जेंस पर आधारित होंगे और नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन में विकास भी हो, युवाओं और महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार स्वरोजगार के अवसर भी उत्पन्न हो, उसमें भी फायदा मिलेगा और ये 100% सेंट्रली फंडेड स्कीम होगी। धन्यवाद।
63.
So that is, of course, Union Minister Anurag Thakur there announcing some of the key decisions that were taken earlier this morning by the Union Cabinet headed by Prime Minister Modi. One of the most important one, in fact, of course, was the first decision that was announced by the minister, where he said that the cabinet has approved 22,000 crore rupees as a one-time grant to PSU, oil manufacturing companies, for losses in domestic LPG oil marketing companies. Slipping into a short break, coming up next, as Ukraine reels under fresh Russian onslaught, Biden warns Putin against chemical warfare in a virtual G7 meet. More on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
A touch screen enables users to interact directly with the display monitor. They become a feature of everyday life at supermarket checkouts, ATM machines, on GPS devices, and most commonly with tablets and smartphones. There are two common types of touchscreen technology. One is called resistive. Two transparent sheets are coated with a conducting material and separated by tiny dots called spacers. When the two layers are pressed together, they create an electrical circuit that indicates the point of contact. Uses include cash and ticket machines. The other capacitive touch technology is most commonly used in tablets and smartphones.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Russia-Ukraine war continues to rage a day after Moscow rained hell on Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky ruled out talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying that talks may be possible with another Russian leader or in a different configuration. Ukrainian officials say Russian attacks are now focused on damaging Ukrainian energy infrastructure and sowing fear among civilians. At least 20 people were killed and 108 wounded in Monday's attacks. Here's a report.
Blood on streets and sidewalks. Broken windows and damaged buildings. Civilians take refuge in metro stations. These are images from Ukraine a day after Russia launched its most widespread airstrikes since the start of the Ukraine war.
This war and so-called free world must help us Ukrainians, continuing help us Ukrainians to stop this genocide of the Ukrainian population and destruction of our life, our infrastructure and our cities.
Russia isn't done yet. On Tuesday also, they rained 12 missiles on the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia, killing at least one person.
As of yesterday, there was 74 shellings of 12 different regions of Ukraine. And as a result, the state's emergency service announced that 19 people were killed and 105 people injured.
While Ukrainians reeled from the aftermath of Russian missile strikes, the two countries got into a war of words at the UN General Assembly session held in New York on Monday.
Terrorist Russia shelled the capital city of Kiev and many other Ukrainian cities throughout the country, with at least 84 missiles and 24 UAVs. The entire world has once again seen the true face of the terrorist state that kills our people.
Вы сейчас все стали свидетелями.
You have all just now witnessed an outrageous fraud, which, to our great regret, the President of the General Assembly played a key role. We were not given the floor and the point of order, and you can see that the light is still on behind our nameplate.
The UN rejected Moscow's call for a secret ballot on the draft resolution condemning Russia's annexation of Ukrainian territory. India, along with 106 other nations, voted against Russia.
The war in Ukraine should have been never started. But it will end one day. But when? At what cost? How many people will have died? How many families separated? How much more suffering endured?
Meanwhile, hundreds of people protested outside the Russian embassy in Warsaw, Poland, calling for Russia to be designated a terrorist state and for its diplomats to be expelled.
I don't know what Russians were aiming at, because this is a tourist spot. There are children and women here and people, civilians. There is no military men here whatsoever, and no military structures or objects. This is Danis Bakhmashuk, exclusive for India Today.
The anti-hijab resistance is not just raging in Iran, but it has now gone fully global. Different human rights organizations have been reporting on the deaths by the crackdown of security forces in the country, yet it remains equally violent, and women and even men in Iran continue to protest against the strict moral policing of hijab. Here's a report.
16-year-old Nika Shakarami burnt her hijab during a protest standing on a metal box. Hours later, she became the latest martyr of the anti-hijab protests in Iran. When I was on the phone with Nika, I could hear her and her friends shouting and talking about security agents. as if they were running away. Nika's phone was switched off right then. My daughter was killed the same day she went missing in the protests. Her body was handed to morgue on the same day. Coroner's office letter read that she was killed on the same day because of numerous blows to the head by a hard object. There was nothing else. I saw the body myself. But the Iranian regime claimed that Nika fell to her death from a high building while protesting. She is not alone. Another 16-year-old, Sarina Ismailzadeh, was killed on 23rd September in Karaj by baton blows of the security forces during an anti-hijab protest. 23-year-old Hadith Najafi was shot multiple times during demonstrations sparked by the death of young Masa Amini on 16th September. The 22-year-old was beaten and detained by the moral police and she died in custody. But the government of Iran claimed with a medical report that she died of prior cardiac disease, a claim that has been refuted by Masa's family.
Mahsa's death became a spark for this protest movement across Iran and Kurdistan.
Iran is burning with anti-hijab protests. The crackdown on protesters has been strict and violent. Human rights groups estimate dozens of protesters have been killed over the past 4 weeks. On 6th October, Amnesty International accused the Iranian security forces of having killed at least 66 people, including children, and wounding hundreds after they fired live round at the protesters and bystanders. Iranian state television suggested at least 41 people had been killed in the demonstrations as of 24th September alone. Whereas an Oslo-based group called the Iran Human Rights on 8th October reported at least 185 people, including at least 19 children, have been killed in the nationwide protest across Iran. Iranians living abroad have joined the protest through social media. The latest viral video is that of actor Elnaz Norozi. This Iranian living in India has put out a video saying, "My body, my choice." Elnaz strips on social media to protest against the hijab. She clarified her protest by saying she's not promoting nudity, but her protest is in favor of promoting freedom of choice. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, unimaginable savagery in Kerala occult murders. Women chopped, cooked and eaten for prosperity. More details ahead.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Sensational human sacrifice case in Kerala. Blood-curdling details emerge of the killing. 2 women killed, their blood sprayed all over the house. Accused couple ate women's body parts for wealth. The victims were tortured, tied to beds. This is the most shocking crime of 2022. Human sacrifice horror in Kerala.
Good evening and welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Unimaginable savagery in Kerala. Occult murders. Women chopped, cooked and eaten for prosperity. Brought in on the pretext of sex work. Victims chopped into 56 pieces. Main accused in Kerala occult murder, Shafi arrested. Cops say Shafi, who was a pervert and a psychopath, brainwashed the other accused couple into occult practices. Shocker from Karnataka's Chikmagaluru. Coffee estate owner locks up and tortures Dalit labourers. Mega India Today exclusive. Kharge's big attack on Tharoor. Kharge mocks lightweight Tharoor. Asked where was Tharoor when I was block chief. Asserts not answerable to Tharoor. He's not my examiner.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. He is not my examiner. I have come on my own from block president to this level. What Sashi Tharoor was there?
Language war reignites. Southern satraps slam Hindi imposition. Kumaraswamy launches Hindistan attack after Stalin's challenge. Kerala Chief Minister seeks PM Modi's intervention. Yatra versus Yatra fight escalates in Karnataka after BJP's Sankalp Yatra. Congress plans Rath Yatra before polls. The double murders in Kerala have sent shockwaves across the nation. 2 women, Roslyn and Padma, were lured and abducted by a tantric under the guise of money in exchange for sex work or blue films. But the details of their human sacrifice in an occult ritual at a couple's home in Kerala's Pantamathinta continues to unravel. Roslyn was lured with a promise of 10 lakh rupees for shooting blue films at the accused couple's home. There, her hands and legs were tied, after which tantric accused Shafi inserted a knife into her private parts. Her throat slit. Accused Bhagwal then cut off her breasts, stored them and buried her body parts. The other victim, Padma, was lured on the pretext of sex work for 15,000 rupees to the accused's home. In a similar fashion, her private parts were knifed, throat slit and then body chopped into 56 pieces. Padma's body parts were then buried into a hole in the House of Horrors.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് and the ownership of the Scorpio. It led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid. ഈ ഷാഫിനെ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഒന്നും പുറത്തേക്ക് വരുന്നില്ല. ഷാഫി later I'll tell you his type of personality. So ഷാഫിയുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ വരാത്ത കൊണ്ട് we had to resort to various other methods of scientific investigation like tower locations, CDRs and analysis, and there were several theories. We don't know what happened to the lady because we don't even know which kind of color saree she was wearing. Our sister's statement prakaram അവർ ചേച്ചി എന്താണ് കൊടുത്തത് പോലും അറിയില്ല. So that was the situation in this case.
Now, here are the details of the blood-curdling plot. In 2020, Mohammad Shafi creates a fake Facebook profile. He contacts Bhagwal, persuades him to meet him, promises to make him rich via rituals. In 2020 itself, Bhagwal and Leila meet Mohammad Shafi. Shafi says human sacrifice will make them rich. It was in June 2022. Roslyn, the victim, was lured for a blue film. In fact, she was beheaded then. Her body parts were cut, cooked and eaten. Subsequently, in August 2022, the couple contacts Shafi, asks about the wealth. Shafi says one more human sacrifice is needed. In the same month, August 2022, Padma, now the other victim, is lured into Pathamathitta for sex work. She is beheaded, her body parts cut, cooked and eaten. So that is in fact how this entire blood-curdling plot was hatched by the main accused, Mohammad Shafi, in this case, and then he lured in the other two accused as well to join him in this horrific crime. My colleague Shibi Mole is joining me live. In fact, she is at the crime scene itself. She's been reporting all morning from there. Shibi, in terms of the police cracking this case, how did they go about cracking this case? Because both the murders and the crimes were committed months apart from each other.
Paulami, what exactly happened was on 26th September, Padma went missing, who was the first, who is one of the victims here. She went missing and her sister filed a complaint with the Kadavandra police in Ernakulam. And the police, to figure out her and check the CCTV visuals, and in one of the CCTV visuals, it showed that Padma was taken in a white Scorpion car from Ernakulam to another place, and that's when the police chased the vehicle and came to Shafi, and that's when on questioning Shafi is when they understood that Padma was taken to Tiruvalla and offered as human sacrifice for gaining financial prosperity for a couple. And in the questioning that continued later with which revolved around the couple also, that's when more details got revealed and more details regarding Roslyn's murder was also unraveled. In fact, Roslyn went missing in June. Actually, on June 6th, she went missing, and she was in fact she was in a living together relationship with a man named Sajish, but he did not file a complaint or anything. Later, her daughter in August filed a complaint with the Kaladi police in Ernakulam, and that's when the Kaladi police was looking for Roslyn, but was not able to trace her because the murder took place around 3 months ago, and that's when based on the statements given by Shafi and the couple, the Kochi police came to a conclusion that, it was Roslyn who was also, there was Roslyn also who was murdered in June. And now the police have said that it was Padma's missing case that paved way, that was the turning point in this absolutely shocking murder case, the human sacrifice case, which has become completely, which has sent shocking waves and which is exactly unthinkable or unimaginable in a state like Kerala, which is always boasted of high literacy rate and all of that. Human sacrifice is not something that very commonly here taking place in Kerala, that people here are very much shocked. In fact, right before this, I was talking to a neighbor here who was telling me that this family has been very very close to all the people here over the years. This family had a reputation, not just Bhagwal Singh, but his family, his father, his brother, all of them are known as extremely great.
So they didn't basically let out anything. Nobody suspected anything. You earlier, of course, Shibi, were showing us the pictures of how close the neighbors, in fact, lived to that house of horrors itself, but they did not suspect anything this entire time. Shibi Mole there reporting from the crime scene. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. The spine-chilling details, in fact, of the Kerala occult murders have raised several questions on who the accused behind this heinous crime are. The main accused is Shafi, labelled a sexual predator and repeat offender by the Kochi police. It was Shafi who created a fake Facebook profile, posed as a tantric for wealth and prosperity, and lured the other accused couple, Bhagwal and Leila, into his plot for a human sacrifice. Shafi lured the two victims, Padma and Roslyn, to the accused's house in Kerala's Pathamathitta and slit their throats, buried knives into their private parts, and ultimately the burial of their body parts, among many other crimes, were committed. The accused couple, Bhagwal, he was a well-read poet, and along with his wife, they held the occult ritual of sacrificing Padma and Rosalind to garner wealth and prosperity. Leila claims, his wife claims, it was Shafi who guided the murders.
Main conspirator of this case is accused number 1, Shafi alias Rashid. Because നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒരു ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് ഇയാൾ പഠിച്ചത് 6ാം ക്ലാസ്സാണ്. ഇയാൾ ചെയ്യാത്ത ജോലിയില്ല, ഇയാൾ താമസിക്കാത്ത ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ഇല്ല, ഇയാൾ കറങ്ങാത്ത സ്ഥലമില്ല. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റിയാണ്. കല്യാണമായി കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇയാൾക്കൊരു പെർവേർട്ടാണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി പിന്നീട് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷനിൽ. So he actually designed the conspiracy. He trapped A2 and A3 into believing that human sacrifice is needed for their financial well-being. So ഈ ഒരു ട്രാപ്പിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇവരെ ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടുവരുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ട് ഈ ആദ്യത്തെ വിക്ടിം, നമ്മുടെ കടവന്തര കേസിന്റെ വിക്ടിം, ഫസ്റ്റ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് കേസ് കടവന്തര കേസ് വിക്ടിം അങ്ങോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയി അവർക്കൊരു ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് കൊടുക്കുമെന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇവരെ കൊന്നു. അവിടെ പീസ് ആക്കി പൊഴിച്ചു. അതിന്റെ ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഒരു കേസ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നമുക്കൊരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കിട്ടി. ആ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ബേസിസിൽ രണ്ടാമത്തെ കേസ് കൂടി നമ്മൾ ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്തു. ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവൽ സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്. ഇയാളൊരു ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിന്റെ ഒരു സ്റ്റോറി ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യും.
Experts have weighed in on the shocking killings in Kerala, decoding the mind of a murderer. Listen in.
Dr. Yashasri, a quick word from you. What do you think has gone in the back of this man's head while carrying out this premeditated murder? It appears that he had no regard for the law, absolutely no empathy, shallow emotions. There's no fear whatsoever. So he's very well planned this for a few years and carried out the crime for his satisfaction. Whatever it is, do tell us, what do you think was going on his mind?
Yeah, nowadays these cases are increasing a lot. So maybe the criminal mind is also playing role, but there is a lack in the barriers which are playing role in the society. Means when the man was planning this, there should be barriers in between the society who could have prevented this murder. So there is absolutely lack of these barriers, as well as the mental health providers. They are also lacking somewhere. They are not able to reach to such people which are psychopaths, and the psychopaths are also, because of the stigma attached to the psychiatry branch, they are not paying attention to their mental health, not going to the psychiatrist to take the help, and because of which both the criminal mind and as well as mental health factors might be playing a role, because of which such tragedy has happened.
The couple, Bhagwal Singh as well as his wife Leila, both of them carried out this murder on the actual instructions of the tantric. So all three, I believe, have some issue going on in their brains for the last few years, that they actually believe that this was the best way to win prosperity. Absolute disregard for the law.
Thank you for inviting me. First of all, this is a organized crime, the tantrics, and they who have carried out homicide, sexual assaults. And what I know about them is that they have a lot of persuasive power and charm in terms of convincing people, and specifically they target, they zero down those who are vulnerable. And when they they do that, they are able to erase all kinds of doubts from the person's mind and make him believe that. So therefore, they have a lot of persuasive power. They have a lot of charm. It's called a psychopathic charm with which you kind of, approach gullible people and make them believe that what they are saying. So they follow you blindly and even fall down a precipice. That's the kind of personality he would have. The crime that you are talking about, it's an organized crime. The planning goes on at a very in-depth level, and it is something that is very detailed, to which the person pays attention to. The third is that it is the high point of his life. Every time he commits a crime, he gets a high, and he does not get high from anything else.
So here's what actually happened. In June 2022, Roslyn, one of the victims, was promised 10 lakh rupees for a role in a blue film. Roslyn was then, when she in fact reached the house of the accused, was tied up to the bed for this blue film role, she was allegedly told. Leila, Shafi and Bhagwal were standing by over there. Leila then stabbed Roslyn's private parts, slit her throat as well. Bhagwal then cut off Roslyn's breasts and stored them. Roslyn's body parts were cooked and eaten as well, as per reports, and this is what happened with her. There was another victim in this case as well. This happened in August 2022. The other victim in this case was Padma. Padma was promised 15,000 rupees for sex work. She in fact was strangulated with a plastic rope. It was when she reached the house of the accused, the house of horrors. Shafi, the main accused in this case, then stabbed Padma in her private parts and slit her throat as well. Padma's body was then chopped into 56 parts by the accused in this case. Padma's body parts were cooked and eaten as well, as per reports, and then these body parts were buried near the house of horrors that we're talking about. Now, the Kerala human sacrifice has sparked a massive political storm. The opposition, BJP, has alleged that the accused, Bhagwal Singh, who carried out the gruesome murders with his wife, is a left party worker and came down heavily on the Vijayan government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government. The CPIM, in fact, too, one of their leaders has claimed that Bhagwal Singh was affiliated to the party and was working secretly for it. So he confirms it. The Saffron Party, BJP, accused the Kerala government of not acting against its own party worker and demanded a proper probe into this case. Meanwhile, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan expressed grief over the incident and promised strict action.
ഒരു നല്ല CPM-ന്റെ പഴയ കാലം മുതലുള്ളൊരു അനുഭാവിയായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുക, പ്രദേശത്ത് അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് പ്രവർത്തകനായിട്ടൊക്കെ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നിരുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരൻ എന്ന നിലയിലല്ല നാട്ടിൽ അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു പാരമ്പര്യമായ ഒരു വൈദ്യ കുടുംബത്തിലാണ്. ആ വൈദ്യൻ എന്ന നിലയിലാണ് ഭഗത് സിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടുത്തെ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വൈദ്യൻ എന്ന നിലയിലാണ് അറിയപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഒരു വലിയ പ്രോഗ്രസീവായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ക്യാരക്ടറായിരുന്നു മുമ്പുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. കാലക്രമമായിട്ട് കുറേ ഘട്ടങ്ങൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ് സമീപകാലത്ത് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം കൂടുതൽ ഭക്തി മാർഗത്തിലേക്കാണ് പോകുന്നത്. അത് നമുക്കറിയില്ല. കാര്യം അദ്ദേഹം പാർട്ടി രംഗത്തൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ വേറെ സമരം തിരക്കുന്നില്ല.
We heard this news. That was very shocking. We never expect this type of incident in this place. I represent this ward, so I know him last 40 years. He is a social and a political worker. How he came in this type of incidents, we doesn't know. He is representing CPM branch committee member, and he is a political CPM political worker.
വളരെ ദുരൂഹമായ പല കാര്യങ്ങളുമാണ് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ നരബലി നടത്തിയതിന് പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ആളുകൾക്ക് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള സാമൂഹ്യവും രാഷ്ട്രീയവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള ബന്ധങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു CPM പ്രവർത്തകനാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കണ്ണിയായി ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. മാത്രമല്ല, മതഭീകരവാദ ശക്തികളുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം രാജ്യത്തും ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ പല ഭാഗങ്ങളിലും നടന്നതുപോലെ പ്രാകൃതമായിട്ടുള്ള നടപടികൾ ഇത്തരം സംഭവങ്ങളിൽ അവിടെയൊക്കെ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് സമാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിലേക്കാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്തവരും ഇത് നടത്തിയവരും അവരുടെ എല്ലാം പശ്ചാത്തലം വിശദമായിട്ട് പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പുറത്തു വരുന്ന വാർത്തകൾ, ലഭ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള വാർത്തകൾ ഞെട്ടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഇതിന് പിന്നിൽ
I am not sure whether only 2 such incidents have happened. Many more such incidents could have happened. We are not sure. So there should be a thorough investigation on the whole issue. The surprising thing and shocking thing is that a member of the ruling party, CPIM, he is an active office bearer. He is found to be accused in this issue. In Kerala, normally CPIM members can get away with any crime. That is the situation in Kerala.
केरला के CPIM के एक कार्यकर्ता ने जिस तरीके 2 औरतें पद्मा और रोसलिन का मानव बलि देकर कत्लेआम किया, इतना बेरहमी से उनका कत्लेआम किया गया, और ये भगवंत जो अपने आप को CPIM का कार्यकर्ता बताता है, इसके साथी जो इसके साथ थे इसका कुक्रम के अंदर, इतना बड़ा पाप करने पे आज भी केरला में सरकार मौन बैठी है। सरकार अपने लोगों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही, निरंतर वहां कत्लेआम किया जा रहा है, और ये तो सभी कत्लेआमों की सीमाओं को पार करके ऐसा पाप करने वालों के खिलाफ सरकार कब कार्रवाई करेगी, इसका जवाब दे।
This incident from Kerala, which has shaken the conscience not just of the state of Kerala but of entire India, where a human sacrifice was made of 2 women, and now it is seen that the accused has links with the ruling dispensation and also with radical elements. The question is that why is the law and order situation become in Kerala such that members of the ruling dispensation can be allowed to get away with such kinds of activities? Will this entire lobby of so-called secularists and liberals go to Kerala and demand answers from Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, or will they maintain a convenient silence?
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, TMC wages war against the BJP over reports of BCCI President Saurav Ganguly being allegedly dropped.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. With reports of former Indian cricketer Roger Binney replacing Sourav Ganguly as BCCI president doing rounds, a political tussle has just kicked off in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress attacked the BJP over the issue, stating Ganguly was a victim of political vendetta. TMC MP Shantanu Sen stated Ganguly is set to lose out on the BCCI top job because he did not join the BJP. TMC also claimed that the Saffron Party wanted to pit Dada against Mamata Banerjee in the 2021 Assembly polls. Remember, Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah had visited Sourav Ganguly's residence during the polls in 2021, slamming the TMC for its take on the presidential elections of BCCI. BJP's Dilip Ghosh accused it of politicizing the development. Ghosh stated that ones who are asking this question have done nothing for sportsmen in Bengal.
The London Home Minister Amit Shah came to the house of Sourav Ganguly and had a full dinner. We also came to know that Sourav Ganguly was approached repeatedly to join BJP. Probably as because he hasn't joined BJP and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
नहीं, प्रश्न जे लोग उठा रहे हैं टीएमसी के लोग केवल राजनीति करते हैं। बंगाल एक समय खेल में सबसे आगे था, आज बंगाल खेल में कहाँ है? फुटबॉल, क्रिकेट, जहाँ सौरभ जैसा क्रिकेटर हमको मिला है वो क्रिकेट कहाँ है आज? कितने क्रिकेटर बंगाल के नेशनल टीम में हैं, कितने फुटबॉलर नेशनल टीम में हैं? बंगाल फुटबॉल का क्या हाल है? दूसरे खेल का तो छोड़ ही दीजिए, ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं। जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है। समझ सकते हैं। जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज़ नहीं उठाया वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं। क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे, यही तो होता है सब जगह, उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
Former India all-rounder Roger Binney is set to replace Sourav Ganguly as the new BCCI president, with Jai Shah keeping his place as the secretary. The nominations for the post of 5 office bearers have already been filed, and Arun Dhumal has bagged the key post of IPL chairman. Here's a full report.
The power struggle for the plum BCCI post is now over. The men who will run Indian cricket for the next 3 years have been selected, and the BCCI will now have a new chief in Roger Binney. The former India all-rounder replaces another ex-India cricketer, Sourav Ganguly, who has been completely ignored from the list of office bearers. Jai Shah will continue to remain in his position as the board secretary, with BJP politician Ashish Shelar making his debut in the board as its treasurer. While the election process has already been set in motion, the official appointments will be announced on October 18th at the BCCI AGM. Arun Dhumal, brother of INB Minister Anurag Thakur, has been handed the responsibility of the IPL as its new chairman, taking over from Brijesh Patel. Last week, an important meeting was held in the capital with all the key BCCI members present, where the road ahead was discussed and the list of the office bearers was finalized late on Monday night in Mumbai. Rajya Sabha MP Rajiv Shukla has also managed to keep his place as the vice president, while Devojit Saikia will be the new joint secretary.
नहीं, आईसीसी का तो 18 तारीख के एजीएम में तय होगा, कौन रिप्रेजेंटेटिव होगा, क्या होगा, उसमें तय होगा। ये संस्था को चलाने के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज है अगर हम सहमति से लोगों का जो है चयन हो जाए, चुनाव हो जाए, इससे बढ़िया कोई बात नहीं होती है।
All the office bearers have already filed their nominations and will be elected unopposed to run the office for the next 3 years. Ganguly perhaps is the only one to be left out, although it is learned that he was keen to continue as the board chief. However, the decision has left him disappointed, and the only key position that he can now eye is that of ICC chairman. But the top BCCI and government hierarchy may not roll out a red carpet for him. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Slipping into a short break. Coming up next, BJP steps up attack on Congress in Karnataka 2 days before Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
News coming in right now. Another poster war erupts in Karnataka. Pro-Kannada groups raise objection to Rahul's posters printed in English and put up in Chitradurga district. Rahul is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka. Demand for Kannada inclusion in the posters. Those images coming in from Chitradurga district in Karnataka, where the Congress is on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. A poster war, this time where pro-Kannada groups raise objection to Rahul Gandhi's posters that have been printed in English and put up in Chitradurga district. Rahul is, of course, leading that Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka. The demand is for Kannada inclusion in the posters. Now, 2 days before the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Bellary district in Karnataka, the BJP is stepping up its attack against the Congress. Chief Minister Bommai has fired a fresh salvo at the Congress, which has levelled corruption charges against the BJP. Bommai says he will conduct a BAP of inquiries into the alleged scams during the Congress government. BJP workers also put up PFI Bhagya posters with former Chief Minister Siddaramaya's image in Molakalmuru and also other towns near Chitradurga Bellary border. The posters are part of BJP's counter-attack against the Congress, alleging that the Siddaramaya-led Congress government previously had withdrawn over 1,600 cases filed against the Popular Front of India workers while they were in power. Meanwhile, Bellary District's Municipal Corporation has removed Congress hoardings that were allegedly put up without permission ahead of the Bharat Jodo Yatra in the district. Now, the Congress says when BJP installs banners, they have no restrictions. Then why question the Congress party and have such restrictions when the Congress, in fact, puts up banners?
ನಿಮ್ದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ರಿಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ನ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಿಐಜಿನೇ ಲೀಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಯ್ತು, ಎಫ್ಐಆರ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ರು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗ ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ರಿ. ಟೀಚರ್ ರಿಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಕೊಡದವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೌಕರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ನೌಕರಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯ. ಇವರು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟ ನೌಕರಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತವ್ರು. ದಿಂಬು ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲಲ್ರಿ, ಹಾಸಿಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ದಿಂಬು ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. SC/ST ಜನಾಂಗದ 36,000 ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಒಂದೇ ದಿವಸ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಬಿಲ್ ತೆಗೆದ್ರಿ.
Remember that there are two parallel yatras that are currently underway in the state of Karnataka. One is, of course, the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra that has in fact entered the state of Karnataka, is on its Karnataka leg as we speak. And then there is the yatra that the BJP is leading, led by one of its senior most leaders in the state and former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. Earlier, you of course heard from Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai over there, in fact listing out the alleged scams during the previous Siddaramaiah-led Congress government in the state of Karnataka, saying, well, they keep challenging us, why don't you conduct inquiries? We will conduct the barp of all inquiries, fear not, is what Bommai has challenged the Congress with. But those images, of course, coming in from Bellary, where in fact posters of the Congress party were brought down as well. The corporation, in fact, the municipal corporation removed those hoardings that the Congress party had put up allegedly without any permission ahead of the Bharat Jodo Yatra entering the district of Bellary. The Congress, of course, alleged that the BJP is allowed. It's only the Congress that faces restrictions. News coming in right now. Siddaramaiah has tweeted, and I quote over here, "My two challenges to the former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa and the current Chief Minister B. Bommai, who are going on a Jan Sankalp Yatra. 1. Leave the car jeep for 4 kilometers. Walk without stumbling. 2. Give a speech for 5 minutes without naming Siddaramaiah," unquote. So the war of words between the two sides, Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, there of course only escalating as both parties are currently engaged in a war of yatras as well. Now, former Chief Minister of the state and Congress leader Siddaramaiah has tweeted, and I quote over here, "My two challenges to the former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa and the current Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, who are going on a Janasankalp Yatra. 1. Leave the car jeep for 4 kilometers. Walk without stumbling. 2. Give a speech for 5 minutes without naming Siddaramaiah," unquote. Remember, the BJP, of course, is on that yatra. Those images from that Janasankalp Yatra, which started yesterday, you can see former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa and the current Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai there. On that yatra, Siddaramaiah has challenged them to leave their car/jeep and just walk for 4 kilometers. Remember that Rahul Gandhi has been on a Padayatra as part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra for a few days now. Earlier it was the state of Kerala. He has entered the Karnataka leg. So that is, of course, former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's challenge to the BJP. And also, he says, give a speech for 5 minutes without naming Siddaramaiah. The attack has been from Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai against former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, saying they keep, in fact, saying, why don't you conduct inquiries if indeed there have been so many alleged scams during the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government. Bommai, in fact, stated, well, don't you worry, there will be a barp of all inquiries. Shifting focus now, the Congress presidential race is heating up. Speaking to India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, Mallikarjun Kharge spoke on his rival in the presidential race, Shashi Tharoor. Listen in.
Sir, but Shashi Tharoor is saying that he wants to do away with the high command culture because earlier it was working well for the party, but now it's not working for the party, and that's why he wants to democratize and embolden the delegates and the workers.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. I am not, I am not, he is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time? Was there? See, these things just questioning. He is telling like that. I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views. I don't want to comment on that.
He's talking about change.
No.
Think tomorrow.
Whatever he wants, he can tell. But my manifesto, my the agenda is whatever decisions we have taken in Udaipur declaration, that I will implement it. And those declarations were taken into consideration, consulting all the senior leaders, experts.
Because
and that is my agenda.
A major controversy has broken out over a parliamentary committee's recommendation on medium of instruction. The committee has recommended the use of Hindi as the medium of instruction in Hindi-speaking states and local regional languages in other states. The report recommends that Hindi be the medium of instruction in IIT, IIM and central universities. Leaders from the southern states have hit out at the centre, enforcing one nation, one language, one religion, one food and one culture, allegedly. From H.D. Kumaraswamy in Karnataka to M.K. Stalin in Tamil Nadu, leaders have labelled it another bid by the centre to impose Hindi. Pinarayi Vijayan, Kerala Chief Minister, wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi asking him to intervene in the matter. The southern leaders have claimed that the use of Hindi in higher education institutions would affect those students for those seeking premier education across the country.
There were many other languages in the country. 22 languages are listed in the constitution, and the states were divided into linguistic states so that the linguistic identity will be protected. And we are Tamils. We have a language of our own, and our language, the state was carved from the Dravidian land as a Tamil state. Why should you impose Hindi on us? We are not in UP, we are not in MP, we are not in Bihar.
You cannot enforce that language on us. We have our own languages, the southern states, which are classical languages. What does the term classical tag mean? It means that they have been in existence for over 2000 years. We have our own script, we have our own history, we have our own culture, and that needs to be preserved too. So what does the Prime Minister, why the duplicity in Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat when he says that you should encourage local language and all that, but when the Gazette comes out, when the notifications come out, it's about Hindi imposition. We will not allow this.
The so-called language war is being tutored by the Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin. In order to hide the problems within the DMK and in order to hide their inability to run the government, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has been levelling unnecessary and unwanted allegations against the central government and also this committee.
हिंदी जो है वो कभी भी किसी भी क्षेत्रीय भाषा पर हावी नहीं हुई है। अब कुछ लोगों को हिंदी से अदावत है और जब हिंदी से अदावत करते हैं तो हिंदी को लेकर के बगावत शुरू कर देते हैं। ये ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हिंदी सभी भाषाओं को, सभी क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं को, सभी जो स्थानीय भाषाएं हैं उन भाषाओं को ताकत देने की भाषा है, उनके प्रश्रय देने की भाषा है और हिंदी कभी भी जो है वो टकराव और बिखराव की भाषा नहीं न रही है न होगी।
जो क्षेत्रीय मातृभाषाएं हैं उनका पूरा सम्मान देने की बात कही है और हमारा कर्तव्य और व्यवहार जो माननीय मोदी जी का है वो भी उसी के अनुरूप है। केरल के मुख्यमंत्री इस प्रकार की बयानबाजी करके देश को गुमराह कर रहे हैं। हम केवल ये चाहते हैं कि अंग्रेजी भाषा जानी चाहिए। हम चाहते हैं चाहे तमिल हो, चाहे कन्नड़ हो, चाहे देश की अन्य जितनी भी भाषाएं हैं, हिंदी के साथ साथ सभी भाषाएं समृद्ध हों, तभी देश जो है देश की एकता रहेगी और उसी को हम बढ़ावा देना चाहते हैं।
News coming in right now. Wrestler Sushil Kumar to face trial for murder, attempt to murder, rioting, unlawful assembly and criminal conspiracy in case relating to Sagar Dhankar murder at the Chhatrasal Stadium. My colleague Arvind Oja is now joining us live on this story. Arvind, डिटेल्स बताइए, किस तरह के चार्जेस लाए गए हैं? जो चार्जशीट में सुशील कुमार के खिलाफ क्या कहा था पुलिस ने?
देखिए, ये एक बड़ा सेटबैक है ओलंपियन पहलवान जो सुशील कुमार हैं उनके लिए, क्योंकि अब रोहिणी कोर्ट ने ट्रायल में चार्जेस फ्रेम कर दिए हैं उनके खिलाफ। 300 मर्डर का केस अब उन पर चलेगा और उसके अलावा अटेम्प्ट टू मर्डर का केस, रॉयटिंग का केस, उसके अलावा अनलॉफुल असेंबली का केस, ये तमाम ऐसे केस हैं। उसके अलावा क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी का केस, ये अब उनके ऊपर चलेगा, फेस करना पड़ेगा। हालांकि जो सुशील कुमार के वकील है उन्होंने रोहिणी कोर्ट में ये दलील दी कि ये 302 का केस नहीं चलता और उसको लेकर लंबी बहस चली, लेकिन आखिरकार कोर्ट ने 302, 307, 120B यानी क्रिमिनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तहत ट्रायल करने का आदेश दिया। एक तरीके से आरोप तय कर दिया। इसी 302 पर ही यानी हत्या के केस पर का केस चलेगा सुशील कुमार पर। सागर धनखड़ जो जूनियर पहलवान थे, रेसलर, उनकी दिल्ली में बेरहमी से हत्या कर दी गई थी। उनको पहले अबडक्ट किया गया था, उसके बाद उनकी बुरी तरह से सुशील कुमार और उनके साथियों ने पिटाई की थी, जिसका सीसीटीवी भी सामने आया था। उस केस में दिल्ली पुलिस ने चार्जशीट दाखिल की थी, रोहिणी कोर्ट में अदालत ने सुनवाई की और उसके बाद अब ये तय हुआ है कि सुशील कुमार समेत कुल जो 17 अक्यूज्ड हैं उनके खिलाफ 302 हत्या का केस चलेगा। बोलमी
जी अरविंद, शुक्रिया सारी जानकारी के लिए। Let's take a look at the other top national stories now. Days after Prime Minister Modi launched 5G services, slow rollout of this technology has left the centre worried, and key telecom department and mobile makers have been called for a meeting. The government is seeking swift 5G technology updates after auctions were successful, but telecom companies have failed to meet the demand. After demanding filmmaker Sajid Khan's removal from the Big Boss house over Me Too sexual assault allegations, rape threats have been issued to Delhi Women's Panel Chief Swati Maliwal. She stated that she received the rape threats on social media after questioning Sajid's induction into the reality TV show. Amid the Yogi government's crackdown on illegal madrasas, a shocking 585 illegal madrasas were discovered in Moradabad alone, while 103 illegal madrasas were discovered in Aligarh. But a Samajwadi Party MLA stoked a big row after claiming that a ban on madrasas will ensure Har Ghar Madrasa. Rahul Gandhi and company will be reaching Bellary in Karnataka on the 14th of October for the party's Bharat Jodo Yatra, and ahead of this visit, a mega poster war has erupted once again. Congress leaders cried outrage against municipal corporation officials for removing their flexes in Bellary and labelled them BJP agents. The officials, however, claimed that no permission was acquired for these flexes. Andhra Pradesh is reeling under heavy rainfall. Several colonies in Anantapur district have been submerged due to flash floods, and evacuation of residents is being carried out. Rescue operations are also underway to curb any further danger to residents. Shifting focus now, the anti-hijab resistance is not just raging in Iran, but it has now gone fully global. Different human rights organizations have been reporting on the deaths by the crackdown of security forces in the country, yet it remains equally violent, and women and even men in Iran continue to protest against the strict moral policing of hijab. Here's a report.
16-year-old Nikasha Karami burnt her hijab during a protest standing on a metal box. Hours later, she became the latest martyr of the anti-hijab protests in Iran. When I was on the phone with Nika, I could hear her and her friends shouting and talking about security agents, as if they were running away. Nika's phone was switched off
right then. My daughter was killed the same day she went missing in the protests. Her body was handed to morgue on the same day. Coroner's office letter read that she was killed on the same day because of numerous blows to the head by a hard object. There was nothing else. I saw the body myself. But the Iranian regime claimed that Nika fell to her death from a high building while protesting. She is not alone. Another 16-year-old, Sarina Ismailzadeh, was killed on 23rd September in Karaj by baton blows of the security forces during an anti-hijab protest. 23-year-old Hadis Najafi was shot multiple times during demonstrations sparked by the death of young Masa Amini on 16th September. The 22-year-old was beaten and detained by the moral police and she died in custody. But the government of Iran claimed with a medical report that she died of prior cardiac disease, a claim that has been refuted by Masa's family.
Mahsa's death became a spark for this protest movement across Iran and Kurdistan.
Iran is burning with anti-hijab protests. The crackdown on protesters has been strict and violent. Human rights groups estimate dozens of protesters have been killed over the past 4 weeks. On 6th October, Amnesty International accused the Iranian security forces of having killed at least 66 people, including children, and wounding hundreds after they fired live round at the protesters and bystanders. Iranian state television suggested at least 41 people had been killed in the demonstrations as of 24th September alone. Whereas, an Oslo-based group called the Iran Human Rights on 8th October reported at least 185 people, including at least 19 children, have been killed in the nationwide protest across Iran. Iranians living abroad have joined the protest through social media. The latest viral video is that of actor Elnaz Norozi. This Iranian living in India has put out a video saying, "My body, my choice." Elnaz strips on social media to protest against the hijab. She clarified her protest by saying she's not promoting nudity, but her protest is in favor of promoting freedom of choice. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
A gruesome human sacrifice in Kerala's Pattamatitta has sent shockwaves across the nation. Lured and abducted, two victims, Roslyn and Padma's throats were slit, bodies chopped into pieces and then beheaded by the accused who believed it would help them garner wealth and prosperity. Two Karnataka BJP leaders are now demanding revoking of reservations given to Muslims and Christians under the OBC Act. The leaders have also asserted that reservations should instead be given to Brahmins, Lingayats, Kurubas, Lingayat Panchamasali and Marathi communities. Meanwhile, the Congress has slammed the BJP, accusing it of polarizing society. A major controversy has broken out over a parliamentary committee's recommendation on medium of instruction. The committee has recommended the use of Hindi as the medium of instruction in Hindi-speaking states and local regional languages in other states. Meanwhile, leaders from southern states have hit out at the centre, enforcing their one nation, one language, one religion, one food and one culture policy, allegedly. With reports of former Indian cricketer Roger Binney replacing Sourav Ganguly as BCCI president doing rounds, a political tussle has just kicked off in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress attacked the BJP over the issue, stating Ganguly was a victim of political vendetta. Slamming the TMC for its take on the presidential elections of BCCI, BJP's Dilip Ghosh accused it of politicizing the development.
Audiatron. Will BCCI show door to Dada? Will Binny be the new Dada of BCCI? Why is Ganguly being shunted? Decoding BCCI Game of Thrones. Our top focus on 5 Live.
And there's plenty of politics over the BCCI Game of Thrones. Dada being shunted, Roger Binny all set to be the new Dada after his nomination. What is the reasoning behind this top-level change of guard in the world's richest cricket administrating body, India's very own BCCI? We're going to decode it for you right here on 5 Live. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Unimaginable savagery in Kerala occult murders. Women chopped, cooked and eaten, apparently for prosperity. Brought in on pretext of sex work. Victims chopped into 56 pieces. Allegations of cannibalism as well. Shocker from Karnataka's Chikmagalur. Coffee estate owner locks up and tortures Dalit laborers. Video sparks massive outrage. Mega India Today exclusive. Mallikarjun Kharge's big attack on rival Shashi Tharoor in the race for the Congress presidency. Kharge mocks lightweight Tharoor, asks, where was Tharoor when I was the block chief? Says, I am not answerable to Tharoor, he is not my examiner.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. He is not my examiner. I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there?
Language war reignites. Southern satraps slam Hindi imposition decisions. Kumaraswamy launches Hindustan attack after Stalin's challenge. Kerala Chief Minister seeks Prime Minister Modi's intervention. Yatra versus Yatra fight escalates in poll-bound Karnataka after BJP's Jan Sankalp Yatra. Congress plans Rath Yatra before the election 7 months from now. He's a man who needs no introduction. He's a man famous for the 1983 victory. Former India all-rounder Roger Binny is the man set to replace Sourav Ganguly as the new president of the Board of Control for Cricket in India, the BCCI, the world's richest and most powerful cricket administration body. With Jai Shah keeping his place as the secretary, the presidential chair is about to change, with Dada, Sourav Ganguly, being shunted and Roger Binny tipped to take his place. The nominations for the post of 5 office bearers of the BCCI have already been filed, and Arun Dhumal has bagged the key post of IPL chairman, which is something that Sourav Ganguly had rejected. Here's the full report on this Game of Thrones.
The power struggle for the plum BCCI post is now over. The men who will run Indian cricket for the next 3 years have been selected, and the BCCI will now have a new chief in Roger Binny. The former India all-rounder replaces another ex-India cricketer, Sourav Ganguly, who has been completely ignored from the list of office bearers. Jai Shah will continue to remain in his position as the board secretary, with BJP politician Ashish Shelar making his debut in the board as its treasurer. While the election process has already been set in motion, the official appointments will be announced on October 18th at the BCCI AGM. Arun Dhumal, brother of INB Minister Anurag Thakur, has been handed the responsibility of the IPL as its new chairman, taking over from Brijesh Patel. Last week, an important meeting was held in the capital with all the key BCCI members present, where the road ahead was discussed and the list of the office bearers was finalized late on Monday night in Mumbai. Rajya Sabha MP Rajiv Shukla has also managed to keep his place as the vice president, while Devojit Saikia will be the new joint secretary.
नहीं, आईसीसी का तो 18 तारीख के एजीएम में तय होगा, कौन रिप्रेजेंटेटिव होगा, क्या होगा, उसमें तय होगा। ये संस्था को चलाने के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज है अगर हम सहमति से लोगों का जो है चयन हो जाए, चुनाव हो जाए, इससे बढ़िया कोई बात नहीं होती है।
All the office bearers have already filed their nominations and will be elected unopposed to run the office for the next 3 years. Ganguly perhaps is the only one to be left out, although it is learned that he was keen to continue as the board chief. However, the decision has left him disappointed, and the only key position that he can now eye is that of ICC chairman. But the top BCCI and government hierarchy may not roll out a red carpet for him. Sports Bureau, India Today.
And like I said, Roger Binny needs no introduction. He's a hero from India's great cricketing past. And here is Roger Binny's ascent to the top for those who need a reminder of this. Remember, he was favoured by the N. Srinivasan camp. He's a former player of repute, World Cup winner, part of that famous 1983 team. He has past experience as selector and administrator. He has a clean image, considered a man of integrity, uncontroversial, not someone you see in the headlines, for reasons right or wrong. A person who is seen to have integrity and could be a kind of refreshing face, as it were, for the presidency of the BCCI. Not that Sourav Ganguly was not, but there is a perception that Roger Binny would be a breath of fresh air at the top of the BCCI. Joining us live is Nikhil Naz, a consulting editor on our sports desk. Nikhil, what are you making of this nomination in? Roger Binny already being seen as, pretty much confirmed. Why has this happened, first of all, Nikhil? Explain to us why this change was deemed necessary.
Well, Shiv, firstly, I mean, this is a very different BCCI to the BCCI that I've covered for close to 2 decades. BCCI elections were always as exciting as, sometime national elections as well, because there was a lot of lobbying that would go on days before the elections came. Then, even before the election started, you wouldn't know that who's the one who's going to be elected. You went into the AGM, and only after hours of negotiation and a lot of voting, you would get to know who's the one who's coming out as a BCCI president. This BCCI has seen a sea change. We saw it last time around, and I think at that time, Sourav Ganguly emerged as the consensus candidate only because, remember, of the turmoil that the BCCI went through right before that. You had the Committee of Administrators, you had the constitution completely revamped, and from there on, I think there was this sort of an understanding within the BCCI that you really need to fix the image of the BCCI. So one of the things that they've done is to ensure that you have a player as the BCCI president. Remember, last time around as well, Sourav Ganguly's name wasn't doing the run. In fact, it was only at the 11th hour that it was decided that it's best to go with someone like a Sourav Ganguly, a former captain who is also heading the Cricket Association of Bengal, as the chief. And I think something similar has happened this time around. As you mentioned, Roger Binny, a man of integrity, he's a cricketer of repute, and all of these things went into deciding that let's Roger Binny be the guy. But you mustn't forget that at the end of the day, it is going to be those 30 votes that decide who's going to be the candidate. And this time, why you're not going to have any elections? Because he's going to be unanimous, because he had the backing of a very powerful group of BCCI that is de facto headed by a former president, N. Srinivasan. He roughly controls about 14 votes, and that's going to be very, very crucial. This last time around, they had agreed on Sourav Ganguly's name, though I know that that camp wasn't very happy with Saurav's name. This time around, the other camp has conceded that, okay, let it be your candidate, and from there on, Roger Binny has emerged as the consensus candidate.
Where did things begin to unravel in your view, Nikhil, as far as Sourav was concerned? I mean, why did it need to happen and come to this point?
A few things that have gone into that, Shiv. Firstly, there was this criticism. Now we remember there was a meeting here in Delhi with a lot of very influential people, a lot of them who are going to be voters in the BCCI election. And at that time, a former BCCI president in N. Srinivasan is said to have criticized the 3 years regime of Sourav Ganguly. There were a few areas that were pointed out. One, it was said that, remember, he is also endorsing a lot of brands that are at the moment rival brands to the BCCI. So for example, if BCCI has got a set of sponsors, because Saurav Ganguly himself endorses a lot of brand because of the fact that he's been a former player, some of those are rival brand and that doesn't go down very well. Then there were conflict of interest charges. There were a few people within the BCCI, as I said, that faction led by N. Srinivasan, that said that, listen, we are not happy with the time that he spent as BCCI president. Also, the other thing that was pointed out, that it's unprecedented. It's very rare do you have in BCCI that one person continues for 2 back-to-back terms. And so since Saurav has done this one term, it's best to look for another candidate. I think sometime there are these sort of compromises that are made, that you go in with one faction for one position and the other faction for the other position. And that's the internal politics that's actually played out here. And that is why they thought that it's best not to go with Saurav Ganguly. However, to please Saurav, there was an offer made that why doesn't he then become the chairman of the IPL? But Saurav at that time is said to have said that no, I've already been BCCI president. I want to continue. Saurav made that very clear. He wanted to continue. But if you're going to make me a head of a subcommittee, that would be a step down from being a BCCI president. He refused that, and that's why that position has gone to Arun Dhumal.
Arun Dhumal is the new IPL chairman. Nikhil, thanks very much for that. So lots of internal politics brewing within the BCCI. Every bit as exciting as a national election, as Nikhil says, and he's been covering that for nearly 2 decades now. Well, there's a lot of external politics brewing around this entire issue as well. Remember, Saurav Ganguly belongs to Bengal, and Bengal politics has also entered the entire BCCI arena. Saurav Ganguly's exit as the BCCI president has triggered a war of words between West Bengal's ruling Trinamool, that makes Bengali identity its calling card, and the main opposition, the BJP. While the Trinamool has linked Ganguly's exit from the BCCI to his refusal to join the BJP last year before the Bengal elections, the Saffron Party, however, has dubbed the allegations as baseless, saying that they've never tried to induct the Prince of Kolkata, as Ganguly is fondly called by his supporters, into its fold. But where do things lie? Remember, there's never smoke without a fire, and there's no black and white here. Lots of politics. Check this out.
Amid reports predicting end of Dadagiri in BCCI and 1983 World Cup hero Roger Binney taking over from Saurav Ganguly, a massive political khela has erupted between TMC and BJP. BJP stalwarts, including Home Minister Amit Shah, had met Ganguly and lavished praises on him during the 2021 Bengal polls, leading to speculations of Dada joining the Saffron Party.
जब सौरव गांगुली क्रीज को पार कर जाते थे, तब लोग ये मान लेते थे कि हमारा सौरव गांगुली जो है छक्का मारेगा, सिक्सर मारेगा, और सौरव गांगुली सिक्सर मार देते थे.
While the claims came to a naught, now the TMC claims Ganguly is being ousted from the BCCI for declining the offer to join BJP and take on Mamata Banerjee.
Because he hasn't joined BJP, and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
अगर बीजेपी का इंटेंशन ऐसा है, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली मैलाफाइडी. अगर हमारा साथ दो, नहीं तो तुमको निकाल दिया जाएगा.
The BJP mocked TMC claims, saying Amit Shah had never asked Ganguly to join the BJP.
ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं. जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है, वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है. समझ सकते हैं. जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज़ नहीं उठाया, वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं. क्यों? तो टेन्यूर पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे. यही तो होता है सब जगह. उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
বাংলার দাদা সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলি যথেষ্ট আমরা তাকে নিয়ে বাঙালি হিসাবে গর্বিত. আজকে তিনি একটা জায়গায় বিসিসিআই ছিলেন, কালকে হয়তো আরও একটা অন্য কোনো আরও বড় পদে হয়তো তিনি যাবেন. ওনার জন্য অল দ্য বেস্ট বলবে. এখানে রাজনীতি নয়, বিজেপি কখনো এইসব নিয়ে রাজনীতি করে না. আর যারা পরিবারতন্ত্র নিয়ে কথা বলছে, নিজের মুখটা একবার আয়নায় দেখুক.
Reports claim that BCCI is unlikely to back Dada for a job at ICC too. Jai Shah, the secretary of the board and son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, however, has reportedly been retained as BCCI secretary. Is the former cricket captain the latest flashpoint in the great Bengal political khela? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, why has Sourav Ganguly's innings ended? Lots of politics taking place within Bengal, but remember, there are politics within the BCCI and outside. He's been criticized, for starters, for non-performance. 2 full terms back-to-back seen as unprecedented for the position of BCCI president. Sourav Ganguly has been criticized for endorsing rival brands of BCCI's principal sponsors. That did not go down well with the powers that be. Former BCCI President N. Srinivasan camp has been critical of Sourav Ganguly, and as Nikhil just told us, the N. Srinivasan camp controls, roughly 14 of the 30 votes that go into choosing who becomes the next president of the BCCI. But the entire Prince of Calcutta, who was shunted by the government at the center because Sourav Ganguly refused to join the BJP in 2021 before the Bengal elections, is being seen as a political flashpoint, and that's what the Trinamool is alleging. Suryagni Roy joins me live from Kolkata. Suryagni, Sourav Ganguly, cricket, BCCI, all very explosive topics, and this time the Trinamool pointing a finger directly at the BJP and saying, you are getting rid of Dada because he refused to toe your line and join your party before the elections, and this is against Bengali culture also. So this has become a Trinamool BJP fight also, Suryagni.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. As you rightly pointed out, the external politics is, it's as interesting as the internal politics in BCCI. Yeah. Now, taking a cue from your question, this is what the Trinamool has been, stating since yesterday. Their main claim is that, we all were witness to the fact that Amit Shah and an array of senior BJP leadership did visit Sourav Ganguly's residence. Amit Shah even checked on his health when he was hospitalized in January 2021, and it was an open secret that the BJP was looking for a very prominent face from West Bengal. However, the BJP on record, they have never accepted that it was Sourav Ganguly, and coming back to Sourav never accepted that he got an offer of that kind of a sort. But today, since yesterday, Trinamool has been hitting it hard against the BJP, stating that back in 2021, when the elections were around the corner, the BJP wanted to rope in Sourav Ganguly and to portray the Dharti Putra angle. And that is when he had turned it down, and this is the repercussion of that turning down. This is what the Trinamool is claiming. Not one leader, but various leaders. Today, we spoke to Madan Mitra. He's known to be very close to Sourav Ganguly. He was the former, sports minister of West Bengal. He made a comparison between Mithun and Sourav Ganguly, both big time, big ticket icons from West Bengal, and there's a lot of emotions associated with both Mithun and with Ganguly as well. Now, what he said, clearly he indicated that what Mithun could do for BJP, Sourav could not, and that is the reason why, Sourav was asked to leave. So this is what the Trinamool Congress is claiming from yesterday. However, when it comes to the BJP is slamming the Trinamool as hard as the Trinamool is slamming them. They are stating that there are bodies, there are sports bodies which are controlled by Mamta's own kin, Mamta's own brother. And there are various sports people who have left the state because of a lack of infrastructure over here. So this is what the BJP is hitting at, and the political fist fight has just begun, and we are still waiting for a reaction from Sourav Ganguly himself. However, he's been quiet as of yet. Back to you.
I doubt that he's going to be anything but tight-lipped on such an important issue, especially when he stands to lose power at this point of time. I don't think there's any going back from this. It looks like the dice is loaded against Sourav Ganguly, and Roger Binny is all tipped to be the next Dada, as it were, of the BCCI. Thanks very much, Suryagni, for joining us on that big story. We'll keep you posted. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion, but anything can happen this way or that, but Roger Binny seemed to be favoured by the powers that be within the BCCI, including the N. Srinivasan camp. So it looks like the world's most powerful, richest and most influential cricket administrating body, the BCCI, is all set to have a brand new president, hero of 1983, Roger Binny. You heard it first here on India Today. Quick break here on 5 Live. Coming up on the other side, shocking images from a remote island off the coast of New Zealand. 500 pilot whales die in a mass stranding in the South Pacific. Images that have shocked environmentalists across the world. But why has this happened? And why does it keep happening every single year, including here in India? What's driving these whales to their deaths? I explore that on the other side.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Sourav Ganguly, out of the race to become the next BCCI president, has sparked off a political war. The Trinamool Congress claims that this is a conspiracy against Bengal because Ganguly refused to toe the line of the BJP. What's the real story behind Ganguly out of the BCCI? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, our big newsmaker tonight, the man who's front runner to become the next Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, will be joining us. Will he be remote controlled by the Gandhi family? We'll ask him that and much more on the news today.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Greenhouse gas emissions are a looming threat to climate change. Industries are finding ways to capture and store carbon. This helps in reducing the emissions and reducing the overall impact of carbon on the environment. Carbon capture and storage is a way of reducing industrial greenhouse gas emissions. It involves recovering the carbon gas at its source and holding it in underground reserves. First, the carbon dioxide is separated from the smoke or combustion fumes. Industrial emissions comprise up to 15% carbon dioxide. The rest is mainly water vapor and nitrogen. Separating the gases is costly, accounting for about 2/3 of the overall capture and storage process. Capture techniques are constantly evolving. Extracting the carbon dioxide post-combustion is a well-mastered method, but it's relatively energy-intensive. Another possibility is removing the carbon dioxide before the fuel is burnt. Development of this process is ongoing. Once separated, the carbon dioxide is compressed and transported by pipeline, boat or tanker to underground or deep-sea storage facilities. It is injected far underneath gas-tight layers of rock and stored under pressure until it reaches a near liquid state. Suitable storage sites include end-of-life oil and gas fields or extremely deep layers of porous rock impregnated with salt water.
SMSs designed to create panic. Digital fraud. Sextortion. Web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara Files, an India Today investigation at 8 p.m.
It's a story and images that have shocked people, me certainly, and others all across the world. Just look at these images for a moment, viewer. It's one of the most horrific mass death events involving marine mammals. The animals you see on your screen are pilot whales. Over 500 of them have died after beaching, getting stranded on a pair of remote islands off the coast of New Zealand in the South Pacific over the last 2 days. While some of the whales were likely saved by locals, there was such an enormous number of these pilot whales that it was always going to be totally unmanageable, unthinkable to save each and every one of them. Also, with these waters being shark infested, humans trying to rescue whales run the risk of being attacked, and therefore there are restrictions on that as well. But these images of hundreds upon hundreds of whales getting stranded, struggling to get back into the ocean, and then dying because of dehydration, collapsing under their own weight, drowning in shallow water as well, is something that has horrified, disturbed, and unsettled not just environmentalists, but people all across the world. Why are these beautiful, gentle creatures dying in such large numbers? Did you know that such cetacean strandings, as they're called, have been happening for centuries together from the time of recorded history? And yet, even now, with all our advancements in science, environmentalists, ecologists still don't fully agree on why these incidents take place. Why do whales go in such large numbers to die on remote beaches? Let's give you a sense of what the possible reasons are, some of the possible theories that scientists have been looking at over the decades and the centuries. One, whales, remember, have very strong social bonding. If one whale is stuck, others will follow, and this could possibly lead to a mass stranding. Number two, whale, remember, they communicate and they also navigate using echolocation, using echoes and sound waves. Sometimes echolocation fails to pick up the decreased depth and the gently sloping continental shelves near the shore, and that's why they get stranded. These are not small animals, remember. Third theory, disruptions in Earth's magnetic field is also a possible theory that's been explored over the years. Could there be a possible link to active military sonar used by navies used nearby? There are studies that have made a direct link between sonar and stranding incidents in different parts of the world. And finally, could it be linked to climate change? Shifting ocean temperatures between cool and warm, between squid and other food of these whales moving to areas with shallower waters, and the whales have to move towards them, and then they get stranded in places that they are not really familiar with. These are some of the theories that scientists have been looking at for ages together. And remember, what you're seeing in New Zealand today is not something that's happening just far away from home. Right here in India, as you can see in these images from Tamil Nadu in 2016, 81 similar whales, also pilot whales, happened to get stranded on the Tanjavur coast of Tamil Nadu and died in a very similar manner. Similar circumstances, same large number, similar response by locals, but 81 had died in Tamil Nadu. This time 500 have died in New Zealand, and scientists have lots of theories like I just showed you, but there is still no full agreement on how or why this actually takes place. It's been happening for so long. Take a look at some of the biggest stranding incidents that have taken place. But first, India's own whale hotspots. In India, for instance, there are 3 major whale stranding hotspots where year upon year there are incidents of whales getting stranded. The coast of Tamil Nadu, the coast of West Bengal, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are three locations in India where whale mass strandings have been recorded or have taken place. And this is where ecologists are always on the ready to try and rescue these whales, push them back. But we still don't know precisely why this has been taking place. Take a look at some of the biggest mass strandings of whales that have taken place over the years. Just a few weeks ago in Australia, 230 pilot whales got stranded and many of them died in neighboring Australia, just very, very close to New Zealand. Same year, 250 false killer whales passed away after getting stranded on an island in New Zealand. Please notice how many of these things are happening in one region of the world. In 2020, one of the largest mass whale strandings, 470 pilot whales lost their lives after being stranded on a beach in Australia. In 2016, 81 pilot whales died on the coast of Tamil Nadu. Those pictures I just showed you. And just to show you how far back all of this kind of thing has been happening, in 1897, 500 pilot whales died after being stranded on the Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic off the coast of Argentina. So whale beaching, strandings, these mass death incidents have been happening for centuries together, and still there is no clear-cut explanation. There are a variety of theories, but no clear-cut explanation for why these beautiful marine mammals continue to beach in such large numbers and then die. I want to bring in onto our coverage this evening Bharti Chaturvedi. She's a well-known environmentalist. She's also founder and director of Chintan Environment Research and Action Group. Bharti, thank you very much for your time. On this important story. I know you track such things very, very closely, and you care very deeply for the environment. These pictures rarely make headlines, don't they? I mean, it's only when the visual is so arresting, so disturbing, that it actually comes out into the media. And I have to say that I felt very compelled to try and tell this story, because here you've got a situation where 500 pilot whales, get stranded on just one or two beaches very close together on a remote island. There's no pollution there of any kind. There's no human activity there. They just beach over there and they all die. Bharti, many different theories have been put forward by ecologists over the years. What is your understanding of this?
So I always hesitate to give an understanding, just like I initially hesitated when hundreds of migratory birds died in Rajasthan's Sambar Lake. I like to do two things. I like to wait for the specific incident, and there's a reason why. The reason is that we're living in a very, very disrupted, disturbed, tragic era. So scientists often are able to pinpoint things after they happen. And I like to hear from the top scientists working on it rather than, jumping in. For example, we found that in the Sambar Lake tragedy, basically illegal salt mining was electrocuting the birds. There was no virus. But similarly, let's wait for the science here. What I do want to say is that this is the most visible part of a much larger tragedy of the death of our oceans. The death of our oceans basically means the end of us. And I think we take it really seriously. This is a huge tragedy, and that's why we've noticed it. But if you look at other places that you wouldn't even imagine, for example, the Pacific Oceans near Canada, where specific kinds of orca whales are starving. They've been found to starve to death. And for what? Because they only eat Chinook salmon. But the Chinook salmon is dying out due to various factors, possibly also climate change. So we're seeing absolutely starved whales there. I think that those are the kinds of symptoms that are telling us that the largest and the most spectacular life is dying, and it should worry, because, we could be next, of course.
Bharti, Very true. And one of the confusing things, you're right, the death of our oceans is, in my view as well, and I hate jumping to conclusions as well, just like you, Bharti, appears to be, at least one of the chief, causative things, when you see something like this. What is confusing and perplexing, Bharti, is that these mass beachings of whales have been apparently, I was just doing some reading before this show, they've been taking place for centuries together. Apparently, even in the 19th century, in the 18th century, there are recorded versions of such, mass strandings of whales. Of course, a human impact on the oceans is not something new. It's been happening for a very, very long time. But, one is wondering whether there is more to this. And you're right when you say that, we should wait for scientists to look at the specific instances of each instance. But, there is so much similarity to all these strandings, like the one that happened in Tamil Nadu, the one that happened in Australia a few weeks ago, and this one.
And what we should keep in mind is that there's one thing, like you and I are talking about waiting for the verdict of science.
Yeah.
But there's about joining the dots and looking at the big picture. And I think, for example, there might be one case here and a reason here and a very different one, say with the Chinook salmon and the starvation, and some third case. What we need to really remember, what we need to note, and I mean, I think what we should really recall is the oceans themselves are changing, right? Now, these oceans are no longer the oceans of 100 years ago, because they used to be carbon sinks, but now they're warming up. Corals are bleaching. Microplastics are killing them. All of this is happening, and those oceans are turning into heated chemical soups. So we need to know, and we need to ask those questions. And that is something that we who are not actually scientists looking at this particular incident should be able to red flag that these are serious things happening, and they might have a role, or they might have helped precipitate something like this. Because even a small change in the ecosystem, these are niche animals, even a small change in the ecosystem can completely devastate their ability to, for example, navigate. Now, when such large creatures are stranded, the first thing I would say is that they're obviously going somewhere together. And that one place they might have been going, and this is a guess, and it's purely a conjecture, is perhaps they were migrating. We know whales migrate in the oceans. And so maybe they were migrating. This is perfectly a valid season to do that. So perhaps something went wrong. Perhaps their sonar systems got disrupted. We don't understand that. That could be jolly well one reason. And now you can't rescue them because there's so many sharks around. So that could jolly well be a disruption of migration, which is something that is not only happening in the seas, but it's also happening in the skies with our overlit cities. Looking at millions of birds, and CMA and all kinds of other organizations have been talking about it. Millions of birds just getting completely disoriented from light. Now, for once, there's light in the air, but there could be other things in the oceans, and we need to remove and let our oceans be alone, and kind of try to nurture them back as fast as possible.
Human action, the changing climate change, the oceans, all of these are factors, and we still don't have a specific answer. Let's hope we learn more. 500 of these beautiful creatures have died. Let's hope we can understand more about this kind of thing, because there will be more. That's the one thing we can all be sure of. Bharti Chaturvedi, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for helping us understand these very distressing images from our natural world. Beautiful pilot whales, 500 of them, their corpses covering an entire remote beach in the South Pacific. Images that have shocked me, shocked our viewers, shocked people all across the world. We'll keep a track of that story and try and get you more about that. That's it on 5 Live. Thanks so much for watching. Coming up next, this is a story that has truly terrified and horrified people across the country. Sensational human sacrifice, cannibalism and the occult in Kerala. Akshita brings you that story on 6 PM Prime.
Ghost malls. Well, India is dealing with a strange problem known as ghost malls, which is prevalent not only in Delhi NCR but in other cities like Pune and Hyderabad. So, what is this problem and why is India dealing with it? If a mall has a vacancy of more than 40%, it's defined as a ghost mall. As the COVID pandemic subsides, Indian malls are seeing an increase in the number of visitors. Some malls, however, have remained empty, with no shops and therefore no crowds. According to Knight Frank, India's latest report, Think India, Think Retail 2022, 57 malls, or 21% of all malls in India's top 8 cities, are in disrepair and has resulted in a loss of over $524 million. According to the report, India's physical stores still account for 95% of retail business. Excluding the ghost malls, the overall mall health has improved post-pandemic. Earlier, there were 255 malls in 2018, which is now increased to 271, adding over 15 million square feet. This is happening despite the rise of e-commerce. So where is the issue? And why does India have so many ghost malls? Well, there are multiple factors behind the stocks of ghost malls in the country. It includes lack of due diligence, mall shortcomings such as size and ownership patterns, design issues, faulty layout with dark alleys, lack of customer workflow management, low occupancy, and lack of anchor tenants. So what is the solution for this? It's crucial that such malls, despite being unfit for the purpose for which they were built, be reopened, as a large amount of capital is trapped in these assets. Here are some solutions the report suggested. To lease out empty spaces. Local businesses that cannot afford high rents in prime office business parks or popular business districts can rent out empty spaces for long-term commercial use. Warehousing. Warehousing can also be considered in such malls as large floor plates with vacant spaces are available. Short-term leasing for temporary occupancy such as community events, birthday parties, cultural shows during festival periods and corporate events. Rebranding them as entertainment and play hubs. Converting these locations into community spaces and rebranding them as
SMSs designed to create panic. Digital fraud, sextortion, web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara Files, an India Today investigation at 8 p.m.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success: education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Scariest crime story of 2022, and it's emerged from the state of Kerala. 2 women murdered and mutilated before that by a couple because they believed that by sacrificing these 2 women, they'd get prosperous and they'd get wealthy. Details tumbling out of the sensational story from Kerala, and that's our top focus here on 6 p.m. Prime with me, Akshita Nandagopal.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com in association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Sensational human sacrifice case in Kerala. Blood-curdling details emerge of the killing. 2 women killed, their blood sprayed all over the house. Accused couple ate women's body parts for wealth. The victims were tortured, tied to beds. This is the most shocking crime of 2022. Human sacrifice horror in Kerala. Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and the story we're talking about today isn't for the faint-hearted. Details tumbling out of the human sacrifice case that's been reported in Kerala of 2 women who were lured with different promises by an agent who's been arrested now, and a couple murdered these 2 women, believing that it will help them prosper, it will bring them wealth. It's a story that's shocked all of us in the country, and the most shocking crime story, no doubt, of 2022. All the details of the human sacrifice case in Kerala coming your way over the next 30 minutes. Here are the headlines first. Main accused in Kerala occult murders, Shafi arrested. Cops say Shafi, who was a pervert and psychopath, brainwashed the couple into occult practices. Shocker from Karnataka's Chikmagaluru. Coffee estate owner locks up and tortures Dalit labourers. Video sparks massive outrage. In a mega India Today exclusive, Kharge's big attack on Tharoor. He mocks lightweight Tharoor and asks, where was Tharoor when I was block chief? Asserts that he's not answerable to Tharoor and says he's not my examiner.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. He is not my examiner. I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time? Was there?
Language war reignites. Southern satraps slam Hindi imposition. Kumaraswamy launches Hindustan attack after Stalin's challenge. Kerala Chief Minister seeks Prime Minister Modi's intervention. The Yatra versus Yatra fight escalates in Karnataka after BJP's Sankalp Yatra. Congress plans a Rath Yatra before elections. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister raises objections to new ad featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani. Hindu groups claim ad hurts religious sentiments. Two women lured, their throats slit, they were beheaded, then their bodies chopped up into pieces and buried. This isn't a murder thriller. We're not talking about a book or a movie, but a description by the police of a double murder that's been reported in Kerala's Pathanamthitta.
This is all part of an occult ritual of human sacrifice in the name of garnering wealth and prosperity. These sinister killings were planned since 2020 by a self-proclaimed tantric, and the twists and turns that are emerging with every passing hour in this investigation will shock you. Let's round up for you all the details that have emerged so far.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagaval Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of two women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020, when Shafi, impersonating as Sri Devi, lured Bhagaval and asked him to meet the tantric. The tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagaval and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagaval and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagaval, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ ഇതിലെ ഡിറ്റക്ഷനിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത് ആദ്യത്തെ എഫേർട്സ് ഫോക്കസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV ഫുട്ടേജാണ്. എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ വിച്ച് വാസ് ഡിറ്റക്റ്റഡ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്കോർപിയോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് ലെഡ് ടു ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് അക്യൂസ്ഡ് മിസ്റ്റർ ഷാഫി അലിയാസ് റഷീദ്.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagaval and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagaval and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces.
Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert, including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death. സെക്ഷൽ പെർവേർട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the tantric.
ഇതിന്റെ മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അതിന്റെ എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA അനാലിസിസ് ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26th. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
This is a crime that was clearly planned for the last many years by the agent Shafi, who's been taken into custody. But in the span of 2 months, Two women who you see on your screens there lost their lives, were sacrificed by a couple. Let's get you details of how this played out. It started in June 2022, and I'd just also like to advise viewer discretion here because some of the details are extremely graphic. In June 2022, one of the victims, Rosalind, was promised 10 lakh rupees for a role in a blue film. She knew Shafi earlier, so Shafi is the one who approached her with this offer. Now, what we understand is that when she turned up at the location, she was tied up to a bed. She was told that this was part of the role that she played in this blue film. Now, after that, Leila as well as Bhagwal Singh, the couple, the other accused, were also there at this location. Now, Leila was the one who reportedly, according to the remand copy at least, stabbed Rosalind in her private parts and then slit her throat, all on the directives given by Shafi, the self-proclaimed tantric. Then Bhagwal Singh also stepped in. Now, this is where it gets extremely graphic, which is why we advised viewer discretion as well. Bhagwal Singh cut off Rosalind's breasts and stored them, kept them aside. And then they went on to continue this barbarity. Some of her body parts reportedly were taken out. They were cooked and they were consumed because all of this was considered to be a part of the ritualistic and occult practices needed to attain prosperity and wealth. This happened in June. Now, soon after that, the couple, Bhagwal Singh and Leila, kept asking Shafi, why haven't we attained prosperity yet? He said one more sacrifice was needed. So fast forward to August 2022. That's when the other victim, Padma, came into the picture. Again, someone who Shafi knew. She was promised 15,000 rupees for sex work. She agreed. So she reached the location where Padma was strangulated with a plastic rope. Again here, Shafi was present, so were the couple, Bhagwal Singh as well as Leila. Then the same practice was followed here too. Shafi was the one who stabbed Padma in her private parts and then slit her throat. Her body was chopped into 56 parts. Imagine that. It was chopped into 56 parts, and this is what the police have said. Now, another aspect, again, very similar to what happened to Rosalind, unfortunately, is that then her body parts were cooked and consumed as per the directions of the self-proclaimed tantric. Cannibalism is an angle that the police are looking into, they're investigating, but they haven't ruled it out just yet. This is why we say that this is perhaps the most shocking crime story that we've come across in 2022. I want to take this across to Shibimol. She's joining us live from the crime spot, the house where all of this played out. Shibimol, I see that house behind you. You know, the details that are emerging are gruesome. They're ghastly to say the least, because what we're picking up is in that building behind you, the couple here, Bhagwal Singh and Leila, committed all of these crimes at the behest of Shafi. They even sprayed blood of the victims on the walls of the home, believing that all of this will ensure that they attain some wealth, that they can end all of their financial troubles.
Akshada, absolutely. This house that you see right behind me has become, you know, a scary one for everybody across the state and in the country. In fact, since morning we've been here at this crime spot. Since morning we're seeing people coming here just to see this house. They're coming here just to see this house because this is not something that in Kerala we've quite commonly heard. They're coming here taking pictures and taking videos of this house, saying that, so I was actually having a conversation with them and they were telling me that, you know, this is not something that we have heard and we have to come and see here what, this particular house, because two women brutally murdered, chopped into pieces, and they were buried right outside this house. In fact, on this side you can see also there is a hole there. It was here where Padma's body was recovered, which was cut into apparently 56 pieces as per the remand report. This was where the body was recovered, and Rosalind's body was put into 3 holes. All these holes were dug beforehand, and it was the neighbors and everybody who saw this were informed that it is being dug to dispose of waste so that nobody will have any suspicion. In fact, the neighbors here are also saying that this is not believable, because we can never imagine this family here, not just this couple. In fact, the couple's family, whether it's Bhagwal Singh's father or brother, they're all known to be extremely, welcome people here, and also they are massage therapists and Ayurvedic healers. So people used to come from different districts and different parts of the state to this house to get treatment because they were known for that, and and they're very, very, nice people is what they're saying. They're saying that we can't even imagine in our wildest thought that such a crime, such a gruesome crime can be committed by them. So people across the state are still in shock. All the leaders,
Obviously,
to the
the
common
neighbours,
public,
as you
everybody
pointed out,
expressing,
Shribi,
because
are shocked because they're saying there was nothing that suggested that these kind of activities, these kind of practices were being followed inside that building behind you. In fact, they say that Bhagwal Singh was a medical healer. He was a massage therapist. If you go through his Facebook posts, you see that he's posted a lot of poems as well in Malayalam. So this has come as a huge, huge shock. Shribi, I request you to stay on with me. Now, there are three main accused, Bhagwal Singh, his wife Leila Singh. But the agent here, Mohammed Shafi, who is he? Well, it's understood that he is the mastermind of this entire human sacrifice, essentially duped this couple into doing it. It was masterminded by this man, Mohammed Shafi. He claimed that he was a tantric. But if you ask the police, in the press conference that they held today, they said he's a sexual predator, he's a pervert, a repeat offender. Shafi essentially lured his co-accused and his victims under the pretext of wealth and prosperity. The buck doesn't stop there. He's been plotting this kind of a gruesome occult murder for the last 2 years. In our next report, we decode the mind of this psychopath, the mastermind of this occult killing.
Blood-curdling double human sacrifice, black magic, satanic rituals and occult murders of gaining wealth. The horror masterminded by this tantric, Mohammed Shafi. Described by cops as a pervert, sexual offender and practitioner of bizarre black magic rituals to swindle the gullible.
Well, she has been injured with a knife, and injured with a knife even in various parts. The same parts have been injured here also. Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death.
Shafi kept hunting for potential victims using Facebook, posing as a woman using fake profile of Sri Devi. Shafi first honey-trapped co-accused Bhagwal Singh, a poet and a massage therapist, then convinced him that a human sacrifice is the only way to garner wealth. Shafi lured the two victims, Rosalind and Padma, to the accused couple's home, promising them handsome payment if they indulge in sex work and shoot blue films. Shafi has as many as 9 cases against him, including rape of a 75-year-old woman. It was Shafi who inserted the knife into Rosalind's private parts, slit her throat and then cut her body into 56 pieces.
ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈല് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവൽ സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്.
The other two killers are well-read and relatively successful man, Bhagwal Singh, who is a poet who regularly indulged in writing haiku pieces, and his wife Leila. Both allegedly shared an insatiable need for money and wealth. While Leila stabbed Padma's private parts and slit her throat, Bhagwal had also cut off Rosalind's breasts and stored them. With Shivimol KG in Pathanamthitta, Bureau Report, India Today.
So Mohammed Shafi is right now in police custody. The cops have described him as a psychopath, as a pervert, someone who got sadistic pleasure from these kind of killings and murders. Now here's how in fact he carried out this particular crime. Shafi regularly searched Facebook for victims, people who were desperate for some change, for some miracles in their life. He created a fake profile as a self-proclaimed tantric, and then that's how he duped Bhagwal Singh and Leila Bhagwal Singh. He posed essentially as a woman and then honey-trapped the other accused, Bhagwal Singh. So he claimed to be Sri Devi on Facebook. Shafi promised the accused couple that if they followed his directives, they went ahead and committed these human sacrifices, they attained wealth and prosperity, and all their financial troubles essentially would be taken care of. He coerced the couple then to hold these human sacrifices for wealth. Reportedly, he knew Bhagwal Singh from 2019. So since then, they were talking. He finally managed to convince them. He lured the victims then, both of these women, Padma and Rosalyn, the victims who were killed. He knew them, he lured them to the couple's house and then essentially told them how to commit this murder, including some of the gruesome details that we've been telling you put out by the police. Shafi thereby has been labelled as a sexual predator and sought sadistic pleasure is what the cops say. There have been previous cases also against him. He's even been accused in the rape of a 75-year-old woman, according to the Kerala police. He was essentially a repeat offender. 8 other cases have been registered against Mohammed Shafi as well, in which he's been named as the accused. So this gives you details really of this agent, the self-proclaimed tantric, who committed these crimes and actively also masterminded them. I want to take this across now to Dr. Anjali Chabria, who is a psychiatrist, renowned psychiatrist, who's joining us on this broadcast. Good evening, doctor. I think the question everyone's asking is how something like this, how a crime like this could have been committed. And it's not spur of the moment, is it? From the details that the police have put out, someone like Mohammed Shafi, I beg your pardon, was planning this for the last many years.
Absolutely. And there are so many people like him who are out there. And you see, there are lots of different points that are very, very important in this. The first is the use of social media, and there is nothing to monitor social media. Anybody can post anything on social media and get away with it. So the cybercrime has to really work at this. The second thing is, you know, we are a country where mental health is so important, but people, instead of taking help for mental health issues, go to people like healers and tantrics for anything and everything, for physical health and mental health issues. And these are the people who get manipulated by others. The third thing is the goriness of the crime, you know, and this person who has been kind of, you know, doing this again and again. You said that he actually, I mean, he raped a 75-year-old.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, and after that, these are the crimes that he has planned, and he has manipulated people. And obviously, the people who were manipulated, I mean, they're supposed to be smart and intelligent people, but they actually got manipulated to, you know, to do these horrific crimes that they have committed.
But that's the question,
So
Dr. Chabria. You know, what he's essentially done is very cleverly found people who are extremely religious, extremely devout, who would fall for the so-called tantric activity that he was peddling, and then also ensured that he lured the women on the pretext of money. The question everyone's asking is, how did it come across to him to, you know, commit such a gruesome crime, in the sense that what's running through his mind? Is this a clinical illness?
No. See, first of all, I think let's not blame. I mean, these people are devious. So let us not say that they're suffering from psychiatric disorders, because what will happen is, then when you see someone suffering from a psychiatric disorder, you're going to look at this person and say, oh my God, this person can also commit a crime. But the fact of the matter is that these are devious criminal people, and people suffering from psychiatric disorders are just people who are going through an illness, you know. So these are people who have personality issues. That means, from the word go, they do not think in the right way. They are antisocial in nature, and they keep on thinking of different ways to dupe people. So if everybody is taught to go in a straight line, these guys will go in anything but a straight line, you know. And they are manipulative, and that is what we have seen, that they have manipulated people who probably wanted things. You know, someone wanted fame, someone wanted money. And yes, there are a lot of people, instead of going to the right kind of people for help, fall prey to these people, because these people are very sweet. They're, you know, they're manipulative, and they will kind of promise you, and then they'll say, oh, we will not take money from you, etc., etc.
But that's the point. Dr. Chabria, my apologies for intervening, but
go ahead.
You see many of these cases of whether it's serial killers or these kind of cases also of occult practices, very often it's linked to some childhood trauma or some bad experience in life. Is that the said rule, or are there cases where people, and in this kind of a case where Mohammed Shafi is naturally inclined towards violence?
Right. So first of all, every human being is different, and they have different issues, right from genetic issues. So, we have seen that, if you look at the genetics, there are people who are, angry people will give rise to angry people. Of course, your childhood is extremely important, because what you've gone through in childhood is what makes you the person. But at the same time, look at the flip side of it. You will see the best doctors, the best human beings come out of bad circumstances, and we have so many people, even looking at our current president, went through such bad circumstances, and what has she made out of her life? So I think it's extremely wrong to blame circumstances or to say that this person has a psychological disorder. If at all we have to classify them, these are psychopaths, and psychopaths are not psychiatric disorders. They are just, yes.
Yep. I think what you've said, Dr. Chabria, particularly explaining that there's a very, very big difference between these psychopaths, what they are, what they're made of, and how their mind works. It's not a clinical illness. It's clearly something that they need to be punished for as well. So we're going to see that play out in Kerala as well, and perhaps set a precedent, which is very much needed in these kind of truly horrifying cases. Thank you, Dr. Anjali Chabria, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today, sharing your expert view also on this. This horrific murder of two women has made national headlines. It's shocked all of us. It's tragically not the first time that we've seen this kind of a case. There have been many such gruesome murders over the years that's rocked India and puzzled us all by a level of how ghastly, how gruesome it is, and by the sheer mystery of how things played out.
Gruesome, shocking, but true. The Kochi human sacrifice killings are only the latest to stun India. Who can forget the horrific Buradi mass deaths, where bodies of 11 family members were found hanging from an iron grill in Delhi? They were all blindfolded with their hands and feet tied, including children. Many conspiracy theories did the rounds. Some blamed the deaths on black magic. Others called it mass suicide. But now we know that the 11 people did not intend to die, but expected to return to normal life. Diary entries of the eldest son, Lalit, showed that he believed his late father was communicating with him, asking him to perform rituals that would benefit the entire family.
पुलिस को एक युवक की डेड बॉडी मिली है। उस डेड बॉडी का सर और गुप्तांग दोनों कटे हुए और उसके शरीर पर एक भी कपड़ा नहीं।
Then there was Raja Kolandar, an alleged cannibal with a kill count of over 15. His gory crime was revealed with the discovery of a diary. Kolandar's modus operandi included shooting and then cutting his victims' bodies into several pieces. Raja Kolandar, as he liked to call himself, is even accused of eating his victims' brains, seeking to take their intelligence. It is claimed he would then talk to the skulls and flaunt them as trophies. One of the most gruesome mass murders in India came to light in the winter of 2006. Residents of Nithari village in Noida approached the police with complaints of missing people, mostly children. Investigators recovered skeletal remains from a drain adjacent to the house where Surinder Kohli was working as a domestic servant. What followed was even more shocking. Surinder Kohli, the serial killer, confessed to brutally killing and axing the children. Reports surfaced of body parts being thrown in the drain. Kohli was awarded death penalty by a special CBI court on murder charges in 2022. Bureau Report, India Today.
And every detail that comes in from the investigation you can catch right here on India Today. It's time for me to slip into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you the big development that's coming in on the Karnataka hijab showdown, which has been playing out in the courts for the last few months.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management. India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China's move to set up its ship has also alarmed India's security. The Hambantota port gives Sri Lanka a direct access to link the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. However, Sri Lanka's president has said China does not have permission to use the port for military purposes. Sri Lanka's GDP to debt ratio has been continuously increasing since 2010. The island nation has been facing a down spiral since then. And the pandemic in the last 2 years has worsened their economic conditions. If IMF approval comes through, Sri Lanka will be able to stabilize their economy over the period of 4 years. The IMF package will indeed help raise the government's revenue to support fiscal consolidation. It will raise new prices for fuel, electricity, social spending, and rebuild depleted foreign reserves.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Let's get you big breaking news coming in this evening. The Supreme Court is likely to pronounce its verdict in the Karnataka hijab ban matter this week. Now, the Supreme Court could just pronounce the verdict to the petitions challenging the Karnataka High Court judgment refusing to lift the ban on hijab in educational institutions before Justice Hemant Gupta retires this week. We've been seeing the hearing going on for the last few weeks. The bench had reserved its judgment on the case on September 22nd after hearing arguments in the matter for 10 days. There's speculation that the verdict could come as early as tomorrow, but sometime this week is what we're hearing, that finally we'll have clarity from the Supreme Court. Remember, a number of petitions challenged the Karnataka High Court order which had upheld the ban on hijabs in educational institutions. And while this hearing has been going on at the Supreme Court, it's been extremely interesting to note all of the arguments that have been taking place both for and against the wearing of hijab in educational campuses. This week, we're expecting that the Supreme Court will finally deliver its verdict on this huge national talking point. Nalini Sharma is joining us live with more details on this. Nalini, any clarity on exactly when we can expect a verdict from the Supreme Court?
Well, Akshita, what we need to remember is that Justice Hemant Gupta, who is heading the bench who is hearing this entire matter, is all set to retire on the 16th of this month, which is Sunday. So in all probability, either tomorrow or day after, the judgment is going to be coming in. The Supreme Court website indicates that the tentative date for the judgment to be listed is tomorrow, which is why we're still saying that it's likely that the matter will come up tomorrow and the judgment will be pronounced tomorrow. We will have to wait for the official cause list of the Supreme Court to be out tonight to get the complete details of exactly as to whether or not it's coming tomorrow or day after. But it's a very important judgment, no doubt about that. 10:30 a.m. is when we should be expecting the judgment, and tomorrow the Supreme Court's going to decide as to whether or not the order that was put in place by the Karnataka government imposing a ban on wearing of hijabs in the educational institutions, which was later also upheld by the Karnataka High Court, whether or not there is any validity to it and whether or not that will be allowed to continue. One way or the other, the Supreme Court is going to decide either in favor of the petitioners who've knocked the doors of the Supreme Court challenging the Karnataka High Court order, or the government, which has time and again argued that the ban is not on particularly hijab, but on any religious dressing that should not be allowed in educational institutions.
All right, we'll track what plays out in the Supreme Court. Likely that the verdict will come in tomorrow. Thanks, Nalini, for the moment for joining us with those details. On the other side of a short break, we're focusing on the war of words that's broken out between Mallikarjun Kharge and the BJP, as they've now hit out at Kharge, saying that the Congress netas mocking Muslims. Pet dogs and their owners are in the news amid a string of incidents involving pet dogs attacking owners and others. And to curb such incidents, here are some approaches that pet owners should take based on the breed and behavioral patterns of their dog. When it comes to pet dogs, the most popular breeds for adoption are German Shepherds, Beagles, Pit Bulls, Spitz, Labradors and Golden Retrievers. So let's take a look at the various approaches that must be taken when dealing with these pet dogs. They're arguably the most versatile dog breed. This dog breed is intelligent and large in size. They make excellent guard dogs and can perform a variety of tasks and are used especially by police officers and military personnel. They detect illegal drugs, bombs and track down terrorists. According to some animal rescuers, German Shepherds are larger protectors, so one needs to understand their needs before adopting one. A German Shepherd who's being chained all the time, whether in an apartment or a farm, can be ferocious. So they need a lot of exercise, they need a lot of playtime to burn their energy. Early socialization, not only with humans and children, but with other animals is also very, very important for such breeds. When it comes to Beagles, don't be fooled by their cute appearance or small size. They're a high-energy breed of dog and were bred to detect animals hiding from hunters. Because of this, their bark is also rather unique. They bark in a howl-like manner to alert the hunter of their target. The breed is very friendly with children and other pets, but it requires early socialization, daily long walks, and mental workouts such as obeying the human parents' commands. From cars driving down the street to the security guard, the world becomes a little less scary for the pet once you make it accustomed to your surroundings. Anytime your dog has a successful interaction with another human or another dog, give the dog a treat. This encourages positive and social behavior. Now, pit bulls, they're very controversial in the news right now, are known for being people-oriented and affectionate, believe it or not, as well as having a lot of energy. They're being bred, unfortunately, unregulated in India, primarily for hunting and dog fighting in some states. In comparison to other thoroughbred pedigrees, pit bulls are a relatively new breed. They're arguably the most misunderstood dog breed in the world. And because of their involvement in biting cases, they're being left to die at an alarming rate in shelters and being abandoned. Pit bull owners must begin early socialization with their pets and seek expert help as soon as they notice any signs of aggression. With exercises, mental workouts, and early socialization, they make a great family.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Saurav Ganguly, out of the race to become the next BCCI president, has sparked off a political war. The Trinamool Congress claims that this is a conspiracy against Bengal because Ganguly refused to toe the line of the BJP. What's the real story behind Ganguly out of the BCCI? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, our big newsmaker tonight, the man who's front runner to become the next Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, will be joining us. Will he be remote controlled by the Gandhi family? We'll ask him that and much more on the news today.
Let's get you details of a massive controversy that's playing out over Mallikarjun Kharge's statement to India Today. In an interview to India Today, Kharge had said that Bakrid pe bachenge to Muharram pe nachenge. BJP has now latched on to this comment and lashed out at Kharge, saying that the Congress Neta is mocking Muslims.
Be the face in 2024. Rahul Gandhi is still your Congress face? He will be the face?
Alright, let us see after this election. This is an election of Sangathan.
No, but he is the face of the party or not?
No.
In Bharat Jodo, he is the face?
That party will decide when, after the Sangathan elections are over, and naturally, whatever the outcome comes, at that time we can think. That's why our people say always in Hyderabad, बकरीद में बचेंगे तो मुहर्रम में नाचेंगे.
तो बकरीद में बचना जरूरी है. तो
इलेक्शन जीतना जरूरी है ना.
जरूरी है.
इसीलिए तो हम हर जगह जा रहे हैं.
This statement is a highly objectionable statement. Muslims across the globe do not celebrate Muharram. It is not a month of celebration. It is a month of sorrow, a month of matam, and therefore to say that there will be Nach Gana in Muharram is extremely objectionable. But more importantly is the import of this politically loaded statement for Rahul Gandhi and the truth that Mr. Kharge himself has disclosed about the position of the Congress party, which is getting extinct state after state. Mr. Rahul Gandhi may be on Bharat Jodo, but actually it is Congress Chodo, and Mr. Kharge has testified to that.
All right, I've got Rahul Gautam joining me on this broadcast with more details. But before that, I'd like to bring in Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP. Shehzad, in this interview to India Today, Mr. Kharge essentially is saying this, Bakrid pe bachenge to Muharram pe nachenge. You've taken offense. You're saying this is an insult to Muslims. But Kharge says this is a famous saying in Hyderabad.
You know, this is a very insensitive comment. Muharram is a month of Matam. It's a month of mourning. It's a month of sorrow for Muslims, and worldwide they observe it. Now, this kind of comment being made that Nachenge Muharram May is very offensive, and maybe the Congress party should tell us that is their view to offend a community, because they are very particular about that. Secondly, what was more important is the political import of a statement, which is quite evident for Rahul Gandhi. I need not add anything more to that. But it also talks about the kind of position the Congress is in. The Congress is fighting a battle for existence, a battle for survival, and therefore this is not Bharat Jodo. This is in fact Congress ko kisi tarike se satta mein jodo, otherwise Congress will collapse, Congress will stop existing, and that is a testament of truth that has come from somebody who will be the next proxy president and the remote control of the Gandhi Parivar, who will be working as the Congress president from very shortly. So this is a testimony and a sachai ka samna that Mallikarjun Kharge is making Rahul Gandhi do.
All right, we'll track all the reactions coming from the Congress also on your allegation on this. Shehzad, thank you for joining us here on India Today. I'd like to bring in Rahul Gautam also on this broadcast. Rahul, latest controversy to really hit the Congress. Any reaction that's coming from Kharge?
Well, so far, there hasn't been any official word from the party or from Mr. Kharge himself. However, what sources are telling us that whatever he said in that particular interview, he made that comment in very personal capacity, and in fact, the party should not be brought into this, as a thing unwanted controversy. We have to understand that Mr. Kharge.
Right, all right. Rahul, we'll track the latest that comes in on that story and the reactions from the Congress. I want to shift our focus now to an India Today exclusive. The battle for Telangana has already kicked off. It's in full gear in the state. And joining me this evening is Y.S. Sharmila, daughter of YSR Jagannath Reddy's sister, who's kicked off a political campaign in Telangana. She's the chief of the YSRTP. Ma'am, pleasure to have you here with us on India Today. You've been on this massive Padayatra for the last many weeks. You've covered 2,500 kilometers as a milestone. What's your political messaging with this yatra? Because you're looking to nearly complete 4,000 kilometers.
Well, Telangana is a very, very young state. It's been 8 years since Telangana is formed. When Telangana was formed, it was a surplus budget state. But now Telangana has a debt of 4 lakh crores. So right now the state of Telangana is, the people of Telangana are reeling under poverty. So the main agenda of the Padayatra has been to highlight the problems of the people. Since KCR has been saying that the people of Telangana are in a state of bliss under his rule, I am here to prove that he is wrong. Every village has problems, every section has problems. So in my 2,500 kilometers of Padayatra, we have tried to bring to light the various problems of the people, and also there are so many promises that KCR hasn't fulfilled. So yeah, so we are highlighting the problems of the people and the misrule of KCR.
Your party, the YSRTP, is it an offshoot of the YSRCP? Many political detractors are saying that, you've been deployed essentially in Telangana by the YSRCP.
First of all, let me point out that YSRCP and YSRTP are two different parties belonging to two different states. YSRCP, the name of this party itself is Yuvajana Shramika Raitu Congress Party. That is what is in power in Andhra Pradesh. Now my party is YSR Telangana Party, which is named after my own dad. So first of all, let me lay it down that these are two different parties. And we have two different geographical locations and two different agendas. So we have nothing to do with each other politically.
You've been targeting the TRS, which is now the BRS. They've made it very clear they have national ambitions. You've been raising things like the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project in Telangana. You've described it as India's biggest scam. But the BRS essentially has washed off everything you've said. They're saying that you're a non-entity in politics. What's your response to that you have no experience?
Well, even KCR knows that he's not going to get far ahead with this BRS party. The only thing KCR is attempting to achieve is some attention. So when somebody needs some attention, they make some noise, like I said. So KCR is just making some noise. So this BRS party, he says, is to follow the model of Telangana. And I'm asking Mr. KCR himself directly, what is the model of Telangana? The model of Telangana is take a surplus budget state and turn it to a debt-ridden state. The model of Telangana is run the state on the income that comes from liquor. The model of Telangana is make the state the #1 state in women atrocities in all of South India. The model of Telangana is don't keep any promises given, be it to the farmers, the women, the old people, anybody. Just don't keep any promise. This is the model of Telangana. This has been the model of Telangana since 8 years. And I do not understand what Mr. KCR is trying to say, because the model of Telangana, if emulated on a national level, is disastrous. So, as a daughter of Telangana, I would have been happy if there was somebody from my state at a national level. But sadly, I must admit that KCR is not the man. So I cannot agree with this concept of his national party.
All right, Ms. Sharmila, thank you for joining us here on India Today. All the very best for you for the rest of your Padayatra. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. I'm leaving you with the images that have come in of NASA confirming the success of the DART mission. The $330 million proof of concept DART mission, which was 7 years in development, also marked the world's first test of a planetary defense system. Essentially, they've been successful in steering an asteroid away from Earth.
Of the Dimorphos, and the flyby and the turning of the satellite, and getting far away. So what you can see in the second video.
In Tuvalu, we are living the realities of climate change, sea level rise, as you stand watching me today at COP26. We cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take bold, alternative action today to secure tomorrow.
At an average land elevation of no more than 2 meters above sea level, my country will succumb to sea level rise. Mr. President, let me now speak of an issue that is of the greatest concern to my country: climate change and its consequential sea level rise remain the single greatest existential threat my country faces.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Powered by the all-new HP Spectre. In association with SBI Home Loans, Audi e-tron, Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7 p.m. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. How many of you, quite a few of you, must have already seen the Amir Khan advertisement, which has now raked up one section of the Hindu society, calling it anti-Hindu, where after a marriage, the bride and groom, instead of traditionally going to the groom's residence, his house, go to the girl's house, the bride's house. Well, if you do have a problem with it, do think about it. Does it have more to do with misogyny, less to do with religion? We're going to get down to it in this bulletin. First up, the headlines. Main accused in Kerala cult murder, Shafi arrested. Cops say Shafi, who was a pervert and a psychopath, brainwashed the couple into occult practices. Mallikarjun Kharge's Bakri Eid Muharram remarks sparks political fury. BJP now accuses the Congress Neta of being anti-Muslim.
Don't want to answer thorough questions. He is not my examiner. I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there?
Shocker from Karnataka's Chikmagaluru. Coffee estate owner locks up and tortures Dalit labourers. Video sparks massive outrage. Language war reignites. Southern satrap slam Hindi imposition. Kumaraswamy launches Hindustan attack after Stalin's challenge. Kerala Chief Minister seeks Prime Minister Modi's intervention. KTR writes to Prime Minister Modi over language imposition, asks for exams to be conducted in regional language. Yatra versus Yatra fight escalates in Karnataka after BJP's Sankalp Yatra, Congress plans Rath Yatra. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister raises objection to new ad featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani. Hindu groups claim that the ad has hurt religious sentiment. The Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra live with us in just a few moments. All right, so basically what's happened, viewers, is that Amir Khan, this time with Kiara Advani, but it's Amir Khan who's trending for hurting Hindu sentiments. What has he done this time? There's an advertisement which went on air, which a certain sect of right-wing Hindus believe it to be anti-Hindu. And with that, there are the likes of Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra as well, who's raised objections to a recent banking ad featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani. The advertisement shows Khan and Advani as newlyweds. They've just gotten married, you can see right there. After the wedding, they're going back. Now, usually what happens? Now, in all 99% of Hindu weddings, the bride, the girl, has to go or goes to the groom's residence. In this, it doesn't happen like that. The girl goes with the boy to her own residence, where the girl's mother welcomes the couple. And Amir Khan is the one who takes the first step in. Somewhere down the line, one would think this is broken, regressive practices which have been tied to and deep-rooted in Indian tradition. On the other hand, there's also, many would look at as women empowerment. Why is it that we have to keep subscribing to old regressive traditions in the name of religion? Now, what also happens is that the ad further shows the couple reaching the bride's house and the group stepping into the house before the bride. Now, lots of furor, lots of hurt sentiments. We spoke of Narottam Mishra, the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, but the Kashmir File Director, Vivek Agnihotri too, his sentiments have been hurt too. He's put out a tweet slamming the ad, questioning why a bank has taken the onus of changing social and religious traditions. One wonders, because the people of the country don't quite do so. Does it have to be done through popular culture advertisements? This was one such example, finding itself in a bit of a soup. Meanwhile, MP Home Minister Narottam Mishra has said that Amir Khan should stay away from advertisements and acts which hurt religious sentiments. Mishra further said that Amir Khan should do such advertisements by keeping the Indian traditions and customs in mind. But the questions need to be asked, viewers. Why do we need to keep subscribing to, to misogynist, patriarchal customs in the name of religion? Are we masking misogyny in the name of religion?
पहला कदम कौन रखेगा?
घर में नया कौन है?
नया तो नहीं हूँ, मतलब।
वेलकम दामाद।
All right, viewers, joining me right now is Narottam Mishra, MP from Madhya Pradesh, Home Minister. Narottam ji, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे जुड़े। मेरा पहला सवाल सर यही है, इस पूरी ऐड में क्या आपत्तिजनक है, आपको क्या लगा? क्योंकि जब हम ये ऐड देख रहे हैं तो लग रहा है एक शादी हुई है एक जोड़े की, जैसे ट्रेडिशनली देखा जाता है कि लड़की लड़के के घर जाती है, इसमें उल्टा हुआ है। बहुत तो इसे प्रोग्रेसिव, प्रगतिशील मानेंगे।
मेरा आपत्ति पहली तो ये जो हमेशा रहती है वो छोटी सी है कि हमारी ही धार्मिक मान्यताएं, हमारी ही धार्मिक भावनाओं को आहत क्यों किया जाता है? एक ही वर्ग की भावनाओं के पीछे क्यों पड़े हैं? खासकर आमिर खान जी पीके के बाद में लगातार यही कर रहे हैं। इसी विज्ञापन में उनसे किसी दूसरे विषय पे पूछा तो वो उसको टाल गए। और हमारे जो गृह प्रवेश का विज्ञापन है, जो धार्मिक मान्यताएं काफ़ी लिए रहता है, जब नई बहू घर में प्रवेश करती है या अन्य अन्य विषय रहते हैं, तो इसके लिए थोड़ी बचना चाहिए हमारी आस्थाओं को, हमारी रीति रिवाजों से खिलवाड़ करने के लिए, और इस तरह के विज्ञापन नहीं देना चाहिए।
नरोत्तम जी, देखिए, रीति रिवाज दख्यानुसी भी होते हैं ना, अब हम उन्हीं रीति रिवाज को फॉलो करते रहें, इसमें क्या गलत है, क्या आपत्तिजनक है, ये सवाल है। बहुत लोग इसको प्रगतिशील मानेंगे, दख्यानुसी नहीं मानेंगे, जो रूढ़िवाद सोच है वो नहीं मानेंगे, क्योंकि अगर आप देखें क्या हो रहा है, क्या होता है, लड़की हमेशा माना जाता है और ये अंडरस्टूड रहता है कि लड़के के घर ही जाएगी, इसमें उल्टा हुआ है। बहुत सारे इसे प्रोग्रेसिव वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट का सिंबल समझेंगे सर।
नहीं, पहले तो हमारे इसका आप पहले हमारे इस छोटे सवाल का जवाब दें, ये सिर्फ हमारे ही धर्म में क्यों? जितने भी आप रूढ़िवादी या प्रगतिवादी या हम जिस तरह से भी अपनी मान्यताओं के साथ, अपनी रीति रिवाजों के साथ में, अपनी संस्कृति के साथ, अपनी सभ्यता के साथ हम जी रहे हैं, उसी से खिलवाड़ क्यों? आप देखेंगे कि डाबर का सब्यसाची का मंगलसूत्र का विज्ञापन आया, आप उसको निकालें, या सनी लियोनी जी ने मधुबन में राधिका नाचेरे के गीत को किस तरह से फिल्मांकन किया। ये महाकाल में जो एक बार काली फिल्म में जो सिगरेट पीते हुए दिखाया था जोमेटो ने, या आदि पुरुष में अभी जो आया है उसमें हनुमान जी को चमड़े के वस्त्र पहन के दिखाया या रूप चेंज किया, या रावण को भी उस तरह से, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमारे साथ ही क्यों है, चाहे आश्रम हो, चाहे सूटेबल बॉय हो। मैं एक सीरीज पूरी 1 दर्जन की आपको लगातार की अभी की बता रहा हूँ। ये इतना सा जवाब कोई भी हमारी बात को नहीं दे रहा, सिर्फ हमारा ही धर्म टारगेट पे क्यों है, सॉफ्ट टारगेट हम ही क्यों हैं।
नरोत्तम मिश्रा साहब, आपने तो पूरा चिट्ठा पढ़ दिया। चलिए, जो बाकी एडवर्टीजमेंट है उसे अभी नजरअंदाज करते हैं, इसकी बारे में बात करते हैं। ये जो एडवर्टीजमेंट है जिसमें एक जोड़े को दिखाया गया है, दर्शाया गया है कि उनकी शादी होती है, लड़के के घर नहीं जाती है लड़की, लड़का लड़की के घर आता है। अब प्रगतिशील की हमने बात की, पर अगर आप बहुत सारी लड़कियां इसको, और लड़के भी जो इस दौर के लड़के हैं, इसको देखेंगे कि हम रीति रिवाजों को हमेशा पुरुष प्रथा से जोड़ते हैं, पेट्रियार्की मास्क करते हैं रिलीजन से।
नहीं, लड़की जिसके भी घर जाए, सवाल ये नहीं है। सवाल जिसके यहाँ जाए वो मान्यता या परंपरा हमारे यहाँ पर आज भी समाज की स्वीकारोक्ति दी हुई है। समाज ने गृह प्रवेश के व्रत में हमारे यहाँ कन्या, बहू, बेटी, जो भी कह लें आप, शब्द का चयन करें, वही इस तरह से प्रवेश करती है। इसके लिए क्या आवश्यक है आपको?
परंपरा कौन बनाता है साहब? आप होम मिनिस्टर हैं, बहुत बड़े ओहदे पे हैं, कौन बनाता है परंपरा? हम ही बनाते हैं ना सर। और अगर हम ये परंपरा बनाते हैं तो जो, और मैं फिर बोलूंगी, जो दख्यानूसी ट्रेडिशंस होते हैं, रीति रिवाज होते हैं, हम उन्हें क्यों अपनाए जाएं? अगर जैसे हमने ये ऐड देखी, मैं बता रही हूँ, मैंने ये एडवर्टीजमेंट देखी, चलिए मुझे जो लगता है वो अलग परे बात है, पर बहुत सारी लड़कियां ये देख के कहेंगी कि ऐसा ही क्यों होता है कि लड़की को जाना पड़े लड़के के घर, घर प्रवेश लड़के का क्यों नहीं हो सकता? ऐसे बहुत सारे सवाल इससे जुड़े हुए हैं सर। ये सिर्फ आमिर खान की बात नहीं है। क्या आमिर खान से जोड़ी जा रही है? इसमें कियारा आडवाणी भी है। अब अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ना, उसकी एजेंसी का क्या हुआ? कियारा आडवाणी ने भी तो ये किया है। इसमें हम इसको एक ऐसी एक विज्ञापन जो विमेन एम्पावरमेंट दर्शाता है, उसको क्यों नहीं देख सकते?
जिसको 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 लगता होगा वो पालन नहीं करेगा, जिसको लगता होगा वो पालन नहीं करेगा। पर उसके लिए जरूरी थोड़ी कि आमिर खान का सहारा लेना पड़ेगा। हमको जो भी लगना होगा, हम अपने परिवार में, हम अपने परिवेश में उस पर विचार करेंगे।
मिश्रा साहब, आपने फिर बोला कि आमिर खान का सहारा लेना होगा। चलिए, हमें आमिर खान का सहारा लेना ही है, हम क्यों ले? विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात आती है, ये जो एडवर्टीजमेंट है, विज्ञापन है, मैं कियारा आडवाणी का सहारा लेती हूँ सर। आमिर खान से मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं है। कियारा आडवाणी ने दर्शाया कि एक महिला की शादी हुई है और महिला नहीं गई है, जो ग्रूम है, जो दूल्हा है, उसके घर, वो दूल्हा एक जो ब्राइड है उसके घर आया है। ये बहुत नया विचार है, बहुत बढ़िया विचार है। तो इसमें आमिर खान को छोड़ दीजिए, परे कर दीजिए, कियारा आडवाणी की बात करिए, वो भी तो एक महिला है, इक्वल है इसमें।
आप हर बात ऐसे छोड़ते, आप हर बात छोड़ेंगे कि आमिर खान को छोड़ देते हैं। मैंने 1 दर्जन फिल्में बताई, उन्हें छोड़ देते हैं, तो फिर अपन विषय को ही छोड़ देते हैं। मेरी आपत्ति, देखिए, मैं हर बार आपत्ति सिर्फ इसलिए उठाता हूं कि हमारा ही धर्म क्यों। और अब उनको भी समझना चाहिए, आमिर खान जी को, कि अब समाज जागरूक हो रहा है। वो जो लाल सिंह चड्ढा अभी आया था ना उनका, वो उसी का परिणाम था, जो बहिष्कृत कर दिया था लोगों ने। समाज अब जागरूक हो रहा है, और आप जिस तरफ जा रही हैं उस तरफ समाज नहीं जा रहा है, रूढ़वादी या जिस तरह की कह रही हैं। अभी तात्कालिक एग्जाम्पल समाज ने दिया है, पूरे देश के लोगों ने दिया है।
सर, समाज कौन बनाता है? मैं और आप बनाते हैं। इक्वल हिस्सेदारी है और होनी भी चाहिए। तो फिर मैं किस तरफ जा रही हूँ सर? मैं साफ सिर्फ यही बोल रही हूँ कि इक्वालिटी होनी चाहिए। अब हम रीति रिवाज के नाम पर पुरुष प्रथा की जितनी भी रीति रिवाज हैं अपनाते रहें, तो फिर जो बेटी बढ़ाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ ये आंदोलन अगर हो गया, महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाओ, तो ये सिर्फ नाम का रह जाता है सर। ये सिर्फ वहीं तक रह जाता है कि नेता लोग आप जैसे आके ये बोल देंगे, पर बाकी करना तो वही पड़ेगा, लड़की लड़के के ही घर जाएगी।
ये दोनों ये बिल्कुल सही है। ये बिल्कुल सही है कि लड़की पढ़ाना भी है, लड़की को आगे बढ़ाना भी है। इसके लिए ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हम अपनी संस्कृति से कटें, हम अपनी सभ्यता से कटें, हम अपने देश से कटें। ये दोनों समानांतर चल रहे हैं अभी, और ऐसा नहीं है देश प्रगति नहीं कर रहा है। दोनों बातें हैं, आप इसको दोनों को मिलाइए मत।
नरोत्तम जी, मिश्रा साहब, तो लड़की पढ़ाना भी है, महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाना ही है, पर बस उधर तक बढ़ाना है जहां तक जो जितनी भी पुरुष प्रथा, पेट्रियार्कल जितने भी रीति रिवाज हैं, उन पे कन्फर्मिटी होती रहे, क्योंकि ये सबको सूट करता है सर। बस आपसे फिर से यही सवाल पूछूंगी, कियारा आडवाणी, आमिर खान को छोड़ दीजिए, आपको क्या लगता है, क्या लड़की को लड़के के ही घर जाना चाहिए था, या बहुत हमने रीति रिवाज तोड़ दिए कि लड़का लड़की के घर आ गया?
ना, लड़की को कहाँ रहना है ये लड़की तय करेगी। ये संस्कृति, अब हमने कहा ना कि हमारा परिवेश, हमारा परिवार ये तय करेगा, हमारा समाज तय करेगा, आमिर खान तय नहीं करेंगे।
सर, आपने जो मुद्दा उठाया है, मैं फिर से बोलूंगी, बाकी एड्स, बाकी जिस भी आपने मुद्दे उठाए हैं, अगर उससे परे करें और इस एडवर्टीजमेंट को सिर्फ अकेले देखें, आपको सही लगता है सर कि सही मुद्दा उठाया है? क्योंकि मॉडर्न टाइम्स छोड़ दीजिए सर, सवाल तो पूछे जाएंगे कि क्यों हमेशा लड़की लड़के के घर जाती है और क्यों ये रीति रिवाज है, और अगर ये रीति रिवाज है तो इसको बदलना है सर, सवाल तो पूछा जाएगा।
मैंने तो उठा ही दिया है। मैं तो इस तरह की कोई भी ऐसी तरह का कोई भी आता है विज्ञापन, मैं तो अपना फर्ज निभाता हूं, मैं तो उठाता ही हूं उस विषय को।
सर आप अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं, जो महिलाएं हैं बहुत सारी एक्टिविस्ट हैं, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए लड़ रही हैं सर, वो अपना फर्ज निभाएंगी, क्योंकि बहुत कह रही हैं जो इस एडवर्टाइजमेंट में हुआ है बिल्कुल सही हुआ है, ऐसा ही होना चाहिए था। आपसे बस एक रिक्वेस्ट है सर, बस एक रिक्वेस्ट है मिश्रा साहब कि आप ये एडवर्टाइजमेंट आमिर खान के परे देखिए और इस एडवर्टाइजमेंट को देखिए और बताइए इसमें ऐसा क्या है कि जो हिंदूज हैं उनकी सेंटिमेंट हर्ट हो गए, आहत हो गए, क्या है इसमें सर? और अगर हो गए तो फिर हमको सोचना चाहिए कि ये रिलीजन के बारे में कम है और मिसोजिनी, पुरुष प्रथा, पेट्रियार्की के बारे में ज्यादा है। बहुत शुक्रिया सर कि आप हमसे जुड़े। I want to quickly cut across now to the other developing story which we are following, with reports of former Indian cricketer Roger Binney replacing Sourav Ganguly as BCCI president doing the rounds. A political tussle has kicked off in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress attacked the BJP over the issue, stating Ganguly was a victim of political vendetta. TMC MP Shantanu Sen stated Ganguly is set to lose out on the BCCI top job because he did not join the BJP. TMC also claimed the Saffron Party wanted to pit Dada against Mamta in the 2021 Assembly polls. Remember, Union Minister Amit Shah visited Ganguly's house during the polls. Slamming the TMC for its take on the presidential elections of BCCI, BJP's Dilip Ghosh accused it of politicizing the developments. Ghosh stated that ones who are asking this have done nothing for sportsmen in Bengal.
The London Home Minister Amit Shah came to the house of Sourav Ganguly and had a full dinner. We also came to know that Sourav Ganguly was approached repeatedly to join BJP. Probably as because he hasn't joined BJP and as he belongs to the state of Mamta Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
नहीं, प्रश्न जो लोग उठा रहे हैं टीएमसी के लोग केवल राजनीति करते हैं। बंगाल एक समय खेल में सबसे आगे था, आज बंगाल खेल में कहाँ है? फुटबॉल, क्रिकेट, जहाँ सौरभ जैसा क्रिकेटर हमको मिला है वो क्रिकेट कहाँ है आज? कितने क्रिकेटर बंगाल के नेशनल टीम में है, कितने फुटबॉलर नेशनल टीम में है? बंगाल फुटबॉल का क्या हाल है? दूसरे खेल का तो छोड़ ही दीजिए, ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन है, डायरेक्टर हैं। जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है। समझ सकते हैं। जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज़ नहीं उठाया वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं। क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे, यही तो होता है सब जगह, उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
All right, moving on, the former Indian all-rounder Roger Binney is all set to replace Sourav Ganguly as the new BCCI president, with Jai Shah keeping his place as secretary. The nominations for the posts of 5 office bearers have already been filed, and Arun Dhumal has bagged the key post of IPL chairperson.
The power struggle for the plum BCCI post is now over. The men who will run Indian cricket for the next 3 years have been selected, and the BCCI will now have a new chief in Roger Binney. The former India all-rounder replaces another ex-India cricketer, Sourav Ganguly, who has been completely ignored from the list of office bearers. Jai Shah will continue to remain in his position as the board secretary, with BJP politician Ashish Shelar making his debut in the board as its treasurer. While the election process has already been set in motion, the official appointments will be announced on October 18th at the BCCI AGM. Arun Dhumal, brother of INB Minister Anurag Thakur, has been handed the responsibility of the IPL as its new chairman, taking over from Brijesh Patel. Last week, an important meeting was held in the capital with all the key BCCI members present, where the road ahead was discussed and the list of the office bearers was finalized late on Monday night in Mumbai. Rajya Sabha MP Rajiv Shukla has also managed to keep his place as the vice president, while Devojit Saikia will be the new joint secretary.
नहीं, आईसीसी का तो 18 तारीख के एजीएम में तय होगा, कौन रिप्रेजेंटेटिव होगा, क्या होगा, उसमें तय होगा। ये संस्था को चलाने के लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज है अगर हम सहमति से लोगों का जो है चयन हो जाए, चुनाव हो जाए, इससे बढ़िया कोई बात नहीं होती है।
All the office bearers have already filed their nominations and will be elected unopposed to run the office for the next 3 years. Ganguly perhaps is the only one to be left out, although it is learned that he was keen to continue as the port chief. However, the decision has left him disappointed, and the only key position that he can now eye is that of ICC chairman. But the top BCCI and government hierarchy may not roll out a red carpet for him. Sports Bureau, India Today.
It was time for us to cut into our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp groups. We're going to get down to it. A quick break. Stay with me. I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our Fact Check segment where we bust claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim suggesting conservative guidelines issued by Qatar government for FIFA World Cup. The fact check on that: these guidelines issued by local grassroots conservative groups, not government. With this fact check, time for us to go into a break. Stay with me. On the other side is To The Point.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Greenhouse gas emissions are a looming threat to climate change. Industries are finding ways to capture and store carbon. This helps in reducing the emissions and reducing the overall impact of carbon on the environment. Carbon capture and storage is a way of reducing industrial greenhouse gas emissions. It involves recovering the carbon gas at its source and holding it in underground reserves. First, the carbon dioxide is separated from the smoke or combustion fumes. Industrial emissions comprise up to 15% carbon dioxide. The rest is mainly water vapor and nitrogen. Separating the gases is costly, accounting for about 2/3 of the overall capture and storage process. Capture techniques are constantly evolving. Extracting the carbon dioxide post-combustion is a well-mastered method, but it's relatively energy-intensive. Another possibility is removing the carbon dioxide before the fuel is burnt. Development of this process is ongoing. Once separated, the carbon dioxide is compressed and transported by pipeline, boat or tanker to underground or deep-sea storage facilities. It is injected far underneath gas-tight layers of rock and stored under pressure until it reaches a near liquid state. Suitable storage sites include end-of-life oil and gas fields or extremely deep layers of porous rock impregnated with salt water.
SMSs designed to create panic. Digital fraud. Sextortion. Web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara Files, an India Today investigation at 8 p.m.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. It's language wars yet again, the imposition versus integration debate. Well, what sparked it this time around? Well, the committee, the Parliamentary Committee on Languages, headed by the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, has recommended that Hindi be the medium of instructions in IITs and IIMs. Clearly, not gone down too well with many states. Here's more.
The Hindi imposition debate is back this time, triggered by a governmental panel report. Sparking outrage in all South states, the Amit Shah-led committee has recommended the use of Hindi as the medium of instruction in Hindi-speaking states and local regional languages in other states. The report recommends that Hindi be the medium of instruction in IIT, IIM and central universities. And as expected, almost all political leaders in the South are up in arms, saying this is an attempt to impose one nation, one language, one religion, one food and one culture. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK has lashed out at the central government, with even Chief Minister M.K. Stalin leading the charge with a series of tweets. He also shot off a letter to Prime Minister Modi, warning not to trigger another language war.
We are Tamils. We have a language of our own, and our language, the state was carved from the Dravidian land as a Tamil state. Why should you impose Hindi on us? We are not in UP, we are not in MP, we are not in Bihar.
In order to hide their inability to run the government, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has been levelling unnecessary and unwanted allegations against the central government and also this committee.
Meanwhile, in battleground Karnataka, the Congress and JDS have lashed out at the BJP.
You cannot enforce that language on us. We have our own languages, the southern states, which are classical languages. What does the term classical tag mean? It means that they have been in existence for over 2,000 years. We have our own script, we have our own history, we have our own culture, and that needs to be preserved too. So what does the Prime Minister, why the duplicity in Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat when he says that you should encourage local language and all that, but when the Gazette comes out, when the notifications come out, it's about Hindi imposition. We will not allow this.
The Bombay government, however, has categorically stated that there is no question of changing the medium of instruction in universities as of now.
ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನೋಡಿ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದಿ ಏರಿಕೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ನಾಡಿನ ಮೇಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇರೋವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅನವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡೋಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇಡ.
The outrage isn't limited to just Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi asking him to intervene in the matter. In Telangana, Minister K.T. Ramarao took to social media to reiterate that India does not have a national language. The language showdown has kicked off a political storm in southern states, with regional parties uniting against the BJP and making it clear that any decision to put in effect the committee's Hindi recommendations will be met with protests. Bureau Report, India Today.
Because political, social, the great linguistic divide is on fire yet again. Imposition versus integration. Let's take it to our panelists this evening. Tom Vadakan, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, joins us. A. Sarvana, spokesperson, DMK, Syed Aslam, leader, JDS. Mr. Vadakan, I'd like to begin with you and I'd like to quote, there are various quotes which have come at the back of the Parliamentary Committee report. Number one, the reaction to it is, do not instigate the fire, call the mother tongue sentiment. This is what Chief Minister Tamil Nadu, Mr. Stalin, has said. Most states and many leaders, including your own BJP leaders in the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, have come out and said that it is wrong, that one nation, one language theory is wrong, and the Parliamentary Committee report seems to be pointing towards that direction.
Preeti, I wish everybody had read that report. It's basically a recommendation. Let's understand that. It is not carved in stone that such a narrative is being built, from the southern sector. I mean, this is like hiring a cause. Anytime you have a diversionary tactics, you're failing in your governance, you immediately switch off and switch on to an issue which is ready and ripe. And now this is a report submitted to the president, which is a recommendation, and I wish people do read it. What is it about? There's emphasis is on regional languages. Wherever regional language is required, there has to be the regional language. There is no confusion about it. But no, nobody wants to read that. Hindi imposition. Can you stop Hindi being taught in Uttar Pradesh, or you want Tamil to be taught there? No, it's not possible. So you have Hindi states where Hindi is taught. You have Madhya Pradesh. You were speaking to the Home Minister a few minutes back in Hindi and on an English channel. Language is, Preeti, about communication and not creating a war. I absolutely differ with this conclusion that's a war going on. These are narratives which are hired from time to time, and a channel like yours, which communicates in English and Hindi, and I suppose come into Tamil also in some short time. If it happens, well and good. But the reality is, communication has been in these two languages for some time in the Hindi belt. Tamil in Tamil Nadu, Telugu in Andhra Pradesh. But I would like to point about Kumaraswamy's statement. Very strange, He says you can't impose Hinduism and Hindi. Now look at this connect. Where is he linking? It is the issue is about Hindi, and now he's brought Hinduism to it. The point is, where are these gentlemen going to? Politics doesn't mean you come and dig your own grave in this country.
Right. Mr. Vadagan, yes, make your point, sir. Finish.
No, I'm saying we are a country which has diversity, and the Prime Minister himself, when it comes to Tamil Nadu, tries to speak in Tamil. How many of the Dravidian leaders come to Delhi and speak in Hindi?
Mr. Vadagan, I'd like to bring in Mr. Sarvana, but I want to ask you, one quick rebuttal question. When the Prime Minister goes to Tamil Nadu, sir, he doesn't speak in Tamil, he speaks in English, because the link language seems to be English other than Hindi, and he's always spoken in English when he comes to Tamil Nadu. So I want to ask you, sir, hear me out. So I want to ask you, and the question is, when the panel recommends Hindi as the medium of instructions to IITs and IIMs, why can't that be English? Because your link language is English.
Preeti, is it possible? I mean, let's be realistic. That suddenly IITs will all turn into Hindi medium. These are recommendations. These are dotted lines which have to be joined together. This is going to take our generation 10 generations away. If it's possible, well and good, wish them best. But you think institutions like IIT and IIM and other institutions will switch overnight? Doesn't happen. But yes, you have a political cause. You can stand up, take a flag and say, well, no Hindi wala coming down south and no Tamilian coming this side. This is our country, Preeti. We can't have these, walls built up. These are attitudes. These are political constituencies that they are addressing. It doesn't work that way.
Okay. Mr. Sarvana, Mr. Aslam, I know you want to come in. Just give me a minute. I'll just bring in Mr. Sarvanan into this conversation. Mr. Sarvana, the question that is being raised by the BJP is that you're trying to stoke regional identity fire. These are mere recommendations, nothing more.
Yeah, Preeti, you are right on target. When you said, what about English as a link language? The crux of the issue is this. The BJP is trying to do away with English, because English is the link language. They want to bring, this fear stems not just from these recommendations alone. We have to see what Mr. Amit Shah had spoken a few months back. He said India has the capacity, the wherewithal to link all the entire states. People, when they are communicating with each other within the country, they should use Hindi. In a pluralistic society like us, that cannot be possible. English is the insurance policy. English is the bulwark which is protecting the pluralism and the multiculturalism of our country. English is also a great leveler. When they are saying, please do away with English, what they mean is bring in Hindi. This is what we call as Hindi imposition. Mr. Vadakan is poo-pooing it, saying that this is just a recommendation. If it doesn't matter anything, if it is not going to happen, what's the fun in wasting everybody's money and making these recommendations? These recommendations should not have come. This recommendation itself This is against the pluralistic nature. This is against the federalism. This language debate has been settled long back. 70 years back, this has been settled. When there was the solemn promise made by the union government that we will not do away with the English as a linked language. Now, every step, the BJP is taking all the efforts, all the steps to do away with English. They are giving it a colonial tag, forgetting that India has become a superpower in economic might. We have become forced to reckon also because on one, the important aspect being that we are proficient in English. English has done as well. And without augmenting the capacity of the regional languages, take Hindi. Can anyone become a doctor? Can anyone become an engineer? Can anyone become a software professional by just studying Hindi? It is not possible. For that matter, any regional language. All the regional languages, none of the regional languages have that capacity. So English is the only way which caters the aspirations of the people who are well qualified. So when that is the situation, where is this need? Why do you want to belittle English by saying it is a colonial thing? We are taking pride. But do we have, see, there is the next question. Oh, why don't you develop all the regional languages? Yes, we want to do that. We'll be very happy if something of that sort happens. When someone becomes a doctor by studying in Tamil. But as the union government spending that kind of money, they collect taxes from people who speak Kannada, Malayalam, Telugu, Tamil. But is the money devolved in the same priority? No. Is the money spent in the same priority as the money that is collected from these people? Hindi is given big push. They are spending around 60 to 80 crores every year for promoting Hindi across the country. 600 crores for Sanskrit. $800,000 for promotion of Hindi in the United Nations. But what is the kind of money that is spent for promoting these classical languages?
Okay.
Is it same? Is it the same amount? So this is why we are saying Hindi is being imposed. It is being shoved down our throats. And also name any one scheme of the union government that has used any other language other than Hindi, as though it is only the Hindi people that are living in the country. When it is funded by the entire country, everybody is paying GST. We are every single Indian is contributing to the growth of this nation. But the union government, which is a Hindi majoritarian party, is pandering only to the Hindi-speaking population. That is our grouse. That is why
stay with,
whenever such
Mr. Sarvana, stay with me. We are going to get somebody to fix your connection as well. You know, it's sketchy. We are going to get them to fix your connection, but stay with me. I will bring in Saeed Aslam as well, leader JDS spokesperson. Mr. Aslam, the fact is the BJP now alleges that a party like yours, the JDS, is trying to link an linguistic issue, a language issue, with a communal issue. When you link both Hindi and Hinduism together?
Well, Preeti, we all need to understand there is a deliberate attempt by the central government, the BJP government, to impose Hindi. We are not against Hindi. We are against the imposition of Hindi. Now, when I say imposition, the recommendation, the so-called recommendation which Mr. Vadakkan is calling it as a recommendation, I hope it remains as a recommendation, doesn't get implemented. Even this recommendation is called as imposition of Hindi. We have the classical languages in South, be it Tamil, Kannada and Telugu. And these have been the oldest languages which are spoken in the country. It has rich culture and heritage. The imposition of Hindi is a deliberate attempt against the integrity of our nation. It is against the ethos of our of our nation. We are culturally rich, right? And these languages have to be promoted. By imposing Hindi, what is the BJP government trying to impose, right? How can the medium of communication be Hindi in IIM, IIT and the central universities, right? What are we trying to do? We are going to the age-old methods of communication. English, like you said, English has been a link language and it has been universally and across the world it is accepted. By imposing Hindi, we are not bringing the country together. It works against the concept of unity in diversity. In the 8th schedule of Constitution, let us not forget, in the 8th schedule of Constitution, 22 languages are given equal rights.
Right.
Does the Union Minister, the Home Minister forget with this recommendation? There is equal importance which has to be given to all languages. They are trying to appease the Hindi heartland. Preeti, let me make it very clear. Dam Wadakanji said that the diversity tactics. You are absolutely right, sir. Your central government, the BJP government, is trying to use the diversity tactics to appease the Hindi heartland. We are the 3 states in the south are the maximum tax-paying states. We contribute to the maximum tax which is paid in India. You are utilizing the tax amount which is paid in the southern states and you want to promote Hindi. That is
okay, I want to bring in Mr.
unacceptable.
Vadakan back into this conversation. He's heard both of you out very patiently. Mr. Vadakan, the fact is, if it's just a mere recommendation, why stoke, passions which are already so raw when it comes to the linguistic divide? What's the point when the recommendation also says it's recommended to remove English from competitive exams for central government posts? You know, the fact is, if you actually break up in terms of percentage, just about 40% of this country speaks Hindi, sir.
Preeti, my contention, I repeat, nobody has read this report. It is what we hear, some stories that are picked up by reports, and nobody has read the end to end. That is one. I wish they had read it before coming to an argument. It is nobody's case, like Mr. Sarvanam argued, that English is being replaced. We are now talking in English. Let us accept it. Mr. Sarvanam, I was very impressed with his eloquence on English. Where is the question of English being removed? Yes, we need our regional languages as well. Now, if in Uttar Pradesh there's an exam held, it should be also in Hindi. If it is being held in Tamil Nadu, it has to be in a regional language, and that exercise is there in the civil service. It's already started, where you can answer your paper in Tamil. And if this exercise is going on, well, Uttar Pradesh has its own value. They have Hindi. Okay, accept it. If Tamil Nadu, you come into Tamil Nadu, you have Tamil. We accept it. Point here is, where is the war? The point is, we as Indians are creating wars without any reason. This pluralistic society of ours has different cultures. Now, you asked the gentleman from Karnataka about Hindi and the communal aspect. He did not answer that. He stepped aside. He did not talk about Mr. Kumaraswamy's reference of Hinduism and Hindi. I forgive him for that. But at the same time, let us remember that when we take up a cause, keep the national interest in mind. Keep your national interest. Nobody is imposing any language on anybody. Tamil will have its place. It's a classical language. It's gone to the UN. There have been speeches in Tamil. And Kannada, I went for a press conference. They boycotted my press conference because it was in English. And then I said, what language do I speak? I remember this was during the CAA meet. This was at the press club in Bangalore. I mean, it can happen to you when I go to speak I will speak in English. They say, no, you speak in Kannada. What do? I come from Delhi. I can speak Malayalam. I can speak Tamil. But, if you want me to learn Kannada in such short notice.
Right. Mr. Sarvana, the fact is, you need this linguistic divide to fuel your regional linguistic politics is also a charge which many political analysts make. You need it to oxygenate what your entire politics rests on.
Yeah, Preeti, see, if we are unilaterally taking up this issue, making a big thing out of it, then these allegations may sound maybe something compatible. But we are merely reacting to what the central government, the union government is doing. We are not creating anything out of thin air. I have pointed out several instances. Do they have any answer? Why so much only for Hindi? I asked a pertinent question. Why only Hindi names are used in the central government schemes? Why can't you divide? Why can't you give it out of rotation? Like a cyclone. Every country gets to name a cyclone. Why can't every regional language be used to name the scheme of the Prime Minister? This is one instance. You put a very, very pertinent question. What about competitive exams? That is where Hindi is imposed. Recently, few days back, Staff Selection Commission, CGL examinations were being conducted only in English and Hindi. The regional language was left out. So, if you know Hindi alone, you can write that examination. If I know Tamil alone, or if someone from Karnataka knows Kannada alone, they are left out. They cannot attend. They cannot aspire to join the central government. This is what we call as Hindi imposition. Not only in SSC, several examinations, wherever it is pointed out to us, our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has pointed out written letters. We have protested. Right. Some we were able to rectify, but many we were not able to. This imposition we oppose. This unfair spending of funds we oppose. This is imposition.
Okay, Mr. Vadakan, I know you want to come in, and Mr. Aslam, I know you want to come in. I've run terribly out of time, but trust me, I will have you back on the show again because the debate will continue, especially in days to come. Thank you, all three gentlemen, for joining us. Up next, viewers, is Rahul Kamal with an investigation that you'd want to stay tuned into.
No double life, no dual employment. That's an official email that has gone from the Infosys to its employees. This clearly warning that moonlighting will not be permitted and any violation can actually lead to services being terminated. What is this buzzword moonlighting? No, it does not mean light on the moon. It actually means a lot of people taking up a secondary job while they have a regular job, perhaps to have an additional income. A job that is taken up without the employer's knowledge. A job that is done beyond the office hours, usually on the weekend or in the night hours. Now, the businesses are trashing the idea of moonlighting because they fear, one, there could be a conflict of interest. There could also be a loss of productivity for the employee in the regular job. And significantly, this could also lead to a data breach. Now, taking up a secondary job is not exactly illegal, but in India, many companies, specifically the IT firms, do add a single employment clause for their employees. This to ensure also, as they call it, would not lead to cheating. But the question is moonlighting or taking up a secondary job ethical for an employee? Wipro chairperson Rishad Premji had called the practice as cheating. On the other hand, Tech Mahindra CEO C.P. Gurnami said, this is necessary to keep changing with the times. And he said, I welcome disruption in the ways we work. And NITES, a non-profit group, protested Infosys' email saying the IT employees are working more than 9 hours a day without any overtime benefit. Employees have contracts to work with Infosys for 9 hours only. What the employees do outside working hours is their prerogative, as was said. Recently, food ordering and delivery platform Swiggy announced it will allow its employees to take up gigs or projects outside of their regular employment at the company. So then we spoke to some of the business world renowned personalities. Here's what they have to say about what does moonlighting really mean for the companies. Listen in.
If you have a full-time job somewhere and you're properly employed, meaning you have social security, you have all the things that are there for long-term employment, then it doesn't seem right to me to be working elsewhere. There are issues of conflict of interest. There are other kinds of things related to fatigue. There are other kinds of things related to what information are you carrying back and forth unintentionally.
Really not sure about this notion that you're going to be able to double dip, where you'll have the security, the ecosystem, the colleagues of a large employer and a fixed income, and you'll be able to do this on the side. I mean, I think all of us have got used to working with colleagues who take flexible time and work with multiple employers. But the notion that everybody is a free agent probably doesn't recognize the reality of how organizational momentum, organizational memory, organizational culture.
So what do you think? Should employees be permitted to have secondary job? Should they be allowed to indulge in moonlighting, or is it cheating? Do write in the comments below.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
At 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Sourav Ganguly, out of the race to become the next BCCI president, has sparked off a political war. The Trinamool Congress claims that this is a conspiracy against Bengal because Ganguly refused to toe the line of the BJP. What's the real story behind Ganguly out of the BCCI? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, our big newsmaker tonight, the man who's front runner to become the next Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, will be joining us. Will he be remote controlled by the Gandhi family? We'll ask him that and much more on the news today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. An important India Today special investigation, the Jamtara files, coming up on the news track tonight.
SMSs designed to create panic. Digital fraud. Sextortion. Web of cybercrime unravels. Are you and your money safe? The Jamtara files, an India Today investigation.
Have you received SMSs warning you that your power connection will be snapped for non-payment of dues? Or messages written in dubious English asking you to fill your know your customer details for a bank? Many of us have seen messages about offers, business proposals that sound too good to be true. Messages and emails asking us to tap unverified links. Beware, cybercrime has matured. Digital criminals are more structured and innovative than ever before. Here's an India Today special investigation from Jamtara in Jharkhand, the most notorious hotspot of cybercrime in India, and now a model for e-criminals in other states and regions.
An ultimatum about power disconnections. The lures of low investments and high returns. Deals that seem too good to be true. Voice messages, emails asking you to tap unverified links. And threats on sites, apps and games to expose sexual activity. The growing iceberg of digital fraud. Cyber criminals are going great lengths week in, week out to trick you, to blackmail you by the virtual hook or by crook. One of the most notorious hotspots of the craft that has inspired a Netflix series. Jamtara in Jharkhand continues to struggle with cybercrime. Our ground report, in fact, found scammers here have become more structured, innovative, and ruthless. A victim has just arrived at Jamtara's cybercrime station. Here's a complaint of sextortion. Yes, you heard it right. Sextortion.
हमारे मोबाइल में व्हाट्सएप पे डिफरेंट नंबर से मैसेज आते रहे और हमारे फोटो को गलत तरीके से उसको प्रदर्शित किया गया और उसके हमको दिखा करके हमको डराया धमकाया गया और कहा गया कि आप हमको पैसे दीजिए।
कितना पैसा?
50,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 अलग अलग तरीके से, अलग अलग नंबर से, अलग अलग तरीके से पैसा मांगा जा रहा है। कॉल करके बकायदा मैसेज,
लिंक भी भेजा जा रहा है।
लिंक
किस अकाउंट में भेजना है?
बहुत सारा वो अलग UPI ID दे रहे थे कि इसमें भेजिए, इसमें भेजिए, तो मैंने भेजा नहीं।
Sextortion is a scam of the blackmail variety. Scammers threaten to expose their targets' explicit images if not paid. Haider Ali complained that cyber criminals used his social media pictures and videos and mapped them onto nude imagery. The scammers have been audacious.
मैंने कहा कि मैं साइबर थाना में इसका रिपोर्ट करूंगा। उन्होंने कहा कि आप साइबर में रिपोर्ट कर दीजिए, कुछ भी कर लीजिए, इससे मैं डरता नहीं, वो लोग मेरा कुछ उखाड़ नहीं सकते। वो उसके बाद गाली गलौज भी करने लगे हमारे साथ, तब मैंने उसका फोन कट कर दिया और मैंने आज आकर के थाना में
आपके तस्वीर का गलत इस्तेमाल किया गया और कि आपके फोटो को वायरल कर दिया जाएगा, गलत किसी लड़की के साथ आपको दिखाया जा रहा था और ये आपको धमकाया जा रहा था कि आपका जो ये क्लिप है इसको वायरल
किया जाएगा,
वरना आप पैसा दीजिए और UPI लिंक्स वो भेज रहे थे।
Jamtara recorded 76 cases of cybercrime in 2021. This year, its cyber police has already registered 60 such cases till now. As risks of digital fraud mount, local businesses are taking the brunt. Many rather prefer a reverse drive to conventional transactions.
हम अपना कोई क्रेडिट कार्ड ही यूज करते हैं।
नहीं करते हैं।
उसका कारण क्या है कि कल के दिन हैक होने का खतरा है। हम अपने पास में किसी चीज को नहीं रखते।
तो कैसे करते हैं फिर ऑपरेट आप लोग?
ऑपरेट या बैंक जाके चेक से या फिर ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफर वगैरह जो भी है वो भी एकदम लिमिटेड, अदरवाइज बैंकिंग जाके करना पड़ता है।
तो कमोवेश इसी तरह से बाकी ट्रेडर्स भी करते होंगे जैसे आप बता रहे हैं?
बाकी ट्रेडर्स लोग का भी वैसा ही है, वैसा ही सिस्टम है।
यहाँ पर 25-30% व्यापार बहुत प्रभावित हो रहा है। अब लोग पेमेंट लेने में कतराते हैं, या तो फिर चेक से लेते हैं या पेमेंट या डेबिट कार्ड से लेते हैं, तो ये बदनाम होने के कारण अब यहाँ के मान लीजिए बगल के कोई लोगों से या नारायणपुर जामताड़ा कहीं अगल बगल से पेमेंट देना भी चाहता है ऑनलाइन, तो लोग लेने पे घबराता है।
The scammers designed their messaging to get their victims upset, curious, or anxious. Take for example a message about an imminent blackout at your home, office, or store. It's the bait to catch their target's attention. And if the potential victims fell for it and called the embedded number, they'd likely be told to install a screen mirroring app on phones or computer systems. This to allow the scammers the access they want, the data, the passwords, the account number, and codes to execute the theft.
जब कहते हैं कि हम बिल जमा कर दिए हैं फिर भी हमारा क्यों डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है, तो कहते हैं नहीं अपडेट करना होगा। उसके लिए वो कोई ऐप्स है जैसे एनी डेस्क है, टीम व्यूअर है, उसको डाउनलोड कराते हैं और उसी पर वो जो है प्रोसेसिंग कराते हैं। इसी में वो एनी डेस्क या टीम व्यूअर से जो है स्क्रीन शेयर हो जाता है। तो ये जो उसमें 10 रुपया 5 रुपया डालने के लिए बोलते हैं, तो वो उसमें पैसा डालते हैं। डालने के बाद फिर वो जो है ATM नंबर, पिन नंबर, CVV नंबर जो भी है वो प्राप्त कर लेते हैं और उसके बाद फिर वो ट्रांजैक्शन कर लेते हैं।
Authorities in Jamtara have bolstered their defenses. The local youth are encouraged to take up decent vocations.
इन्फोर्समेंट पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है और जहाँ तक एजुकेशन की बात है तो सारे पंचायत में लाइब्रेरीज बनाई गई हैं जहाँ हफ्ते में 2 दिन क्लासेस भी लेते हैं। संडे को पुलिस वाले और वेडनेसडे को सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लोग जाते हैं और जो पुलिस वाले क्लास लेते हैं उनका मेन जो कंसेप्ट है वो कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग का है। वो बच्चों को जो है अपनी पढ़ाई के लिए भी गाइडेंस करते हैं और उसके अलावा कैसे क्राइम से दूर रहना है और उसके क्या नुकसान है इस बारे में भी समझाते हैं। तो इससे काफ़ी अच्छा रिजल्ट आया है।
Cybercrime being borderless without the need for its perpetrator and victim being co-located, digital evidence has led police from 22 states to visit Jamtara in the past few years. But the spotlight on digital fraud has expanded to other places as well.
अभी तो फैल गया, जैसे देवघर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और दुमका, गिरिडीह, और जगह से भी हो रहा है।
मतलब संथाल वाले बेल्ट में ज़्यादा है।
हाँ, धनबाद वगैरह से भी हो रहा है, इस एरिया से थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही हुआ है।
तो अब ये लोग कहीं से भी कर देते हैं ये? मतलब कि जहाँ जो उनका हब था करमाटाड़, तो वहाँ अब नहीं रहते?
अब यहाँ नहीं रह गया, अब तो पूरा फैल गया है, बोर्डिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट जितना है लगभग, और बिहार भी लोग चले गए हैं, वहाँ भी लोग ट्रेंड होकर के ये सब काम कर रहे हैं।
Gaining full remote access to your devices. Simply put, scammers entice you innovatively, threaten you aggressively to take control of your digital assets. Cybercrime no longer a small crime by any means, despite protections. With Satyajit Kumar in Jamtara, Jharkhand, Bureau Report, India Today.
The Jamtara digital fraud model has gone national. The cyber portal records nearly 200 complaints every day. In fact, 65 cyber criminals were arrested just after 10 days of raids across 22 cities. Here's how the cyber crime wing seems to be spreading nationally.
An extensive operation by Delhi's cyber police. 10 days of raids in 22 cities across India.
हेलो सर, आपको एक कॉल आपके कार्ड से संबंधित किया जा रहा है। सर, इनाम की राशि पाने के लिए
65 people, many of them young men under 30 years, arrested. The infamous Jamtara model seems to have spread out far and wide. The operation that began late August centered around what many of us have already encountered on our phones. Shock SMSs and WhatsApp messages about power disconnection at night.
One of the latest modus operandi है जिसमें आपको SMS के ज़रिए एक मैसेज आता है जिसमें ये बोला जाता है या तो आप अपनी KYC नॉर्म्स पूरी कीजिए, या फिर आपको ये बोला जाता है कि आपकी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का जो बिल है वो भरा नहीं गया और आज रात तक या कुछ समय के बाद आपकी बिजली जो घर में आ रही है वो बंद हो जाएगी। जो भी लोग बिजली यूज़ करते हैं वो एकदम से बिना सोचे समझे, उसमें एक लिंक भी रहता है, एक नंबर रहता है जिस पर आपने कॉल करना होता है, वो लोग बिना सोचे समझे उस नंबर पे कॉल कर देते हैं इस डर से कि कहीं वो बिजली बंद ना हो जाए। ये लेटेस्ट मोडस ऑपरेंडी है।
The National Cyber Crime Reporting Portal recorded more than 200 complaints by electricity consumers recently. When the cyber police in the national capital analyzed the digital and financial trails, they found frauds all over the country.
ये कार्रवाई होती कैसे है वो मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। दो तरीके से होती है। एक तो आपसे पैसा डलवा लेंगे इस नाम का कि जी आपका बिजली का बिल भर दिया, और फिर अपडेट करने के नाम पर आपके बिजली के बिल को आपसे OTP मांगेंगे और वो एक्चुअल में वो आपके बैंक से ट्रांजैक्शन हो जाएगा। दूसरा तरीका ये, आपको एक लिंक देंगे और कोई एप्लीकेशन आपके मोबाइल में इंस्टॉल करा देंगे। वंस वो एप्लीकेशन आपके मोबाइल में इंस्टॉल हो जाती है तो जो भी आपकी मोबाइल पर एक्टिविटी हो रही है वो जो फ्रॉडस्टर है वो उसको देख सकता है।
Investigations revealed this cybercrime syndicate involved vendors issuing mobile phone chips on fake documents, people holding bank accounts on fake documents, or poor people renting out their accounts to cheats to execute fraudulent transactions. Plus, a network of telecallers to trick electricity consumers into downloading screen sharing apps. Authorities have issued multiple advisories to the general public about the modus cyber criminals have adopted for the rip-off in the name of power bills. But the scammers seem to be steps ahead. They can pull a variety of frauds when most of us are active on multiple digital platforms.
कोई नंबर ले लेंगे और एक जो DP आप लोग यूज़ करते हैं व्हाट्सएप में, वो उसी सेम DP का यूज़ कर नंबर डिफरेंट होगा, आपका नंबर नहीं होगा। आपके जानने वालों को मैसेज करेंगे और कुछ इमरजेंसी दिखाकर उनसे कोई ट्रांजैक्शन या पैसे की मांग करेंगे, और क्योंकि वो फ़ोटो आपके जानकार का होगा तो आप कुछ लोग ये ट्रांजैक्शंस कर भी देते हैं, जो कि नहीं करना चाहिए। ये लेटेस्ट मॉडस ऑपरेंडी है।
Keep your mobile softwares up to date. Call the Central Helpline 1930 should you spot a scam in your smartphone.
हेलो सर, आपको एक कॉल आपके कार्ड से संबंधित किया जा रहा है। सर, इनाम की राशि पाने के लिए आपको अपनी कार्ड की डिटेल्स कंफर्म करानी होंगी।
But awareness still remains the strongest firewall and the first line of defense against cybercrime. With Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Almost every single day, many of us watching this broadcast at this time are being sent very dangerous messages or emails or WhatsApps which could potentially lead to a cyber crime, to information being siphoned away, money being transferred from bank accounts. How should one beware? How do you prevent yourself from being scammed? Joining us to talk about A, what's happening, B, what needs to be done, and how you can fight back, I have with me on this broadcast Karnail Singh, former head of the Enforcement Directorate. With us also is Professor Triveni Singh, Superintendent of Police in the Cybercrime Department. We have Jitin Jain, one of our country's leading cybersecurity experts. Deepthi Gupta joins us, teacher, also a victim of a cyber fraud. We've got Aman Sandhu, a TV actor, again somebody who's been scammed, and Shubhangi Atre joins us from Bhabhi Ji Ghar Pe Hain, and she was scammed as well. So Shubhangi, let me start with you. You became a victim of an online fraud last month. Begin by explaining to everyone watching what happened to you, and then we'll try and dive into what others who are watching at this time should do to ensure that they don't get scammed. Shubhangi.
एक्चुअली एक ऑनलाइन फैशन ऐप से मुझे कॉल आई एंड दे सेड कि बिकॉज आप हमारे प्रीमियम कस्टमर हैं और आप शॉपिंग करते रहते हैं, सो वी आर ऑफरिंग यू फ्यू गिफ्ट्स. सो आई सेड ओके. सो आपको ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं करना है, आपको 5000 तक शॉपिंग करना है और जब आप उसका पेमेंट कर देंगे तो हम आपको ऑप्शंस भेजेंगे और विद इन 2 or 3 days जो आपका गिफ्ट है वो आपके घर पे पहुंच जाएगा. आई सेड ओके. अच्छा, सबसे मज़ेदार बात मैं आप सबको ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि जनरली we have been told that you are not supposed to click any link or you are not supposed to give any OTP or something like that. This was a new way and there were 3-4 people, like 2 girls and 2 boys, and they were like talking to me and they were guiding me. Then they asked me my previous orders कि how was it, how did you rate it, वो आपके प्रोडक्ट्स कैसे थे. सो मैंने उनको रिप्लाई किया. प्रॉपर जो उन्होंने मुझे मैसेजेस भी भेजे थे वो ऐसे ही थे कि मुझे पता चल रहा था कि वो उसी फैशन ऑनलाइन ऐप से आ रहे हैं सारे मैसेजेस, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपना लोगो भी वही डाला हुआ था. सो आई थॉट कि इट इज़ जेन्युइन और मैं सिर्फ उनके जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे वो मैं फॉलो कर रही थी. ऐसे ठीक है, मैं 5000 का शॉपिंग कर लेती हूँ और अगर कोई गिफ्ट मिल रहा है तो मैं किसी और को ये वाला गिफ्ट दे दूँगी. एक्चुअली मैंने इसी इच्छा से उन लोगों के साथ बात करना कंटिन्यू किया. अदरवाइज आई डोंट एंटरटेन लाइक सच कॉल्स.
तो आपको पता कैसे चला जब ये आपको सारे सवाल पूछे गए कि आप 5000 रुपीज़ की शॉपिंग कीजिए, आपको कब और कैसे पता चला कि आपके साथ ये स्कैम हो गया? Shubhangi?
So yes, they asked me to buy something. जी जी. So first payment जब मेरा 5000 गया उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला नो नो मैम देयर इज़ सम इश्यूज़. आई थिंक आप 50 पैसा की जगह आपने 0.05 सम अमाउंट वाज देयर. सो दे सेड कि नहीं मैम एक बार और कर दीजिए, ये हम अभी आपको रिफ़ंड भेज देते हैं. एंड दे वर लाइक उनके वो कभी अकाउंटेंट से बात करवा रहे थे, कभी वो अपने सीनियर उनसे बात करवा रहे थे. तो जैसा मैंने बोला कि बहुत ही ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में था. आई थिंक इट इज़ कॉल्ड फिशिंग. तो प्रॉपर वो जिसको बोलते हैं उनके पास सारे मेरा डिटेल्स भी थे, मेरा मेल आईडी था उनके पास. तो जब फर्स्ट पेमेंट गया मेरा उनके पास, उन्होंने सेकंड पेमेंट भी मुझसे करने को कहा कि कुछ 50 पैसे का प्रॉब्लम हो गया है बट हम अभी हम ऑनलाइन हैं तो हम अभी आपको रिफ़ंड कर देंगे. आई सेड ओके. जब वो मैंने किया तो फिर 3-4 मेरे ट्रांजैक्शंस हुए और मेरे अकाउंट से पैसा गया ऑब्वियसली, बट सेकंड ट्रांजैक्शन भी मैंने कर दिया, बट थर्ड के टाइम तब मुझे लगा कि समथिंग इज़ रॉन्ग और ये जो है कुछ तो गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं मेरे साथ। तब मैंने उनसे कहा कि मैं आप लोगों का कॉल रिकॉर्ड कर रही हूँ और मैं इसकी कंप्लेन करूँगी, वेट। सो आई टोल्ड देम कि आई विल स्पीक टू कस्टमर केयर आपकी कंपनी के, और मैं उनसे बात करूँगी। देन फिर उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं मैम आप ऑनलाइन रहिए, हम जो भी है आपके जितना भी पेमेंट है हम आपका जो आपका अलग से चला गया है वो हम रिफ़ंड कर देंगे, मैं आपको अपने सीनियर अकाउंटेंट से भी बात करवाती हूँ। ये सारा प्रोसेस चलता रहा एंड एक्चुअली आई वाज शूटिंग ऑल्सो दैट डे, तो आई ऑल्सो गॉट पैनिक्ड आफ्टर सम टाइम, बट तब मैंने देखा कि मेरे अकाउंट से और पैसे निकलते ही जा रहे हैं। तब फिर मैंने अपने बैंक मैनेजर को कॉल किया और उनको बोला कि अभी के अभी आप मेरा अकाउंट को ब्लॉक कर दीजिए, और लास्ट अमाउंट जो था फिर वो नहीं ले पाए। सो यस, एक मतलब पर्टिकुलर सम अमाउंट वेंट और या दिस हैपेंड।
दिस इज वेरी
तो मैं सबसे पहले तो ये कि ये बहुत ही ऑर्गेनाइज तरीका था, एक जो मुझे फील हुआ, क्योंकि हम कई बार दोस्त आपस में कि ये लोग आजकल इस तरह से कौन कर रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड चल रहा है, तो अलग अलग तरीके सुने थे, पर ये एकदम ही कुछ नया तरीका था। आई थिंक इसके लिए अब लोगों को अवेयर होना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। हम इंडियंस जनरली ऐसा होता है, फेस्टिवल्स आते हैं तो हम बहुत जल्दी गिफ्ट्स एंड रिवॉर्ड्स को लेके एक्साइटेड हो जाते हैं, बट मैं आप सबसे यही कहूँगी कि हम इतना कोशिश करते हैं अवेयर रहने की, लेकिन उसके बाद भी अगर हो जाता है तो फिर कोई भी हो सकता है। सो प्लीज़ आप लोग इस चीज़ का खास ध्यान रखें।
Now this is very scary because, and the reason why I decided that we should do this on the news track is because virtually everyone in our newsroom had somebody or the other, a friend or a relative, a mother, a father, somebody in their immediate proximity who had been conned in some fashion. And Karnail Singh, as a long-time law enforcer, you know that this is not new, but the techniques that are being deployed are increasingly more sophisticated, and this seems to be happening with greater frequency, where everybody around us seems to have been conned in some fashion or the other, or knows somebody who's been conned or has a near escape. Why do you think the frequency of such online phishing attacks or scamming attacks is going up in this dramatic fashion?
These people who are doing it, particularly in the Jampara area. Another area coming up is the Nalanda, Navada area. Third area is from a portion of the Haryana. Now what happens is more and more people start knowing that there is a possibility of doing the fraud online. That is number one. Number two is, suppose they send or they try 1,000 people. For example, you send the phishing email to 1,000 people. There may be 3-4 people who may become trapped. Therefore, and many of the people, the small greed or with not knowing what could happen with them. For example, a call comes to somebody that your electricity bill has not been paid. Your electricity will be cut by 5 p.m. today. And the person says, I have already paid. So then says, okay, you paid. We are seeing that you paid, but it has not, your record has not been uploaded. So I'll upload your record. And in that they ask OTP and your money is gone. I have seen this happening with some of the very educated people also.
Correct, absolutely.
The reason being that we need to educate people. I'll tell you two documents which are very, very important. One is issued by the Reserve Bank of India, which is called Raju and 40 Thieves. So 40 methods of the fraud have been told in that, how these people are doing fraud. Second, the Delhi police has issued recently, which is called Cyber Hygiene.
Okay.
It also gives the fraud, and along with it tells what should each person immediately should do. Now, let me tell you what they should do immediately. Number one is immediately they should call on 1930 phone number. This 1930 phone number is connected to the control room of all the states. And they are also connected to the banks. The person sitting there will also inform the bank immediately. That is number one should do it. The second is the person who considers that there is a fraud with him, he should immediately inform the bank.
Third thing you should do is that there's a national website which is called the cybercrime.gov.in. Where the complaint is made, it goes to the concerned, the cybercrime cell of the state. And fourth, they should make a complaint to the local police. If these 4 steps are taken, there is a possibility there that the amount which has been frauded may be saved.
Okay. Aman, Sandhu, you were duped of about 2.5 lakh rupees earlier this year in a cyber scam. You apparently clicked on some suspicious link. Why don't you tell us what you did, what went wrong, and then we'll get Jiten and the superintendent of police from the cybercrime cell to try and explain how people should be careful. Aman.
Exactly, ये जुलाई में हुआ. So my मॉम आए हुए थे. सो शी सेड कि उनको थोड़ा सा कोई हेल्थ इश्यूज़ थे. तो मैंने एक ऑर्थोपैडिक डॉक्टर सर्च कर रही थी, तो मैंने यूट्यूब से लिंक क्लिक किया और क्रिटी केयर हॉस्पिटल का नाम है, जहाँ पे मैंने गूगल से नंबर निकाल करके बात किया. तो एक नंबर पे जिससे बात होती है एंड उन्होंने मुझे सारा टाइमिंग्स एंड ऑल सब कुछ बताया कि ये टाइमिंग्स है आपका हॉस्पिटल का, तो आप किसी भी टाइम विजिट कर सकते हो. आई सेड ओके. तो ही सेड कि आपको ये ऑनलाइन ही अपॉइंटमेंट लेना पड़ेगा, तो हम आपको एक नंबर दे रहे हैं, आप उस पर आपको लिंक आएगा और उस लिंक पे क्लिक करेंगे तो आपको जो भी, मेरे से उन्होंने पहले पेशेंट की डिटेल्स मांगी और टाइमिंग्स मुझे बताए. तो आई सेड ओके ठीक है. तो उसने दूसरे नंबर से भेजा कि मैंने आपको पेशेंट की जो आपने डिटेल्स दी, मैंने उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आपको एक प्रिस्क्रिप्शन रेडी करके भेजा. आपको सिर्फ लिंक ओके करके एंड उस पर से प्रिस्क्रिप्शन आपको ये अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर डाउनलोड करना होगा. आई सेड ओके. बिकॉज मुझे आइडिया ही नहीं था कहीं ना कहीं से कि हाँ ये कुछ फ्रॉड होगा, बिकॉज आई हियर्ड अबाउट इट, बट ऐसा नहीं था कि मतलब हॉस्पिटल से रिलेटेड ऐसा होगा. बिकॉज एक मेरी फ्रेंड से जिससे बात हुई थी उसने बोला कि मतलब जो टाइमिंग्स मुझे मेरी फ्रेंड ने बताए, सेम एग्जैक्टली टाइमिंग्स ऑर्थोपेडिक डॉक्टर के जो थे वो उस बंदे ने भी फ़ोन पर बताए. तो लिंक जैसे ही आया और लिंक पे क्लिक करने के बाद विदिन 5 to 7 seconds ही सेड कि मुझे आपको 5 रुपीज़ चार्जेस लगेंगे अपॉइंटमेंट के. तो मुझे थोड़ा सा डाउट हुआ, बट मुझे मतलब फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं तक ये आइडिया नहीं था कि इस तरीके से कुछ हो सकता है. एंड ऑब्वियसली आई नो कि OTP और ये कुछ भी शेयर नहीं करना होता, दैट तो आई नो. बट जैसे वो लिंक पर मैंने ओके किया ना, तो कुछ टाइम के लिए मेरे फ़ोन में से कुछ भी मैं टच कर रही थी तो वो वर्क नहीं कर रहा था और वो कॉल ही सिर्फ चल रहा था मेरे फ़ोन पर. तो जैसे ही मतलब मेरे पहले ICICI से 5,000 डिडक्ट होते हैं एंड सेकंड डिपॉजिट मेरा दूसरे अकाउंट से होता है और सेकंड फिर अमाउंट मेरा 49,000 का सेम अकाउंट से होता है. एंड थर्ड जब हुआ तो विदिन 5 to 7 seconds में जो हुआ ना, तो जब सारा अमाउंट डिडक्ट हो गया, देन आई रियलाइज़ कि ओके. देन वो तभी भी वो कॉल पर ही था एंड मैंने उनसे बात की. मैंने कहा आप क्या कर क्या रहे हो? तो कहते कुछ नहीं, आपका अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर आपको भेजा ना, आपने डाउनलोड कर लिया ना. तो तब तक ऑलमोस्ट ये जितनी कन्वर्सेशन हुई उतनी देर में सारे पैसे डिडक्ट हो चुके थे मेरे अकाउंट से.
Now everybody, Jiten, knows that there are scamsters out in the prowl, and yet so many smart people around me are actually falling prey. Recently, I received on Twitter a direct message from a verified account of a chief minister, I shan't name him, of one of our important states, and he said, "Apna number bhejo." So I thought maybe he wants to speak. So I sent the number, and then came a link, and I figured very quickly that this looks like trouble. But there are so many people who are actually falling prey, and especially when there's a scam like a OTP number bhejo, Amazon ke package ki delivery hai. You imagine, yeah, maybe I ordered something, maybe the guy needs an OTP and voila, there's an OTP in your phone and you feel okay, it's only logical to give it, and only later do you realize that you've been scammed. What should we be doing, Jiten?
Rahul, we saw, wholesale scams happening in the name of Aadhaar PAN linking, bank calling you for verification, Amazon calling you for delivery. But you see, these scamsters also innovate every day. From last 2 weeks, there is a new scam which is happening. People are calling from on the name of telco companies that, do you want to upgrade to 5G? Your connection has been, selected for 5G approval free of cost. So usme fraud ho raha hai. I mean, 2 days back, a lady was conned by somebody claiming to be a Russian cosmonaut in International Space Station who didn't have money to return to Earth. Right, and she paid money.
Yeah, but she should have been more careful. वो थोड़ा दूर वाला थी, वो थोड़ा लगी रहा है कि गड़बड़ है.
हाँ, so you can patch everything, you can secure everything, but there can never be any patch for human stupidity. So वो तो careful होना पड़ेगा. Rahul, the problem is, you see, in India, in last 7 to 8 years, the speed at which we have digitalized our economy, public services, probably at the same speed we have not been able to impart digital hygiene and cyber education to our citizens. So our cyber security system, especially in law enforcement, is completely collapsing. today, I mean, my dear friend Triveni Singh is also here. He could tell you that 90% of the cybercrime complaints are because of OTP frauds and small-time financial transactions, which are happening even with educated people. And Rahul, and दूसरा आपने देखा होगा Rahul, I mean, our system is literally, it's not that we are ignorant, we have done indifferent. I mean, I could remember 2 years ago, you did a show on Chinese loan scam apps, right? Still today it is running, we are seeing in every news channel. So probably our system is not able to respond effectively, and it is not because of their fault. It is equally because of the process of society and lobbies. I think if you look at this whole nexus, two things are critical here. A, people have been able to obtain fake SIMs and numbers to carry out frauds, and they're running, they're not getting blocked. Two, they've been able to obtain fake bank accounts. Now, these are not only happening because somebody is giving fake documents. They are renting accounts, Jandan accounts from poor people, telling them, "आपको 10,000 रुपए महीना मिलेगा, बस अपना debit card और username password वगैरह दे दो." So now all this is happening because we have a broken KYC system. I think the time has come. Probably everyone in the society, I'm not going into Aadhaar debate, but probably I think Aadhaar today is the most effective means to do a biometric KYC of every account and every mobile number, so that there is no fraudulent SIM issued on the name of anyone, and there is a complete track. Number two, you see, India is probably the only country today where our banking and debit card or credit card transactions require a mandatory OTP, right? It nowhere in the bank, if you do on a foreign website, you don't require an OTP. You just give the card details and the money is deducted. Here, you require an OTP. So these number of frauds are, despite of OTP. Imagine if the OTP problem was mechanism and security was not there, the number of frauds would have been gigantically huge, not even imaginable. So what we need to do, A, we have to fix this whole broken KYC system. And second, I think one thing, Ministry of Home Affairs in last 3 months have done a wonderful thing. This 1930 helpline, the moment you call, if you're able to give a bank account number or a number of SIM, they are immediately freezing the money for 48 hours. So earlier, the money was getting rotated and withdrawn in 4 hours, 5 hours, and there was no way to recover money. Now your money, that fraudulent account is frozen for 48 hours immediately without any police complaint or a formal complaint. As Karnal Singh sir was rightly pointing out, that 48 hours gives you a window to go to a police station. You can go to cybercrime.gov.in. So that's number one. Now, second thing, I think, we can blame government. We can say that probably our citizens lack digital hygiene and literacy, but somewhere down the line, I think these private companies like Google and Facebook are equally responsible. I think one of our fellow panelists was saying that she saw an ad on Google. I mean, Google में ad free में नहीं जाता राहुल, पैसे देने पड़ते हैं. So if you are giving somebody's ad and that person is posing to be SDFC Bank or some, a hospital, and Google is taking money from them without any KYC or figuring out who's paying money. So you see, Triveni ji can tell you, Google insurance company number, fraudulent ad are showing, which are showing fake helplines. People are calling it and then they get conned. So somewhere down the line, these intermediaries, like Google and Facebook or Amazon have to also be equally responsible that the kind of ads which are shown, if they're showing fraudulent numbers and people are getting conned, somewhere down the line, accountability has to be there.
Professor
so in
Triveni is saying,
I think the fundamental solution
is the police lax. If, for example, this is happening in a big way in a place like Jamtara, and I've been to Jamtara for election coverage in Jharkhand, and it's those bunch of people. When we were driving in a taxi, looking out, a taxi driver says, you see those people under the tree, they're the ones who, they're amongst the ones who run these online scamming rackets which happen out of Jamtara. If everybody around that area knows who these people are, how is it that our law enforcement agencies aren't able to do more?
देखिए, जहाँ मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की बात कर रहा हूँ, हमारे यहाँ से कई बार टीम जामतारा एरिया में गई है और जामतारा से हम लोगों ने काफ़ी लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है. फैक्ट ये है कि इसके पीछे मूल कारण ये है कि हमारी अवेयरनेस कम है. लोगों को 2-3 चीज़ें पता होनी चाहिए. अगर 2-3 चीज़ें, इतने डरने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है कि हम डर करके ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग छोड़ दें या हम इस तरह के वॉलेट बनाना छोड़ दें या ई-कॉमर्स छोड़ दें. डरने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं. 2-3 चीज़ें जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है. अगर मेरा पैसा जाएगा तो OTP या तो मैंने शेयर किया या हमसे कोई एप्लीकेशन हमारे मोबाइल फ़ोन पर डाउनलोड कराया गया और उस एप्लीकेशन के थ्रू रिमोट एक्सेस मेरे मोबाइल फ़ोन का ले करके OTP रीड कर लिया. 2 ही सूरत में हमारा पैसा जा सकता है. तो ये बार बार बैंक की तरफ से भी मैसेज आ रहा है. लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी पेपर में बाकायदे एडवाइजरी जारी करती है. हर बार हम लोग बताते हैं कि आपको OTP नहीं शेयर करना, आपको अपना आधार कार्ड का नंबर नहीं शेयर करना, पैन कार्ड, ये सब जो सेंसिटिव इंफॉर्मेशन है ये नहीं शेयर
पर आप बोल रहे हैं OTP शेयर नहीं कर रहा. मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूं सर. एक सेकंड. जैसे मैं एक न्यूज मीटिंग में बैठा हूं, मुझे फोन आया कि भाई आपका Amazon से पैकेट आया है और हाँ मैंने पैकेट ऑर्डर भी किया था और डिलीवरी भी एक्सपेक्टेड थी कि अभी डिलीवरी आने वाली है। उन्होंने बोला कि OTP दीजिए, हम गार्ड के पास छोड़ जाएंगे। तो मैं तो देने ही वाला था OTP। अब ये भी तो इनको कैसे मालूम कि मैंने कब पैकेट ऑर्डर किया, कि ये पैकेट आने ही वाला है। इसके अंदर तो बहुत डीप रूटेड मिलीभगत इन्वॉल्व है ना। उनको मालूम है कि there is a problem there. Sir, there is the point that Jitin is making. There is a serious data leakage problem here. I am expecting, I know I've got an email from Amazon saying that I'll receive my packet between 9 and 12. Just in that window, I get a call. I've got a message from a number that looks like Amazon, which has my OTP. I get a call just at that moment कि अपना OTP. So it looks all real.
देखिए, डेटा ब्रीच जो है बहुत ही सीरियस इशू है इंडस्ट्री में, कारपोरेट्स में। जितने हमारे बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं और ढेर सारे रेट्स में, इवन हम लोग के कंसल्टेंट भी हैं, आप ये जानते होंगे कि डेटा ब्रीच इतना सीरियस इशू है यहाँ कि आप ई-कॉमर्स का डेटा आप जाइए, डेटा वेंडिंग मार्केट से वहाँ पे आप खरीद सकते हैं। आप डार्क वेब पे ढेर सारा डेटा पड़ा हुआ है। और ये जो आप फ्लिपकार्ट की बात करा रहे हैं, इस तरह के केसेज हमारे पास आते हैं। आखिर वो इन्फॉर्मेशन क्रिमिनल के पास कैसे तुरंत पहुंच जाता है कि आपने डिलीवर किया है, आपकी कोई डिलीवरी आने वाली है या आपके पास ट्रांजैक्शन क्या है। तो ये निश्चित रूप से मैं इस बात से सहमत हूं कि डेटा लीकेज, डेटा ब्रीच ये बहुत ही सीरियस इशू है। और जितने भी ई-कॉमर्स पोर्टल है और जितना भी कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर है, उसको साइबर सिक्योरिटी को सीरियसली लेना पड़ेगा। इसीलिए हम लोग अपना ड्राइव जो है कारपोरेट में भी जाके हम बता रहे हैं कि आप साइबर सिक्योरिटी देखो, आप अपने को सिक्योर करो, अदरवाइज आपका डेटा जो है मार्केट में जाता है और उसी डेटा पे खेल करके साइबर क्रिमिनल्स लोगों को बेवकूफ बनाते हैं और साइबर क्राइम हो रहा है।
Okay, Deepti Gupta, why don't you tell us what are the lessons that you learned, what happened with you, and what's your advice to those who are watching at this time to ensure that they don't get scammed?
Yes, sir. So, I'm a teacher by profession, so I've taken a break from my job. So I was searching for the part-time jobs. So I've received a message from like Amazon, because उस पे लिखा था कि this is message from the Amazon. So I've received that message कि we need part-time employees. So I've thought कि चलो देखते हैं कि part-time job I'm looking and Amazon है तो definitely मुझे करना चाहिए. So I messaged on that number, or one number was shared in that message. So I've clicked on that, I messaged on that number. So some random girl, just picked up the call and said कि मैम आप part time job करना चाहते हैं? I was like yes. So उसने मुझसे पूछा, मैंने उनसे पूछा कि किस तरह का काम है, आप मुझे डिटेल बताइए। सो शी वाज लाइक कि आपको कुछ हमारे अमेजोन की साइट है, आपको पता ही है कि अमेजोन की साइट है, सो इट्स अ बिग ब्रांड, सो यू हैव टू बाय सम प्रोडक्ट्स फ्रॉम आवर साइट एंड यू विल गेट द कमीशन एंड विद यू विल रिएम्बर्स योर परचेज वैल्यू टू। सो आई वाज लाइक ओके, लेट्स डू इट। सो उसने फर्स्ट डे तो सर 2 से 3 टास्क दिए एंड फर्स्ट डे आई हैव गॉट माई कमीशन ऑफ 700 रुपीज़। और उन्होंने कहा कि मैम आज के लिए इतना बहुत है, कल हम फिर से करेंगे टास्क। सो सेकेंड डे जब मैंने उस टास्क को करना शुरू किया, सो शी वाज लाइक कि मैम अब आपको जो है आगे गाइड करेंगे, आपको एक टेलीग्राम ऐप डाउनलोड करना है। सो आई हैव डाउनलोडेड दैट ऐप और उसने मुझे लिंक किया कि कोई धीरज ऐसे पर्सन है, वो आपको आगे गाइड करेंगे। सो धीरज का मैसेज आता है टेलीग्राम पर and he asked me to ask कि आपने कल जो किया था आपको वही कंटिन्यू करना है, एंड ही सेंड मी अ लिंक एंड इज लाइक कि प्लीज इस लिंक पर चले जाइए और आपको परचेज करना है। अब उस कल के 3 टास्क के मुझे लगा पैसे मिल गए हैं, सो आई वाज लाइक कि ओके मिल जाएंगे ये वाले पैसे भी। लेकिन नेक्स्ट डे जो परचेज अमाउंट था वो बढ़ता चला गया, और वो बढ़ते बढ़ते सर वो अमाउंट जो था, आफ्टर ईच एंड एवरी टास्क आई वाज आस्किंग कि आई वांट टू लीव दिस बिकॉज द परचेजिंग अमाउंट इज इंक्रीजिंग। सो ही वाज लाइक कि नो, आपको ये टास्क करना पड़ेगा, इसके बाद आपको पैसे मिल जाएंगे, ये टास्क करना पड़ेगा आपको, इसके बाद पैसे मिल जाएंगे। एवरी टाइम आई वॉज जस्ट मेरी मनी बस लग रही थी, मुझे मिल कुछ नहीं रहा था। एंड एवरी टाइम ही वॉज प्रेशराइजिंग कि नहीं आपको ये टास्क कर लीजिए, आपको पैसे मिल जाएंगे, देखिए आपके पैसों पर आपको कितना सारा कमीशन मिल रहा है। तो इस तरह करते करते सर वो जो पेमेंट थी दैट इंक्रीजेज अप टू 1 लाख। और उसके बाद मुझे समझ में आ गया जब इतने पैसे चले गए कि अब ये मुझे पैसे मिलने वाले नहीं हैं।
Here's the problem, Karnail Singh.
बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया कि मेरी मनी
that A, people don't get their money back. B, it's too late by the time they realize that there's a scam that they've been conned by, and the fact that there is a data breach that happens at some level which makes it seem real. If you've ordered an e-commerce packet, that packet is to reach at a certain time, that's just when you get a message with an OTP. You tend to think maybe, and it's got the name of that e-commerce company on top, it all seems so believable. What more can law enforcement do so that people aren't conned in this way, Karnail Singh?
Basically awareness.
Okay.
We are hopeful that government will bring out the data privacy bill in the next session. They said that they are going to introduce in the next parliamentary session. Because you are talking about the data breach, that is very, very important area. And if my transactions data is known to the fraudsters, maybe certainly there are some insiders are involved in that, who are passing on the information. So we have to go, law enforcement agencies have to go even after those people, that how these people are getting information. That area is perhaps missing or not being investigated thoroughly. Secondly, Jiten Jain told about the search engines also. One should be careful about the search engines because these fraudsters are able to give ad on the search engines, and you are looking for the job or you are looking for the hospital record and you get that information, and for this, the search engines must be made responsible. That how is that possible? In your search engine, the person is getting the wrong information of the hospital or something. Thirdly, the immediate complaint is very, very important. 1930, like Jiten told, the complaint on the government cybercrime.gov.in informing the bank, and this is able to withhold a lot of money through whenever the complaint is made to the 1930 number. So there is a possibility. And this is a fight between the criminals and the law enforcement agencies and the people. All three have to combine together and then work against it.
Okay, I'll leave it over there. Our whole hope was to try and bring this issue, which is happening to individuals across the country, into national consciousness. Jiten wants to make a quick point before I wrap up. How should people ensure they don't get conned beyond what is obvious, which is to be vigilant?
Rahul, while we expect our citizens to be more digitally literate and not fall for the scams and expect government to do more, especially on the law enforcement side, I think we as a society must now make up our mind that whatever we discussed in last 1 hour, 80% of these victims of cases which are not even reported in the systems are those small, poor farmers and people of the last leg of society which are conned by 3,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees. They don't even know where to go and complain. So for them, in their larger interest in mind, let us as a society collectively put national interest over our, policy differences. Allow government to have a very strong KYC mechanism, number one. Two, whenever government wants that these private companies should have a nodal officer or a grievance officer in India, when the previous IT guidelines came in, a lot of people said that government is trying to arm twist. Why are they asking Twitter, Google, or to have a local, grievance officer in India? But see, this is what happens. That if you do not, Google is running fake these Chinese loan app scams on their Play Store. Nobody is responsible. Multiple people make fake wallets. Nobody is responsible. So if these companies are forced to have a presence in India under a strong redressal mechanism, I think it will serve the larger interests of our society, especially the interests of the poor people at the last leg of our society.
Okay, so you've shared your point of view. There are certain aspects of privacy concerns which also come up when there is so much KYC and everything is linked. Do I want to make that kind of information available, especially when I know that Big Brother could be watching? So we leave that debate for another time. But till then, be vigilant, be careful, and don't give OTPs unless you're 100% certain that you know who you're giving it to and why. A sensational human sacrifice case in Kerala, women chopped, cooked, eaten. Details will shock the nation coming up on the other side.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Pet dogs and their owners are in the news amid a string of incidents involving pet dogs attacking owners and others. And to curb such incidents, here are some approaches that pet owners should take based on the breed and behavior.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Saurav Ganguly, out of the race to become the next BCCI president, has sparked off a political war. The Trinamool Congress claims that this is a conspiracy against Bengal because Ganguly refused to toe the line of the BJP. What's the real story behind Ganguly out of the BCCI? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, our big newsmaker tonight, the man who's front runner to become the next Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, will be joining us. Will he be remote controlled by the Gandhi family? We'll ask him that and much more on the news today.
Kidnapped, killed, bodies chopped off, cooked and eaten. These are murky details of occult killings that have rocked Kerala. A couple, at the behest of a tantric, sacrificed 2 women, apparently to get rich. Superstition, perversion and cannibalism. This is no fictional crime thriller. Shibi Mol reports on this horrific story that has stunned India.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagaval Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of 2 women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sridevi, lured Bhagaval and asked him to meet the tantric. The tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagaval and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagaval and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagaval, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
Main detection efforts focus കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CCTV footage ആണ് എലംകുളം ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്നാണ് ഈ സ്ത്രീ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയത്. ഈ CCTV footage and the Scorpio which was detected and the ownership of the Scorpio
It led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagaval and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagaval and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces.
Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death. Sexual pervert എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതാണ് സൈക്കോ ഒരു സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലെജർ എടുക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ആ സേഡിസ്റ്റിക് പ്ലെജറിന് വേണ്ടി എന്ത് സ്റ്റോറി വേണമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ആരെ വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇയാൾ ട്രാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victims' body parts at the instruction of the tantric.
മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്നും ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അതിന് എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA അനാലിസിസ് ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just done Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
Tuvalu, we are living the realities of climate change, sea level rise, as you stand watching me today at COP26. We cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take bold, alternative action today to secure tomorrow.
At an average land elevation of no more than 2 meters above sea level, my country will succumb to sea level rise. Mr. President, let me now speak of an issue that is of the greatest concern to my country: climate change and its consequential sea level rise remain the single greatest existential threat my country faces.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Sourav Ganguly, out of the race to become the next BCCI president, has sparked off a political war. The Trinamool Congress claims that this is a conspiracy against Bengal because Ganguly refused to toe the line of the BJP. What's the real story behind Ganguly out of the BCCI? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, our big newsmaker tonight, the man who's front runner to become the next Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge, will be joining us. Will he be remote controlled by the Gandhi family? We'll ask him that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news, newsmakers talking points. The big talking point, Saurav Ganguly out of the BCCI. Is he a victim of politics? What's the backstory? Also, gloves are off in the Congress presidential race. Kharge versus Tharoor. We'll be joined by Mallikarjun Kharge in his first interview since he became the Congress nominee for president. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Retail inflation hits a 5-month high of 7.41% in September, primarily due to erratic rainfall supply shocks, crosses the Reserve Bank of India's upper margin of 6% yet again. In an exclusive interview to India Today, frontrunner for the Congress presidency, Mallikarjun Kharge takes on Shashi Tharoor. Asks, where was Tharoor when I was a block chief? Says Tharoor cannot judge him. He's not my examiner. We'll tell you more. Language war reignites once again. Southern chief ministers accuse the Modi government of attempting Hindi imposition after Stalin's challenge. Now Kerala Chief Minister Vijayan seeks the Prime Minister's intervention. Main accused in the horrific Kerala occult murder, Shafi, arrested. Police say Shafi was a pervert and psychopath who brainwashed the couple into occult practices and alleged cannibalism. A shocker from Karnataka, Chikmagaluru. Coffee estate owner locks up and tortures Dalit labourers. Video sparks of massive outrage. With Saurav Ganguly out of the BCCI, Trinamool Congress alleges a conspiracy. Says the BJP wanted Ganguly out because he didn't campaign for the Saffron Party in Bengal. Apple and Samsung commit to rolling out 5G software upgrades in the next 2 months. Telecom Ministry asks all parties involved to ensure 5G services are available to all those with 5G handsets. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra raises an objection to new ad featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani. Hindu groups claim ad hurts religious sentiments. And NASA hits the bullseye. DART mission succeeds in altering the orbit of asteroid Dimorphos, a first in human history. But right at the very top, the big story that's breaking this evening, retail inflation is now at a 5-month high. Inflation is up from 7% to 7.4% in September. Food inflation has risen once again from 7.62% to 8.6%. Inflation has been above the RBI target of 6% for 9 months now. The latest numbers are also being attributed to an erratic rainfall over the last few months. So clearly, food inflation, retail inflation remaining a growing concern at the moment. Aishwarya Paliwal joins me. She tracks the finance ministry. How is the government seeing these numbers? How concerned are they as we enter the Diwali festive season, Aishwarya? Inflation continuing to spiral, particularly food inflation, which will remain a continuing worry for the government as we head into Diwali and then another election season.
Well, definitely, Rajdeep, this is not a good sign, especially not a good sign for a common man like you and I. We are ending up paying more, especially for food items. Now, let me tell you, the finance minister is in the United States. She will be back on the 16th. And from what I'm gathering from the sources in the finance ministry is that the moment she lands, there will be a spate of meetings which will take place. Let me also tell you that the RBI is all set to submit a report to the government because this is the 9th month that the inflation has been above their comfort level. RBI's comfort level is between 2 to 6%, and this is the 9th month when the inflation has been more than 6%. We are expecting the government to take a lot of steps, but this will be a difficult Diwali. We expect, the ministry, in fact, is also expecting the prices to remain high, at least for the next 1 month. But we should expect some respite coming both from the RBI as well as from the finance ministry. Rajdeep.
Okay, we'll wait and see whether there are more interest rate hikes in the offing, which seems almost now certain at the moment. But Aishwarya Paliwal joining me at the moment. Food inflation, as I said, rising once again to 8.6%. Thanks very much for giving us that quick update. We'll keep tracking those inflation numbers very closely here on the news today. From there, let's turn to Dada's Dadagiri, which may be over. Because guess what? Saurav Ganguly's exit from the BCCI was confirmed today. Nominations for the new posts ended today and Ganguly will no longer be the BCCI president. All of this has triggered a war of words between West Bengal's ruling Trinamool Congress and the main opposition BJP. The Trinamool Congress claims that Ganguly's exit from the BCCI is because he refused to join or campaign for the BJP in Bengal last year. The Saffron Party dubs the allegations as baseless. What's the real story? Take a look.
Saurav Ganguly's innings at BCCI is about to end, as 1983 World Cup hero Roger Binney is set to take the reins from Dada. A massive political khela has erupted between TMC and BJP. BJP stalwarts, including Home Minister Amit Shah, had met Ganguly and lavished praises on him during the 2021 Bengal polls, leading to speculations of Dada joining the Saffron Party.
जब सौरव गांगुली क्रीज को पार कर जाते थे तब लोग ये मान लेते थे कि हमारा सौरव गांगुली जो है छक्का मारेगा, सिक्सर मारेगा और सौरव गांगुली सिक्सर मार देते।
While the claims came to a knot, now the TMC claims Ganguly is being ousted from the BCCI for declining the offer to join BJP and take on Mamata Banerjee.
Because he hasn't joined BJP and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
अगर बीजेपी का इंटेंशन ऐसा है, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली मैलाफाइडी। अगर हमारा साथ दो, नहीं तो तुमको निकाल दिया जाएगा।
The BJP mocked TMC claims, saying Amit Shah had never asked Ganguly to join the BJP.
ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं। जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है, वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन का चेयरमैन है। समझ सकते हैं। जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए आवाज नहीं उठाया, वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं। क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे, यही तो होता है सब जगह। उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
बांग्लार दादा सौरभ गांगुली যথেষ্ট আমরা তাকে নিয়ে বাঙালি হিসাবে গর্বিত। আজকে তিনি একটা জায়গায় বিসিসিআই ছিলেন, কালকে হয়তো আরও একটা অন্য কোনো আরও বড় পদে হয়তো তিনি যাবেন। ওনার জন্য অল দ্য বেস্ট বলবে। এখানে রাজনীতি নয়, বিজেপি কখনো এইসব নিয়ে রাজনীতি করে না। আর যারা পরিবারতন্ত্র নিয়ে কথা বলছে, নিজের মুখটা একবার আয়নায় দেখুক।
Reports claim that BCCI is unlikely to back Dada for a job at ICC too. Jay Shah, the secretary of the board and son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, however, continues in his post.
The Maharaja Saurav Ganguly has not reacted on this particular story as of yet, but the BJP has. Dilip Ghosh claims that what the Trinamool Congress is doing is basic politicizing of a development which is not required. He also slams the Trinamool government over here, stating that there are multiple sporting icons of West Bengal who have had to leave the state and the city because they have not been able to do anything with sports over here due to lack of infrastructure. With camera person Orgho, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
So what really cost Saurav Ganguly his job as BCCI president? Is Ganguly, as some are alleging, victims of politics? Are the TMC's charges baseless? Is this simply cricket politics being played out? Joining me now is Kirti Azad, TMC spokesperson, member of the TMC, also former World Cup winner. Also joining me, Abhilash Khandekar. He is president of the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association, so he'll give us a BCCI perspective. And I'm joined by Pradeep Magazine, senior sports journalist who's tracked the BCCI for years. First to you, Kirti Azad. You're wearing a double hat today, both as TMC and as a cricketer. Do you believe that this conspiracy theory that because Saurav Ganguly didn't campaign for the BJP, that's why he's lost out in the BCCI president's race, or is it simply the power equations in the BCCI that have changed, which is why he's out?
Let me put it the other way. Let me give a perspective from a different side. Only the other day we heard the Prime Minister saying कि हमने परिवारवाद खेल से खत्म कर दिया है. So I was very excited thinking something will change in the BCCI. But then you have Jai Shah, son of Shri Amit Shah, the great Home Minister of India, his son back as secretary. Then the former Chief Minister, his son and current Central Minister's brother, Arun Dhumal, comes in as IPL Commissioner. You already have a Jaitley here in DDCA. You already have a Scindia in the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association. Obviously, the president is here, so he'll let us know about that too. Now, they were retained, but India's one of the best captains ever, who taught the Indian team how to fight straight, shoulder to shoulder with an opposition, was not considered, not given a chance again to be there in the board as the president. Why? Because he's from the TMC.
You're effectively claiming in a way that while dynastical politics remains in the BCCI, Ganguly is a victim of what's going on between the BJP
The Prime
and
Minister
TMC.
said.
No. The fact is you are claiming that Jai Shah is in the BCCI because he's Amit Shah's son. You're claiming Arun Dhumal is there because he's Anurag Thakur's brother. But the fact is they were there.
Because he's one of the best cricketers he ever played. You know, Jai Shah is one of the best cricketers India has ever produced. That is why he's secretary again.
No, Kirti Azad, your sarcasm is, is a little misplaced because it's not as if Jai Shah is the first time that someone who is a fact. No, Sharad Pawar was BCCI president. Was Sharad Pawar a great batsman or a bowler? Let's be clear. Sharad Pawar at that time, the NCP was in power. So, power politics influences who goes into cricket. But, yes. Yes, Kirti Azad.
The question is when the Prime Minister says that there is no parivarvad, we have finished it. There is no dynasty there. What is all this? A politician's son is becoming a secretary again, re-elected. Why? He should have been removed from there. Okay. After all, it's a conflict of interest because somebody is a father who is a home minister, obviously, and he is the secretary of the board. Then he is going to run the entire board.
Okay, let me come to you, Abhilash Khandekar. Is it true that the BJP is running the board by proxy? I'll ask my producer to put all the names of the people who have become office bearers. Ashish Shelar, BJP Mumbai chief, is the treasurer. We've got Mr. Saikia, who's the joint secretary close to Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Assam's advocate general. You've got Jai Shah, of course. And you've got Arun Dhumal. Is that the reason why Saurav Ganguly in some way may have lost out because he was not seen anymore to be proximate enough to the BJP?
No, I think I was in Mumbai yesterday when the nominations were being filed up and all the Roger Binney also came there and he filed his nomination. Dalmia was there. There were all many top office bearers of the past and present. And Dada was also there, and I saw Dada's and Jai Shah's chemistry beautifully done. I spoke to Dada because he was to come for my 4th October T20 final at Indore, and I spoke to him, why did not you come at the last moment? He said there was a snag in the charter he was trying to fly from Mumbai. So what I meant to say is that I keep politics away from this. I am not a politician, and I got unopposed. I got victory unopposed 2019. At times I say I am also the child of Lodha committee. So when the elections took place in 2019, my predecessor was Sanjay Jagdale, his predecessor was Jyotiraditya Scindia. They had demitted their office and I was elected as the president, and my secretary, he is a finance cricketer, Sanjeev Rao, he is the secretary now. So in BCCI, if this has happened that they are related to some party, that could be coincidental. But I don't buy the TMC's argument that Dada was ousted because he had said no to BJP campaigning or he belongs to, because we should not bring in regionalism. When A.W. Kanbadikar became BCCI secretary, we did not think that he was from Maharashtra or from Madhya Pradesh, but he was an able cricket administrator.
So you're saying that there is no connection between Saurav Ganguly losing out to Roger Binney and the fact that he is no longer seen as someone who was ready to campaign for the BJP. You're claiming that Jai Shah and Saurav Ganguly still have an excellent pairing. That's what you're claiming.
That is what I saw yesterday, and I don't know what is there in store, because the AGM of BCCI is slated for 18th of October, and perhaps the agenda point also says about the nomination of Indian representative or BCCI representative to the ICC. So one doesn't really know whether Dada has a chance.
So you're saying Saurav Ganguly could go to the International Cricket Conference as India's representative, but Pradeep Magazine,
quite possible.
Okay, quite possible. Pradeep Magazine, are we therefore, in a way, is this familiar territory for someone like you who's tracked the BCCI over the years, from Sharad Pawar's era, and we can go back in time to NKP Salve, whoever is in power in Delhi tends to have a disproportionate influence on how the BCCI functions. When the Congress was in power, they would dictate terms. Now the BJP is in power.
Yes, Rajdeep, it's business as usual. But at the same time, this is a very complex issue. Saurav Ganguly became the president and Jai Shah because of Lodha Committee and Supreme Court mandated constitutional changes. All this wouldn't have happened. Amit Shah probably would have been the board secretary or president. They had to nominate their children or brothers like Anurag Thakur did Dhumal, because they are disqualified for becoming office bearers of the board. Now, Ganguly becomes the president through what we heard was a compromise, because he was a candidate, but it was unlikely he would have got elected. But he went to Delhi, met Amit Shah, came back, and the next day he became the president. He became a unanimous candidate. So there would be speculation, because everyone felt Bengal elections coming up, Dada would be used by BJP because they have made him the president. He'll be used in the elections in Bengal, but Saurav did not join BJP. Whether he was supposed to join or not, we don't know, but we know there was too much of speculation at that time, and there must have been pressure on Saurav Ganguly, because BJP was looking for a face in Bengal. A Bengali icon, Ganguly, would have probably helped BJP do much better in the elections at that time than it eventually did. So there was this speculation, and even over the past 1 year, 2 years, there has been this speculation that, is he going to join BJP? Now he didn't. He invited Amit Shah to his home for dinner, which was a great photo op, which you also showed on this show.
Yes.
And again, there was this speculation. So there would be this speculation of politics. Yet also the board politics, as usual, is such that Ganguly, a strong personality, you may disagree with a lot of his actions which he did. He is his own man, and Amit Shah obviously was becoming the face of the board. He was the one who was taking all decisions. Ganguly must have been disagreeing. So I feel that
Jai Shah.
Jai Shah. Jai Shah. You're saying Jai Shah was becoming the face and taking the decisions which Saurav could have disagreed. What we are also being told is N. Srinivasan, former cricket board president, he is the one, his group now has a majority in the board, and that's how Roger Binney from Bengaluru is becoming the president. Because 3 years ago, they lost out to Ganguly and Jai Shah. So they have managed to have a compromise, the two groups. Therefore, Kirti Azad, you should be happy. Your fellow World Cup winner is becoming the board president. Roger Binney is becoming the board president. You should be happy about that.
Yes, I'm very much happy. I'm not saying that I'm not happy. The entire group of 83 WhatsApp group, we are going gaga over the entire thing, and it hasn't stopped buzzing, since yesterday when we came to know about it. I had put on the message on the group, and so obviously the entire team is very happy. This morning, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, Mr. Kapil Dev, myself, and a couple of other people were together, and we were talking about it together for breakfast this morning, and we were talking about a celebration of 40th year, which is going to be next year, of our victory in 83. So obviously we're very happy with Roger coming in there, but the speculation that what very rightly Pradeep put in was this is exactly what had happened. Do you remember Didi O Didi and other things going on? He was asked to be the CM candidate for the Bengal elections, which came obviously on your channel. You also debated a couple of times, if I remember correctly, and this speculation was going on for a very long time. But I am not going to that point, because I will not restrict Saurav Ganguly only to Bengal. My question is that if Jai Shah can be retained, let his father be Amit Shah, or Arun Dhumal can be retained. Why somebody qualified like Saurabh Ganguly cannot be retained? My question is Roger has come in, there's no doubt about it. I'm very happy as my colleague, we played together so many times.
Let me ask that to Abhilash Khandekar. Abhilash Khandekar, has Jai Shah done a good job as BCCI secretary? You're the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association president. What's your view? Has Jai Shah done a good job?
I suppose so, although of the 3 years, 1.5 years went away in the corona and our activities were restricted. But let me tell you that all the state associations are fed by the BCCI as far as funds are concerned, and we are constructing a huge stadium in Gwalior and we are short of funds. So whenever we are asking BCCI, Jai Shah calls me up and says we are sending this infrastructure subsidy to you and let us go. So very recently he sent us 30 crore. Before that we were asking. So as far as a state association like mine, that is Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association, relationship with BCCI are generally quite normal and professional, I believe.
It's not his personal money.
Okay, no, it's not his personal money, it's BCCI's money. But final word, very quickly, Pradeep Magazine. Do you believe that this is a storm in a teacup? Look, at the end of the day, as I said at the outset, every government in Delhi has made sure that the BCCI, it has influence over it. Why are we singling out only the BJP this time?
Well, you are right.
What's
that,
different?
Whichever government has been in power has had influence over the board elections. But what I am seeing is that BJP is trying to control the board on its own entirely. You see, earlier the board politics was independent of who was the ruling party and who was in the opposition. There were Congress people, there were BJP people who were very strong. There was Congress rule in Delhi, but Arun Jaitley, who was a BJP man, was a very important member of the board. In fact, he would decide who will become whatever office bearer or not. But now what has happened is that even a small post, BJP wants to have their own people.
Okay.
So that is the difference. Otherwise, as far as political control over the BCCI is concerned, it is not changing, but it's changing in a very different way now.
Okay, it's much more micromanaged in a way. You could well argue that the influence is much greater than perhaps it was in the past. Let's leave it there. We'll find out hopefully one day the real story of why Dada lost out. But for now, I appreciate all three of you joining me here on the news today. Let's turn from there to a story that's a real shocker. The Kerala human sacrifice case that has shocked the country. 2 victims lost their lives in this horror. 3, including a couple who committed this horrific crime, and a tantric, have been nabbed by the police. An alleged cannibalism angle is also emerging. What exactly transpired? Take a look.
Blood-curdling double human sacrifice, black magic, satanic rituals and occult murders of gaining wealth. The horror masterminded by this tantric, Mohammad Shafi. Described by cops as a pervert, sexual offender and practitioner of bizarre black magic rituals to swindle the gullible.
Well, she has been injured with a knife, and injured with a knife even in various parts. The same parts have been injured here also. Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death.
Shafi kept hunting for potential victims using Facebook, posing as a woman using fake profile of Sri Devi. Shafi first honey-trapped co-accused Bhagawal Singh, a poet and a massage therapist, then convinced him that a human sacrifice is the only way to garner wealth. Shafi lured the 2 victims, Rosalind and Padma, to the accused couple's home, promising them handsome payment if they indulge in sex work and shoot blue films. Shafi has as many as 9 cases against him, including rape of a 75-year-old woman. It was Shafi who inserted the knife into Rosalind's private parts, slit her throat and then cut her body into 56 pieces.
ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവൽ സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്.
The other two killers are well-read and relatively successful man Bhagaval Singh, who is a poet who regularly indulged in writing haiku pieces, and his wife Leila. Both allegedly shared an insatiable need for money and wealth. While Leila stabbed Padma's private parts and slit her throat, Bhagaval had also cut off Rosalind's breasts and stored them.
It was here where Shafi, Bhagaval Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagaval Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Elections in Congress after 22 years. Battle lines are drawn.
जब कोई कैंडिडेट इरादा करता है कि कंटेस्ट करने का, तो उसको मैं कैसा माउंस करूं? तो इसीलिए वो लड़ रहे हैं.
There are rumors going around attributed to sources in Delhi that I am withdrawing today. Let me assure you, I don't withdraw from a challenge. Never have all my life, never will. This is a struggle. It's a friendly contest within the party, but it's a fight to the finish.
Ballot papers are ready. Over 9,000 delegates to cast vote. Voting on October 17th. Who will be King Kong?
That's right. The final stretch of that Congress presidential battle, Shashi Tharoor and Mallikarjun Kharge. Now, both the leaders are campaigning across the country in full swing, and Mr. Tharoor has been the one in the media eye. Mr. Kharge, who many believe is the unofficial official candidate of the Gandhi family, is the front runner. So far, he's kept silent. But today, in a veiled attack, he told India Today that he believes he has the experience and that Mr. Tharoor could not be his examiner. What exactly did Mr. Kharge say? Can he really be the answer at the age of 80 to revive the Congress? Me and my colleague Maushmi Singh spoke to Mallikarjun Kharge earlier today. He's our newsmaker tonight. Hello and welcome to this India Today special. The Congress presidential election has entered its final stretch and all eyes are on the two contenders. So far, all the attention has been on Shashi Tharoor. But the man who's the front runner has not spoken out so far. For his first interview, after filing his nomination, we are joined, my colleague Maushmi Singh and I, by Mallikarjun Kharge, the man who's likely to become the next Congress president. Am I right in saying that? There should be a smile on your face when I said next Congress president.
These are part of life. I have seen so many positions. I have enjoyed so many positions in center, state, even Pradesh Congress Committee. So simply laughing, it will not work.
No, because because all the attention has been on Shashi Tharoor. Have you felt a little left out?
No, I did not watch mostly his interviews because I am moving and meeting delegates personally and one-to-one. So therefore, I don't want to compare with anybody. I am just a grassroots level worker and I am working for the party, and delegates have chosen me and the leaders have asked me to contest the election. I am contesting. So comparison, you don't do comparison.
You know, the fact is, you said leaders have asked you. Am I to understand you are the unofficial official candidate of the Congress party leadership? The leadership wants you. Sonia Gandhi ji and High Command want you.
That is the perception you people have created. All the leaders you might have seen when I filed my nomination, on that day, all the senior leaders, some of the PCC presidents, my proposers and other delegates from various places, they telephoned me. When Gandhi family is not in the field, you should contest the election, they said.
But just 24 hours before you actually went and filed your nominations, you had said that you're not in the race, and it was said that Kharge ji is not in the race. What changed in that 24 hours? Were you asked by 10 Janpath? We believe that a senior leader called you and said you have to file your nominations. You went and met Sonia Gandhi. So
that is wrong. I never met her, and she did not meet anybody during that period, and people are creating these news. Only I met during that Rajasthan crisis, but to submit oral report.
No, so what changed? What changed in 24 hours, as Maushami is saying, between you saying I am not in the race to suddenly you filing your nomination with all the leaders coming there?
Everybody, even Shashi Tharoor filed on the same day.
No, but you had said that you would not contest. What changed? What was there pressure on you?
I never said, when I said that I am not going to contest. When all delegates and leaders say that in these circumstances you must contest because it is an ideological fight. It is a fight against inflation. It is a fight against unemployment. It is a fight against misuse of autonomous bodies. And it is the question of protecting the constitution and democracy. Therefore, a cadre-based man should be there, a man who has worked in the party long. He knows every Congress people.
Right.
And it is better you should file your nomination.
That is exactly the question that people are raising, that if Mr. Kharge becomes president, he will be remote controlled by the Gandhis. You are the Gandhis man. You are a Gandhi loyalist. You almost became Chief Minister of Karnataka. Eventually, when the Gandhis chose someone else in 2004, you had to accept it as Karnataka Chief. You could not become Karnataka Chief Minister. You've always done what the Gandhis have wanted you to do. So the feeling is if Kharge ji becomes, he will follow what the Gandhis want. Rahul Gandhi will still be your leader. You will be the remote control. They will remote control.
You see, definitely Sonia Gandhi is my leader. Rahul Gandhi is my leader. No doubt about it.
They are your leaders.
Yes, they are my leaders. They have fought for this political party to give strength. And because Mrs. Sonia Gandhi's efforts, only we got back this Congress party, and many people became ministers because of her efforts. And they are now telling the Gandhi family, Rahul, Sonia ji, you people are telling. Why? Who asked all the leaders, those who are talking now, they requested Sonia Gandhi ji to come into the field and fight. And now they are telling Gandhi family is ruling, that is remote control.
Let us assume you become party president. Will Rahul Gandhi be the face? He's on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. All the focus is on Rahul Gandhi. What will be Rahul Gandhi's role? What will be the Gandhi family's role? If a non-Gandhi is becoming president, what is the role of the Gandhi family then?
See, that will come later on. I am fighting the election. This is internal election. Once I got elected, naturally, I consult all the experienced leaders, including Gandhi family. Why you are only targeting Gandhi family?
But Shashi Tharoor is saying that he wants to do away with the high command culture because earlier it was working well for the party, but now it's not working for the party, and that's why he wants to democratize and embolden the delegates and the workers.
I don't want to answer Tharoor questions. I am not he is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning, he is telling like that, I have created a manifesto and I will give that. That may be his views. But my manifesto, my the agenda is whatever decisions we have taken in Udaipur declaration, that I will implement it.
Sir, because the sense is that the Congress today is in its worst ever situation. It's a crisis. You have lost 2 elections to the BJP big time. You are down to your lowest ever numbers. In a situation like this, you need someone with more energy, someone who's going to dramatically change the party. They say, Kharge ji, yes, you have been a 9-time MLA, 2-time MP, leader in Lok Sabha, leader in Rajya Sabha, but you are 80 now. Tharoor is younger. People want a younger face, someone who can change the Congress in a more energetic manner.
The same thing you are asking me. What you are comparing me with Tharoor. Don't compare an individual. I am an organization man. I know who is who. Definitely I will take their services. If somebody is very expert in English, or somebody is very expert in Sanskrit, or somebody is very expert in Kannada or Marathi, I will ask.
तुम्ही मराठी चांगलं बोलता?
नाही, मी मराठी बोलतोय, कन्नडी बोलतोय.
किती how many languages you speak?
1, 2, 3, 4 बोलतो.
No, because you see, Mr. Kharge, the feeling is that you have to fight Mr. Modi. He is your opponent leading up to 2024. He's a very good communicator. How will you be able to match up to Mr. Modi is the question at the moment. JP Nadda travels across the country, 150, 200 constituencies. Will Kharge have the energy of Mr. Nadda, the communication skills of Mr. Modi, the organization skills of Amit Shah? These are the questions that are being raised.
I have faced Modi in the house 5 years. And you see my debates. He himself said, खरगे जी ने तो हमको बहुत यहाँ पर बहुत सी बातें बताई, वो सीनियर लीडर है, हम रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, उनका हमको मार्गदर्शन मिलता था. आने वाले चुनाव में वो आएंगे या नहीं मुझे मालूम नहीं, ये बोला. तो I am not afraid of Modi or Shah. I want to protect the constitution, democracy and my ideology, the party which I belong.
You're getting a house full of delegates everywhere you go, a rousing reception, whereas Shashi Tharoor apparently is saying that delegates are being told not to come and they are in fear that if they are seen with Shashi Tharoor, they'll be targeted or sidelined.
No, that
is that the atmosphere?
That I don't know. My campaign managers who resigned from their positions, and they are going, they are contacting, and they are asking each delegate, and also I am also telephoning, that they are responding. What I can do? Can I say if any delegate comes to me or leaders comes to meet me, hey, don't come, go to somebody else.
But because
is this a fixed match? You see, the feeling is, and the media belief is that this is a fixed match. The party high command has decided Kharge has to become, because Mr. Kharge is someone we trust, and they want a Gandhi.
I said, why Gandhi family means they have worked 20 years as Congress president. Rahul ji also worked 2 years as a Congress president. During his period, nearly 6 states we got in power. And the BJP people, by purchasing MLAs, dividing our party, they tried to capture the power.
Is it now a matter of prestige, the victory margin, because you seem to be winning this race hands down? So is it a victory margin that's in question now?
Not the victory margin. Simply I am going requesting. Okay. And it is a collective leader. I believe in collective leadership. So and also I consult all the people.
So if Ashok Gehlot had been nominated, you would not have contested. You contested only after Ashok Gehlot dropped out. Am I correct? Ashok Gehlot dropped out and then you contested.
That I don't know. When all delegates and leaders came to me, when they asked, when Rahul Gandhi ji is not ready to contest, Sonia Gandhi ji said, my family members don't want to be in the field. You take your own decisions, and whosoever delegate supports you, you take their these things, and you people fight. See, never asked anybody, you are my candidate, you are my candidate. They never told.
All this will be in a build-up to 2024. Who will be the face in 2024? Rahul Gandhi is still your Congress face? He will be the face?
Alright, let us see after this election. This is an election of Sangathan.
No, but he is the face of the party or not?
No.
In Bharat Jodo, he is the face?
That party will decide when, after the Sangathan elections are over, and naturally, whatever the outcome comes, at that time we can think. That's why our people say always in Hyderabad, बकरी ईद में बचेंगे तो मुहर्रम में नाचेंगे.
तो बकरीद में बचना जरूरी है. तो
इलेक्शन जीतना जरूरी है ना.
जरूरी है.
इसीलिए तो हम हर जगह जा रहे हैं.
If you look at the entire battle, is it a battle between the elite versus a grassroots leader? Because Ashok Gehlot called Shashi Tharoor elite. So is it elite versus non-elite battle?
I am not going to comment on Shashi Tharoor. I am contesting on my own, and my supporters have given lot of inspiration to me. Therefore, I am contesting. Don't compare Shashi.
But you wish him all the best,
Other
right?
is like that.
You wish him all the best.
He is my younger brother. We are in one party.
All right.
After the election also we have to meet, work together.
We'll leave it there. I will, of course, still call you a Gandhi family loyalist. I don't think that's a wrong thing to call you. But you've also been a veteran leader.
No, by calling that what you want to say others, that again remote control, again Gandhi family man, and rubber stamp.
But you don't want to do away with the high command.
So you will not be. You have said you will not be a rubber stamp. No one will remote control you.
See, everybody has got his own way of working.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
Because some people, in spite of their great effort, they brought party back into power, and whom they have given? Gandhi family was there. Mrs. Gandhi accepted the prime ministership. What talking? You can't win 3-4 seats on your own, and you people are blaming always Gandhi family.
No, we are not. The BJP has always said this. The BJP has said this election is all very well. Eventually, this election is being decided by 10 Janpad. The BJP has said that. We are not saying it.
See, they will always say that because they don't have any elections. Always consensus. No? You tell me, where is their election authority? Who are their delegates? How many people filed the nomination and contested? See, people who don't follow democratic principles, they are teaching us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's leave it there, Mallikarjun Kharge. I appreciate your joining us here on India Today. There is the man most likely to become the next Congress president, Mallikarjun Kharge. Thanks for watching. And you can catch that full interview with Mr. Kharge on India Today's YouTube channel. I want to turn from there to a Get Real India story, a remarkable story in a way which tells you a lot about this country. A young Adivasi teenager from a nondescript tribal village in the Maoist-infested Gumla district of Jharkhand has made the whole state proud when she's become the Team India captain of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. The state government is now building a road to Astam Araun's village. But here's the twist. Her parents are among the laborers working on this road project. Take a look at the story of Astam Araun. Get Real India.
Astam Araun dribbled past many hurdles to make a mark on the football ground. When she became the captain of the Indian Women's Under-17 Football World Cup team, she made not just her family, but her state, Jharkhand, proud. A grateful Gumla district administration is rewarding Astam by building a Pakka road to her village, Sundarwati. Among the laborers working on the road are her parents, Hira Oraon and Tara Devi. They earn 250 rupees a day, an amount the poverty-stricken family really needs.
स्थिति खराब है, गरीब स्थिति है से, लेकिन कमात रही हैं कि कहाँ से पैसा मिले जो हम चुवान के पूरा करब कह के हम खूब कमात रही पैसा.
Every year around this time, Hira Oraon goes to Bengaluru for work. This time he cancelled the train ticket to the IT city as he has found work closer to home. Astam's family says they can't afford to provide nutritious food for the footballer.
गरीबी परिस्थिति है, इस कारण से हम लोग को पैसा का आवश्यकता पड़ता है। इस कारण हम लोग को तो काम करना ही पड़ेगा। अगर नहीं करेंगे तो बच्चों को हम लोग पूर्ति नहीं कर पाते हैं।
The district officials say in the coming days, even a sports center could be built in Astam's honor. They praised Astam's parents for their hard work.
उनका जो कंडीशन है, आर्थिक स्थिति, उस हिसाब से वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा उसमें हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे कि उन लोग का आर्थिक स्थिति मजबूत हो।
The district administration has also arranged for a television set and an inverter for Astam's home so that her family can watch her matches. Bureau Report, India Today.
Great story there of our Indian Women's Under-17 World Cup captain. We wish her the very best. Let's leave you with our image tonight. We are ending a little early, but we leave you with our image tonight. NASA on Tuesday confirmed the success of the DART mission. The $330 million proof of concept DART mission, which was 7 years in development, also marks the first test of a planetary defense system designed to prevent a potential doomsday meteorite collision with Earth. That's our image tonight. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? 2 steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? 2 steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold, so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine, and in turn, India.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary at these times only on India Today.
association with. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. LIC. हर पल आपके साथ. Battleground, pole-bound Gujarat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the campaign trail invokes the Iron Man of India, Sardar Patel.
સરદાર સાહેબના પદચિહ્નો પર ચાલતા હતા એટલે કાશ્મીરની સમસ્યા પણ પૂરી કરી અને સરદાર સાહેબને સાચી શ્રદ્ધાંજલિ આપી દીધી.
Jairam Ramesh accuses the Prime Minister of whitewashing history. Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju hits back. Fact checks a historical lie. Did Nehru or Maharaja Hari Singh delay the accession of Jammu and Kashmir? That's our top focus on India First.
Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju quotes Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to say Maharaja Hari Singh wanted to join India in July 1947 itself, a month before independence. He said Pandit Nehru rejected the request and he conjured up some special case for Kashmir. The Law Minister asks, what was the special case? Vote bank politics. This battle is set to escalate in the days and weeks ahead in pole-bound Gujarat. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you the story, but as always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Main accused in the Kerala occult murders, Shafi arrested. Police say Shafi, who was a pervert and a psychopath, brainwashed the couple into the occult practices and alleged cannibalism. In an exclusive interview to India Today, frontrunner for Congress presidentship Mallikarjun Kharge takes on Shashi Tharoor, asks, where was Tharoor when I was a bloc president? Says Tharoor cannot judge him. Language war reignites. Southern satraps accuse the Narendra Modi government of Hindi imposition. After Stalin's challenge, Kerala Chief Minister now seeks Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention. With Saurav Ganguly out of the BCCI, TMC alleges a conspiracy. Says the BJP wanted Saurav Ganguly out because he did not campaign for the BJP in Bengal. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister objects to the new ad featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani. Hindu groups claim the ad hurts religious sentiments. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's statement in pole-bound Gujarat praising Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel for the successful merger of princely states into the Union of India, except Jammu and Kashmir, because it was being handled by another person, has resulted in a full-fledged war of words between the opposition Congress and the ruling BJP. The Congress accused the Prime Minister of whitewashing real history. Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju mounted a swift counter-attack, quoting Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in Lok Sabha to accuse the first Prime Minister of dithering on the accession of Jammu and Kashmir and asked, was it for vote bank politics?
In pole-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Narendra Modi invoked the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, first Home Minister of independent India, to say
that he was following in the footsteps of Sardar Patel.
यार मोदी साहब બધું કામ તો સરસ કરે છો દિલ્હીમાં, પણ એ મોદી સાહેબ નથી કરતા. એ તો સરદાર સાહેબના પદચિહ્નો પર ચાલે છે ભાઈઓ, એટલે કામ થાય છે. પરંતુ સરદાર સાહેબની ધરતીના મને સંસ્કાર હતા, સરદાર સાહેબના પદચિહ્નો પર ચાલતા હતા, એટલે કાશ્મીરની સમસ્યા પણ પૂરી કરી અને સરદાર સાહેબને સાચી શ્રદ્ધાંજલિ આપી દીધી.
Congress MP and General Secretary in charge communication, Jairam Ramesh, accused the Prime Minister of whitewashing real history. He took to social media platform Twitter to say the Prime Minister has once again whitewashed real history. He overlooks the following facts only to castigate Nehru on J&K. All this has been documented well in Rajmohan Gandhi's biography of Sardar Patel. These facts are also known to the Prime Minister's new man in J&K, in an oblique reference to Ghulam Nabi Azad. Jairam Ramesh claimed Maharaja Hari Singh deterred on accession, but when Pakistan invaded, the Maharaja acceded to India. He went on to say that Sheikh Abdullah championed accession because of his friendship and admiration for Pandit Nehru. Ramesh also said Sardar Patel was okay with J&K going to Pakistan till September 13, 1947, when the Nawab of Junagadh acceded to Pakistan. On Wednesday, Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju hit back saying this historical lie that Maharaja Hari Singh deterred on question of accession of Kashmir with India has gone on for far too long in order to protect the dubious role of Jawaharlal Nehru. The Union Law Minister then went on to quote then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru speaking in Lok Sabha on July 24, 1952, and said the first time Maharaja Hari Singh approached Nehru for accession to India was July 1947, a month before independence, and that Nehru rebuffed the Maharaja. Kiran Rijiju responded to Jairam Ramesh saying not only did Nehru reject Maharaja Hari Singh's request in July 1947, but that he was also dithering in October 1947. He quoted Nehru in Parliament. I remember it must have been the 27th of October, after practically an all-day sitting in the evening, we came to the conclusion that in spite of all the risks and the dangers involved, we could not say no to that appeal, and that we had to go there to help them. It was not an easy matter. Rijiju insisted it was Nehru who conjured up some special case for Kashmir and wanted more than mere accession. He asked if it was vote bank politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Is there merit in Congress leader Jairam Ramesh saying the Prime Minister is whitewashing real history? Or is there merit in the Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju accusing independent India's first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru for dithering on accession, even though Maharaja Hari Singh approached him informally in July 1947, a month before independence? And here, the Law Minister is quoting parliamentary debates and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's speeches in Parliament. Joining me on India First, Rakesh Sinha, BJP MP Rajya Sabha, Ravindra Sharma is a senior Congress leader in Jammu and Kashmir, and Farooq Renzu Shah is an author and former bureaucrat who joins us from the Kashmir Valley. Rakesh Sinha, I want to begin by asking you, respond to Jairam Ramesh accusing Prime Minister Narendra Modi of whitewashing real history, insisting it was Maharaja Hari Singh who actually deterred on independence since he was dreaming of independence, and accession happened only when Pakistan invaded in October 1947.
You know, the truth about Jammu and Kashmir becomes the criticism of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And this time Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji spoke the truth about the Jammu and Kashmir, unraveled the real history of Jammu and Kashmir, and that naturally becomes a critic of Pandit Nehru. The reason is that when Raja Hari Singh signed the instrument of accession, before signing the instrument of accession, he was completely inclined to India. And inclination of India is not only for the Indian state, but for the Indian people and also the certain socio and cultural organization. Raja Hari Singh always looked to India to support and protect the dynasty, because this dynasty emerged from decay and destruction. Only dynasty which emerged from decay and destruction. They had love for the Kashmir, not because they were rulers. The dynasty has purchased the Kashmir and Ladakh in 7.5 million rupees from the East India Company. In 1846, and in 1925 Raja Hari Singh became his ruler, and Raja Hari Singh was a very popular ruler, very inclusive ruler, which they would not accept because Nehru was a friend of Sheikh Abdullah, who was in jail for 11 years. It was painful for Pandit Nehru that Abdullah was in jail. And that here Raja Hari Singh made primary education compulsory. He developed the state. Okay. He cared for the Muslims, so he was popular. Here Sheikh Abdullah took a communal line, and that communal line was endorsed by none other than Jawaharlal Nehru. So Jairam Ramesh has to respond to the nation why Nehru always protected, patronized and supported Sheikh Abdullah, who was going against the sentiment of the people. And it was first time that in a secular India, a part of India has given, just I'm concluding, given a slogan of that Muslim subjects and the Hindu ruler. It never happened. In fact, the subjects were demographically changed by the conversion and the pressure.
Let me take this to Ravindra Sharma. Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju quotes Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's statement in Lok Sabha on the 24th of July 1952, saying that the first time Maharaja Hari Singh approached Nehru for accession to India was actually in July 47 itself, a month before India became independent. He says it was Nehru who rebuffed the Maharaja. Response, sir?
No, the question is that what delayed the accession? It was the reasons before the Maharaja too, but Maharaja was wavering till 26th of October. And what Pandit Nehru said in the parliament is that some informal approach or dialogue was going on, but things were not calm and clear, because the Sheikh Abdullah's party was having hold in the entire Kashmir Valley. He was the most popular leader at that time of the Muslim majority Kashmir Valley, and he was in favor of accession with India, and then he was clear on the stand, but there were divergent and differing views in his party too. Things were not quite clear by the time that on 12th of August, Maharaja's letter to Pakistan standstill agreement makes it clear that Maharaja wanted to tie with the idea of independence too. I will quote his subsequent instrument letter accompanying the instrument accession that will make the things clear, because what Pandit Nehru said, I think that's true, but the question is Maharaja was not coming forth. I will quote stanza from the, I have to inform this is a letter accompanying the instrument of accession. I have to inform your excellency that a grave emergency has arisen in my state and request for immediate assistance of your government. As your excellency is aware, the state of Jammu and Kashmir has not acceded to either the dominion of India or Pakistan. Geographically, my state is contiguous with both of them. Besides, my state has common boundaries with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic and with China. In the external relations, the dominion of India and Pakistan cannot ignore this fact. I wanted to take time to decide to which dominion I should accede to, or whether it is not in the best interest of both the dominions and of my state to stand independent, of course, with friendly and cordial relations with both.
So he was also looking at the standstill agreement to make up his mind, even in... go on, sir.
Sir, this is the letter for 26th October 1947, which accompanied the instrument of accession. And he attached the instrument of accession, but the Maharaja himself commits that I still wanted to have more time to decide whether to
Farooq
join
Shah,
India or Pakistan or to remain independent.
Okay,
And
Farooq
thereafter-
Shah, the Union
thereafter
Law
too.
Minister quotes from Pandit Nehru's statement in Lok Sabha to say Maharaja Hari Singh was informally talking of accession in July itself. Nehru rejected Hari Singh's request and asks, what is this special case that Nehru was talking about J&K, and asks, the Law Minister of India asks, was it vote bank politics?
Yes, you was asking me question?
Yes, Farooq Shah.
Hello?
Go on, sir.
It is to me?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay, I'll come back to you while we can re-establish that line in just a moment. But Rakesh Sinha explained the Law Minister saying that Nehru actually conjured up some special case for Kashmir and wanted much more than mere accession. He asks, what was this special case talking about vote bank politics? Rakesh Sinha.
You know, Law Minister quoted Nehru's statement in the Parliament, and somebody, a senior politician and parliamentarian like Jairam Ramesh, is trying to negate that. This is very unfortunate. But what I want to here establish that why they are angry with Prime Minister Modi ji and criticizing Modi ji. The reason is that Nehru is being exposed here. And Congress is self-exposing. They should not jump into this debate. Because Nehru, when Raja Hari Singh approached New Delhi, and obviously Prime Minister Nehru, he had in mind that Kashmir is should be ruled by a Muslim, it is a Muslim state, it should go to the Pakistan. At least it should not become the part of India. Nehru was very crystal clear. Even after the signing, after Raja Hari Singh signed, Nehru internationalized it. Who asked him to internationalize it? From whom he took the mandate? It was cabinet? Was it from the parliament? Had he consulted Vallabhbhai Patel? Who authorized Nehru to approach United Nations on the question of Jammu and Kashmir? Let the Congress respond this question. Because it was his own view. He wanted to create such a mess that India should back out from the Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu Kashmir become the part of Pakistan.
No, but on what basis are you saying that, sir? That's a very grave charge. No. On what basis are you saying that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru wanted Kashmir to be a part of Pakistan? And had that been the case, why would he send the army on the 27th of October 1947?
This is untrue.
You know, no, it was not. It was the pressure of Raja Maharaja Hari Singh.
One by one. Hold on. Farooq Shah, I'll come back to you. Hold on, Farooq Shah, I'll come back to you. I only want to hear Rakesh Sinha for the moment, please.
It was the pressure of the Indian people. Had Nehru gone against this pressure, he would have been thrown out from the New Delhi, because it was the pressure of the Indian people that we should support Maharaja. It was the pressure. Vallabhbhai Patel was there, and RSS played a very vital. Nobody can ignore that RSS played a very vital role in Jammu and Kashmir when the tribesmen attacked Jammu and Kashmir. But main point I want to say that who had given mandate to Jawaharlal Nehru to approach United Nations? A Prime Minister is approaching United Nations without the mandate of the cabinet, without consulting the senior members of the cabinet like Vallabhbhai Patel. It could be in two ways, either from the mandate of the cabinet or parliament, or the senior colleagues of the cabinet. He had not done. He went that. Only because to appease Sheikh Abdullah. He was a comrade in arms with the Sheikh Abdullah. Even if he was in jail, he was very much sympathetic to Sheikh Abdullah.
Let me take this to Ravinder Sharma.
Was not in favor of accession.
Okay, Ravinder Sharma has his hand up. He wants to respond to you because,
yes,
Mr. Sharma, after the Independence of India Act 1947, hear me out, sir. More than 500 princely states merged with the Union of India. Why was Kashmir treated differently, asks the Law Minister. Why was some special status raked up for Kashmir? Why was there a special case?
Gaurav, I am coming to your question, but the first I will counter Mr. Sinha, who has wrongly said and without any basis said that Pandit Jawaharlal wanted Jammu and Kashmir to join with Pakistan. It was Lord Mountbatten too who suggested. I quoted the letter of Maharaja of 1947, 26th October. I can quote further, wherein in the instrument of accession 2, Maharaja said that, I'll quote, nothing in this instrument affects the continuance of my sovereignty in and over the state, are save as provided by or under this instrument, the exercise of any powers authority right now enjoyed by me as a ruler. Maharajas was still after instrument of accession time with the idea of continuing as Maharaja. This is being quoted from the documents. This is in the instrument of accession. Subsequently, but Sinha Sahab has said it is totally wrong. Rather, Sardar Patel was not convinced up to the 13th of September. What Jairam Rameshji has said, he has quoted from the history, and it is true that he was not convinced. He had already said, we have already enough on our plate. We should not mess up on Kashmir.
Okay.
But after the
I'll come to that aspect about Sardar Patel talking about, you know, Junagadh and the state of Hyderabad. But why did Pandit Nehru go to the United Nations? Is there merit in Rakesh Sinha saying he had neither the mandate of the parliament or his senior cabinet colleagues, including Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel?
See, Gaurav, we are first dealing with the question in the debate is that who deterred on Kashmir. This is subsequent events. I'll come to that. But the question is, it is wrong to suggest that Nehru deterred. Even Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah ultimately decided in the governing council that we should go for India. He stood for India. Even Jinnah came twice to persuade him and to browbeat him to join Pakistan. So Jinnah had said in dawn 24th August 1947 that the time has come to tell Maharaja to make a choice and join Pakistan. So in those circumstances, Nehru wanted that it should have the popular support, and ultimately the popular support was there, but Maharaja delayed it till the raiders.
Okay, so you're saying Maharaja delayed it. Rakesh Sinha, Jairam Ramesh argues Sheikh Abdullah championed the accession to India entirely, and he says this because of his friendship with and admiration for Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and respect for Mahatma Gandhi. And he then goes on to say that Sardar Patel was okay with J&K going to Pakistan till as late as September 13, 1947, when the Nawab of Junagadh acceded to Pakistan. So that is where the game changed as far as Sardar Patel was concerned. And Rajmohan Gandhi then draws that analogy of the king, the queen and the pawn. Junagadh being the pawn, Nizam of Hyderabad or Hyderabad state being king, and Kashmir the queen. Sardar Patel was earlier willing to sacrifice.
You know, others are writing on secondary materials. When the writing is based on secondary materials, there is a risk of getting misinterpreted and misinformation. Here I am quoting Mehar Chand Mahajan. Mehar Chand Mahajan was third Chief Justice of India, and earlier he was the Prime Minister of Maharaja Hari Singh. He played a very important role in accession of Jammu and Kashmir. Yet three things are very important. Mahajan categorically says that Maharaja was in favor of accession. That's why there was a great deal between the Maharaja and the Indian people. I call it Indian people because Nehru was out of the scene. He was everything he was doing under compulsion of the Indian people and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Second important thing is that Sheikh Abdullah was playing a communal card, and communal card definitely favored the Pakistan. And Pakistan, when Jawaharlal Nehru internationalized this, that went in favor of Pakistan because Pakistan was claiming that a Hindu ruler was subjugating an autocratic rule of Hindu ruler on the Muslim subjects. You know, when you go to United Nations, naturally it goes in favor of the Pakistan. It happened. So Jairam Ramesh had to respond that. What Prime Minister said today, that is a very important thing, that it was a section of the Indian ruler in New Delhi, like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, he was supporting the communal politics of Sheikh Abdullah. Why Sheikh Abdullah was second time arrested? First time 11 years. During this Lal Bahadur Shastri regime, he was again arrested. Had he been a patriotic and in favor of India, why did Lal Bahadur Shastri government arrested him next time?
Okay, so I've run out of time on this part of the debate, but this is
and pro-Pakistan.
Okay, this is a question that's only likely to escalate in the days and weeks ahead. History being relooked once again, and especially the critical issue of Jammu and Kashmir, where the law minister once again says we are still paying for the follies, as he puts it, of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Is that actually the case? We'll track that story closely. To both my guests, many thanks for joining me. A quick break. Abha Bakaya comes up next with Business Today. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management. India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China's move to set up its ship has also alarmed India's security. The Hambantota port gives Sri Lanka a direct access to link the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. However, Sri Lanka's president has said China does not have permission to use the port for military purposes. Sri Lanka's GDP to debt ratio has been continuously increasing since 2010. The island nation has been facing a down spiral since then. And the pandemic in the last 2 years has worsened their economic conditions. If IMF approval comes through, Sri Lanka will be able to stabilize their economy over the period of 4 years. The IMF package will indeed help raise the government's revenue to support fiscal consolidation. It will raise new prices for fuel, electricity, social spending, and rebuild depleted foreign reserves.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Growth will be the biggest priority in Budget 2023, says Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman during an interaction in Washington, D.C. Adds that inflation will be managed but can't let the growth momentum be weakened. Food prices drive consumer inflation higher. In September, CPI clocks in at 7.41% versus 7% a month ago. Industrial production shrinks by 0.8% in August. Fresh buying by retail investors push indices up after 3 days of continuous fall. Sensex up 479 points, Nifty gains 140 points. Investors looking at today's inflation numbers before committing further. Apple and Samsung commit to rolling out 5G software upgrades to their premium handsets in the next 2 months. As the government cracks the whip, Telecom Ministry asks all parties involved to ensure 5G services are available to those with 5G handsets as soon as possible. Big relief for government-owned petroleum companies. Union Cabinet approves 22,000 crores as a one-time grant for losses in sale of domestic LPG. 5-judge Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court asked the central government and RBI to file affidavits on demonetization. Says it will look into whether the government had powers to order the move. It's a big double whammy for the Indian economy. In a major setback for policymakers, consumer inflation has risen to 7.41% in September, much higher than the 7% clocked a month ago. The figure is much above RBI's tolerance range of 2 to 6%. In what is equally bad news for the economy, industrial growth, measured by the Index of Industrial Production, has shrunk by 0.8% in August. As can be seen from this graph, the CPI figure for September is at a 5-month high, fast nearing the April figure after hitting a low of 6.71% in July. The September figure is way above the RBI's estimate of 6.7% for this fiscal. It's also much higher than what the RBI had predicted for the quarter. However, the 3-month average of inflation for July to September comes in at 7.04%, a little below the 7.1% estimate of RBI. Meanwhile, in a big dampener for the overall economic growth, industrial activity has shrunk by 80 basis points in August. The big drag was the manufacturing sector, which shrunk in double digits. Indranil Pan joining us to decode those numbers for us. Indranil, if we really break these numbers apart and understand better the implications, it really seems like it's going to be an uphill task for the government and the regulator to really juggle growth versus inflation.
Obviously, I think that's the struggle world over. Yeah. And most of the guidance that has been put out even by the advanced economy central banks is that they are more intent on containing the inflation pressures in their economy rather than immediately look at growth. Tacitly, most of the advanced economy central bankers are possibly admitting to a recessionary trend, or at least a much slower growth in the months forward. For the Indian economy, I think the good part is that there is a bit of a consumption pull that is happening today, especially as we are into the festive season. But the real test for growth would be beyond the festive season, and also because of the fact that, as data printed by the Reserve Bank of India indicates, the household saving has sort of shrunk significantly for the year ended March 2022 to 10.8 as a proportion of GDP, which necessarily means that the excess demand that was showed up during the COVID period has also possibly exhausted. So going forward, it would be more macro perspectives in terms of the job growth, income growth, etc., which will drive the GDP growth. On its part, the government, I heard you say that our finance minister had promised a budget which is growth oriented. Having said that, obviously there could be certain restrictions and limitations within the budget to push forward further the capital expenditures, given the constraints under which the budget is operating at this point in time, and hoping that inflation falls back to a reasonably better level in the next financial year. the push to the taxes side from the price effect that you see today could also sort of wear out to a certain extent. So these are some of the challenges that the policymakers will have to struggle and figure out where we want to land up. But having said that, I also believe that there is possibly a deadweight loss that the economy is carrying in terms of the COVID hit, and that to a certain extent may be a multi-year phase through which that has to be unwound.
Sure. So, Indranil, what really happens, or where does this leave the RBI then when it comes to increasing rates consistently and that trajectory, given the repercussions on growth? What really do you anticipate will happen next?
Obviously, the inflation is continuing to be a problem, but very critically, it is more the food inflation. It's not really the core which is likely to pull significantly, given the fact that we are looking at some demand compression to happen. From the food side, to a certain extent, as we saw in the last month, there was an upshot in terms of the vegetable prices, more effectively the tomatoes. And during this period, there is generally a seasonal uptick in the vegetable prices. So what I'm hoping for is that inflation should come down in the months forward with the impact of the monetary policy tightening, as well as a seasonal cooling of the vegetable prices. The critical aspect to look at is the cereal prices, where there could be some pressures. Going forward, I do expect, given the fact that the advanced economies, the interest rate cycle remains strong, the RBI would possibly have to, in this cycle of increases, follow relatively closely the external cycle, simply because capital inflows are also at stake, with the belief that current account deficit can actually be at around 3.5 to 3.8% of the GDP, even as oil prices have cooled below the 100 mark at this point in time. And that's mostly because of the exports falling off. So I would expect another 50 basis points in December, and probably followed up by another 25 to 35 basis in February. And it will be more a policy to policy, data to data sort of an approach that the Reserve Bank will have to take. But in the current scenario, I think that's what we envisage, and look at a peak rate of 665 by end March 2023.
Okay. We've had downward revisions in growth forecasts from some of the leading brokerages around the world. IMF just yesterday cutting growth forecasts as well for India, as well as other economies, major economies globally. What's your sense in terms of where we'll end the year at, Indranil? Do you feel that it's going to be a little worse for the wear in terms of what we've been anticipating, or that we'll manage to ride through?
Our own growth projection for the annual year as annual basis as a whole is about 6.9%. We do see some downside risk, and going forward into the various quarters, I think the last quarter of the financial year could actually lead to a growth of just about 3.5 to 4%. Critical here is to understand how the growth or the GVA from the manufacturing sector pans out, because all the advantage that we had for the manufacturing sector under GVA in terms of expanded profit levels because of belt tightening during the COVID, a lot of it is getting unwound at this point in time. And export-import dynamics also indicate that net trade could be actually negative, or a drag on the growth. So that these are some of the real risks that we are talking to growth. On the export side, obviously, you have a reaction on the domestic exports out of India in terms of the growth globally falling significantly down from levels what we look at this point in time.
All right, Indranil, thanks so much for joining us and taking us through a very realistic assessment of where we stand right now when it comes to the economy.
Thank you.
It will be a 5G-less Diwali for those with some of the most expensive mobile handsets in the country. None of the Apple iPhones, though 5G capable, are able to receive 5G signals. The same is true for several high-end Samsung handsets as well. Nudged by the government in a meeting today to take corrective steps, the companies have assured that their services will be up by December.
Some of the most advanced handsets in the world, with prices up to 2 lakh rupees. Easily handling Gbps level speeds in many countries. In India, iPhones are still transmitting data at a fraction of those speeds. stuck in the 4G era, unable to board the 5G bandwagon. It's the same case with Samsung. Less than a third of its 5G capable handsets are able to catch the 5G signal. This website by Airtel shows which handsets are 5G capable but unable to onboard its network. Interestingly, Chinese brands like Realme, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo and iQOO are the only ones who have fully updated handsets. Even OnePlus and others like Motorola, Google and Asus need to update their handsets. The Telecom Ministry has taken cognizance of the matter and today called a meeting of mobile handset manufacturers and telecom operators to sort out the issue, to ensure that 5G services, which were launched by the Prime Minister amid much fanfare, reach the end user. The big problem apparently is that phone manufacturers need to release software updates to upgrade their phones to meet the Indian 5G standards. Apple released a statement immediately after the meeting, saying it will start rolling out the 5G software updates in December. The company is already in talks with telecom carriers. Samsung has meanwhile said it is committed to rolling out the software updates by mid-November.
What is actually needed is a firmware over-the-air upgrade, which is called as FOTA, which will be compatible with all 5G handsets. This upgrade is essential so that 5G can be upgraded by standalone networks and with the existing handsets that consumers have.
Meanwhile, Airtel has already announced that its existing SIM cards will work with the 5G network. The telco has also announced that consumers will be able to use 5G services at their existing 4G tariffs. However, a lot of those hoping to take advantage of this introductory offer will not be able to do so. With Karishma Asudani, Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Internet download speeds on the 5G test network in the country have reached 600 Mbps in some parts of the country, according to Ookla's latest speed test intelligence report, with the survey adding the national capital enjoys the fastest 5G network.
5G services were launched in select Indian cities by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 1st of October. A survey by Ookla shows the 3 5G operators are still calibrating their networks, ensuring they are stable as they go commercial. There is huge volatility in the network, with 5G download speeds ranging from 16 Mbps to 810 Mbps in tests conducted since June of this year. In Delhi, Airtel reached median speed of 200 Mbps, while Jio shot at nearly 600 Mbps. In Kolkata, Airtel lagged at just 34 Mbps, while Jio had a faster speed at 482 Mbps. In Mumbai, Airtel reached 271 Mbps compared to Jio's 515 Mbps. In Varanasi, Airtel was ahead with 517 Mbps versus Jio's 485. Though the 5G speeds are still well below the 1 Gbps standard set in several countries, it is still much above the current 4G data transfer rates. Consumers, meanwhile, seem ready to embrace 5G. The report shows 51% of the respondents already have handsets which support 5G. The top 5G capable handset brands include Samsung, Xiaomi, Realme, Vivo and Apple. And though Apple handsets aren't compatible with 5G in India yet, according to the Ookla survey, the iPhone 12 is the most popular 5G capable device in the Indian market. Meanwhile, the Department of Telecom today met with various handset makers and network operators to prioritize and release software upgrades for supporting 5G services. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Wipro, meanwhile, has registered a 4% rise in its net profits quarter on quarter. The company, which has been embroiled in the moonlighting controversy, reported a quarterly profit of 26.6 billion rupees. Its revenues rose 5% on quarter to 230 billion rupees. Wipro's IT operating margins are up at 15.1% this quarter due to better pricing and efficiency. The company net added 605 employees during the 3 months to September. It, however, had a very high annual attrition rate of 23% during the period.
We recorded 4.1% growth in constant currency terms sequentially and 13% on a year-on-year basis. That translates into double-digit growth across all markets. Business growth translates into growth for our colleagues. I'm happy to share that we rolled out quarterly promotions to our employees in July and salary increases effective September. And yet, we've achieved operating margins of 15.1%. As we continue to enhance our portfolio with the newer and more strategic service offerings, our clients are recognizing the value we deliver. This is increasingly reflected in our improved price realization as well.
Two major IT results today, the first of which is HCL Tech. The company reported a 6% quarterly rise in net profit to 34.9 billion rupees. The revenue has risen 5% sequentially. Announcing a 10 rupee per share interim dividend, the company has raised its sales guidance for this year. It has, however, trimmed its EBIT margin guidance by 1 to 2 percentage points. HCL has grabbed new deals worth $2.4 billion in the July to September quarter and net added more than 8,000 employees to its rolls. Its 12-month attrition rate remains considerably high at 23.8%.
We've had a very good first half. We've had excellent bookings in the first half, which will result in good revenue growth in the upcoming quarters. And the overall pipeline and the visibility that we have for the next year will be reflected in the exit numbers for this. So all of this looks good. We are cognizant of the external environment, but we are focused on our clients, the opportunities that we are pursuing and how we can execute, and that gives us all the confidence to take this forward.
Attrition, we are in a good space now. If you look at previous 4 quarters, you would have seen every quarter there's been an increase in attrition, whereas if you look at the reported numbers this quarter, it's pretty much flattened out, same as what we had last quarter. So it's already stabilized, and that is the early indication of where we are in terms of what we look forward to from here on. So we're in a good place there.
Stock market snapped a 3-day losing streak today as investors bought shares of financial and consumer good companies. Retail investors reportedly led the buying, getting D Street to outperform its Asian peers, which mostly ended lower. However, with consumer price inflation expected after trading hours, there was a degree of caution as well. Sensex closed 479 points higher at 57,626, while the Nifty was up 140 points to surpass 17,100. Among the big Nifty gainers, Power Grid, Coal India, Axis Bank, Bajaj Auto and NTPC. The Nifty losers were led by Adani Enterprises, Asian Paints, Dr. Reddy's Labs, Bharti Airtel and ICICI Bank. Let's take a very quick break. Back with more on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will travel to India next month to attend the 9th edition of the U.S.-India Economic and Financial Partnership. Announcing her travel plans after meeting with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in Washington, D.C., Secretary Yellen said the two countries were committed to working together on economic development. The meeting focused on a range of issues, including bilateral relationships, the global situation, as well as India's upcoming G20 presidency. In a rare comment about a forthcoming budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has said the next year's budget will focus on economic growth. The FM also addressed various other issues in an interaction at the Brookings Institute in Washington, D.C. Let's listen in.
The growth priorities will be kept absolutely on the top. Even as I speak about the concerns that inflation brings before me. So inflation concerns will have to be addressed, but then how would you manage growth would be the natural question. But that's the point of, being sure how you're going to be able to balance the two and be sure that the momentum that Indian economy has got coming out of the pandemic and the momentum with which it will grow even the next year, even as per the very many multilateral institutions which are observing India, cannot be weakened. So it will have to again be a very carefully structured budget in which the growth momentum will have to be sustained. Energy, fertilizer are all becoming expensive. As a result, in some parts of the country, not so much for us, there is severe food insecurity. We are in a position to export. But if our input costs are going up, or if our farmers themselves come under stress, export and the global understanding, multilateral institutional compulsions don't help in exporting food that easily. And this is a bane of some understandings which have been given a play since the Uruguay round. And we've been in every WTO meeting talking about it, saying it shouldn't be so. Those who were working in different heavily industrialized parts of the country, they themselves coming from different parts which are not so industrialized, who generically are being called as migrant laborers, went back to their villages. All of us knew about how they went back. Some of them went back with the trains which were provided, others found their own way. But when the pandemic subsided, and when they had all been given also the vaccinations, many of them didn't go back to their old employees. They went looking for better jobs and found them, and therefore there is this good churn that is happening in the Indian economy, and therefore the government's effort for skilling and upskilling is also being ramped up now. And the nature of employment itself is now also getting very speedily ramped up. And that is why I'm not surprised, and I'm glad to quote, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that India probably can lead the Industrial Revolution 4.0. I have engaged, Prime Minister himself has engaged with the startups to know what they want from India, and we kept as much as possible addressing their concerns. Now, as a result of which, not purely as a result of which, but also because of which, you saw unicorns coming to reach 100 in number within 1 year of 2020 and 2021. All at one go, you saw one after the other. Now, I've heard this from others as well. They're moving to Singapore, they're moving to UAE. Well, if they want to talk to the government of India and say, look, we were moving to Singapore, but if you were to do this, we'll quite happily be here. And if after hearing it, if it's possible, we'll certainly attend to them. So I would think continuous engagement with the startups is what is going to help for them to, one, remain and do better within India. But if there are temptations for which they would want to go outside, we need to understand how much we can entertain and serve on those scores. Not all of them are possible, but equally we can try. Singapore, UAE have all come forward now to make RuPay acceptable in their countries. Not just that, the UPI, the BMAP and everything else, NCPI, are all now being worked in such a way that their systems in their respective country, however robust or otherwise, can talk to our system, and the interoperability itself will give strength for Indians' expertise in those countries. We are working together with several countries.
In a huge step towards monetization of government-owned land, Indian Railways today issued a new policy on leasing of its land. The policy, which was approved by the Cabinet last month, seeks to bring more private participation in public utilities and cargo terminals, giving a big boost to the government's Gati Shakti scheme. It will also clear a major roadblock for the disinvestment of Container Corporation of India. The policy lowers the annual rent on leased land for new cargo terminals from 6% to 1.5% of market value of the land per annum. It also increases the tenure of the lease to up to 35 years with an annual escalation of 6%. The policy allows for long-term leasing of railway land at a nominal fee of 1 rupee per square meter per year for setting up public services such as schools, health services, all under the PPP mode. That's all we have time for on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello, you're watching India Today. I'm Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the bulletin with the headlines. The main accused in the Kerala occult murder, Shafi, has been arrested. Cops say Shafi was a pervert and a psychopath who brainwashed the couple into occult practices and alleged cannibalism. In an exclusive interview to India Today, frontrunner for the Congress presidency, Mallikarjun Kharge takes on Shashi Tharoor. Asks, where was Tharoor when I was a block chief? He says that Tharoor cannot judge him. Language war reignites. Southern Sartaps accused the Modi government of attempting Hindi imposition. After Stalin's challenge, Kerala CM now seeks Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention. With Saurav Ganguly out of the BCCI, TMC alleges a conspiracy, says BJP wanted Saurav out because he did not campaign for the Saffron Party. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister raises objections to the new ad which is featuring Amir Khan and Kiara Advani. Hindu groups claim the ad hurts Hindu sentiments. In the state of Kerala, an unbelievable tale has come to the fore. 2 women were kidnapped, killed, their bodies were chopped off, cooked and eaten. And all this happened because one couple wanted to become rich. Now the accused did so at the behest of a tantric. Superstition, perversion and cannibalism. This is no fictional crime thriller. Shibi Mole reports on this horrific story that has stunned the entire country. Take a look.
This is Kerala's House of Horrors. Located in Pathanamthitta, this is where Bhagaval Singh and his wife Leila carried out the human sacrifice of 2 women, Padma and Rosalind, all at the behest of a self-proclaimed tantric, Shafi. The sinister occult killings were planned in 2020 when Shafi, impersonating as Sridevi, lured Bhagaval and asked him to meet the tantric. The tantric Shafi himself then promised to make Bhagaval and his family rich. All they had to do was perform human sacrifice. It was in June this year that Rosalind was taken to the couple's house in Pathanamthitta. She was brought on the pretext of acting in porn films and was offered 10 lakh rupees. When she reached Bhagaval and Leila's house, her hands and legs were tied to a bed. She was told it was a part of porn film shoot. Leila then inserted a knife into Rosalind's private part and slit her throat. Leila's husband, Bhagaval, then cut off her breasts. The couple, along with Shafi, then chopped Rosalind's body into pieces and buried them in a hole.
Our main detection efforts focus on CCTV footage. Elankulam Bhagathil is 3 missing. The CCTV footage and the Scorpio which was detected and the ownership of the Scorpio, it led to the first accused, Mr. Shafi alias Rashid.
A month after Rosalind's murder, Bhagaval and Leila contacted Shafi again. They asked him when will they get the wealth. This time, the tantric told the couple that one more sacrifice was needed. So, Padma was brought in. This is her walking towards Bhagaval and Leila's house the day she was murdered. Padma was lured on the pretext of sex work. She was promised 15,000 rupees. She was then strangulated with a plastic rope. Shafi then inserted a knife in Padma's private parts and slit her throat. Her body was then chopped into 56 pieces.
Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death. Sexual pervert is psycho or sadistic pleasure. A sadistic pleasure is a story trap.
The horror didn't just end there. Bhagaval, Leila and Shafi would sprinkle the blood of the victims inside the house. The police are probing cannibalism allegations too. It is reported that the couple cooked the victim's body parts at the instruction of the tantric.
മാംസം ഇവർ കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു, പാചകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. അത്തരമൊരു മൊഴി അവരിൽ നിന്ന് ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ? അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എവിഡൻസ് നമ്മൾ എടുക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അത് ആദ്യത്തെ കാലടി ഇൻസിഡന്റിൽ അങ്ങനെ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യത ഉണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി എവിഡൻസ്. വി ഹാവ് ടു ഡു DNA analysis for that.
Leila has told the police that she is depressed and has been under medication. But what explains such depravity?
It was here where Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagwal Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Diary of a psychopath. Shafi regularly scoured Facebook for victims, created fake profile as self-proclaimed tantric, posed as a woman to honey trap accused Bhagaval. Shafi promised the accused couple wealth and prosperity, coerced the couple to hold human sacrifice for wealth. Shafi lured victims to the couple's house, directed the murders. Shafi labelled a sexual predator, sought sadistic pleasure. Shafi also accused in the rape of a 75-year-old woman. 8 other cases have been registered against Shafi as accused. The Kerala human sacrifice case has shocked the entire country. 2 victims lost their lives in a horror. Now, the couple that committed the horrific crime and the tantric have been nabbed by the police. An alleged cannibalism angle has also emerged. Here's what exactly transpired in this horrific tale coming from the state of Kerala.
Kerala blood-curdling double human sacrifice, black magic, satanic rituals and occult murders of gaining wealth. The horror masterminded by this tantric, Mohammad Shafi. Described by cops as a pervert, sexual offender and practitioner of bizarre black magic rituals to swindle the gullible.
Well, she has been injured with a knife, and injured with a knife even in various parts. The same parts have been injured here also. Basically, he is a sexual pervert. Sexual pervert including sadistic pleasure, causing injury, causing harm, even death.
Shafi kept hunting for potential victims using Facebook, posing as a woman using fake profile of Sri Devi. Shafi first honey-trapped co-accused Bhagwal Singh, a poet and a massage therapist, then convinced him that a human sacrifice is the only way to garner wealth. Shafi lured the 2 victims, Rosalyn and Padma, to the accused couple's home, promising them handsome payment if they indulge in sex work and shoot blue films. Shafi has as many as 9 cases against him, including rape of a 75-year-old woman. It was Shafi who inserted the knife into Rosalyn's private parts, slit her throat and then cut her body into 56 pieces.
ആ ഫേക്ക് പ്രൊഫൈൽ ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്നുമില്ല, പൂക്കളാണ് ആ ഫോട്ടോയിൽ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇയാളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു. ആരെ? A2 ഭഗവൽ സിംഗ്. അതിൽ ട്രാപ്പിലായി. പിന്നെ ഫാമിലി മൊത്തം ട്രാപ്പിലായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അവരുടെ ഇയാൾ മുതലെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നീടാണ് ഈ ഹ്യൂമൻ സാക്രിഫൈസ് ലെവലിലോട്ട് എത്തിയത്.
The other 2 killers are well-read and relatively successful man Bhagwal Singh, who is a poet who regularly indulged in writing haiku pieces, and his wife Leila. Both allegedly shared an insatiable need for money and wealth. While Leila stabbed Padma's private parts and slit her throat, Bhagwal had also cut off Rosalind's breasts and stored them.
It was here where Shafi, Bhagwal Singh and Leila carried out the occult killings. The sensational double murder has not just stunned Kerala but the entire country. All three accused has now been sent to judicial custody till October 26. Bhagwal Singh and Leila will now be in jail. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shubhimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
The horrific murder of two women from Kerala has made national headlines and shocked the nation. But this is not the first time that such cases have come to fore. There have been many gruesome murders over the years that have left the nation shocked and puzzled, either by how gruesome they were or by the sheer mystery. Take a look at this report.
Gruesome, shocking, but true. The Kochi human sacrifice killings are only the latest to stun India. Who can forget the horrific Buradi mass deaths, where bodies of 11 family members were found hanging from an iron grill in Delhi? They were all blindfolded with their hands and feet tied, including children. Many conspiracy theories did the rounds. Some blamed the deaths on black magic. Others called it mass suicide. But now we know that the 11 people did not intend to die, but expected to return to normal life. Diary entries of the eldest son, Lalit, showed that he believed his late father was communicating with him, asking him to perform rituals that would benefit the entire family.
पुलिस को एक युवक की डेड बॉडी मिली। उस डेड बॉडी का सर और गुप्तांग दोनों कटे हुए और उसके शरीर पर एक भी कपड़ा नहीं।
Then there was Raja Kolandar, an alleged cannibal with a kill count of over 15. His gory crime was revealed with the discovery of a diary. Kolandar's modus operandi included shooting and then cutting his victims' bodies into several pieces. Raja Kolandar, as he liked to call himself, is even accused of eating his victims' brains, seeking to take their intelligence. It is claimed he would then talk to the skulls and flaunt them as trophies. One of the most gruesome mass murders in India came to light in the winter of 2006. Residents of Nithari village in Noida approached the police with complaints of missing people, mostly children. Investigators recovered skeletal remains from a drain adjacent to the house where Surinder Kohli was working as a domestic servant. What followed was even more shocking. Surinder Kohli, the serial killer, confessed to brutally killing and axing the children. Reports surfaced of body parts being thrown in the drain. Kohli was awarded death penalty by a special CBI court on murder charges in 2022. Bureau Report, India Today.
There's a storm that's brewing in the cricketing world. Now, Sourav Ganguly's exit as the BCCI president has triggered a war of words between West Bengal's ruling party, the TMC, and the main opposition party, the Bharatiya Janata Party. While TMC has linked Ganguly's exit from the BCCI because of his refusal to join the BJP, the Saffron Party has dubbed all these allegations as baseless. Take a look at this report.
Sourav Ganguly's innings at BCCI is about to end, as 1983 World Cup hero Roger Binney is set to take the reins from Dada. A massive political khela has erupted between TMC and BJP. BJP stalwarts including Home Minister Amit Shah had met Ganguly and lavished praises on him during the 2021 Bengal polls, leading to speculations of Dada joining the Saffron Party.
जब सौरव गांगुली क्रीज को पार कर जाते थे तब लोग ये मान लेते थे कि हमारा सौरव गांगुली जो है छक्का मारेगा, सिक्सर मारेगा, तो सौरव गांगुली सिक्सर मार देते थे.
While the claims came to a naught, now the TMC claims Ganguly is being ousted from the BCCI for declining the offer to join BJP and take on Mamata Banerjee.
Because he hasn't joined BJP, and as he belongs to the state of Mamata Banerjee, he belongs to the state of West Bengal ruled by Trinamool Congress, and as because he hasn't given his consent to join BJP, probably he has become a prey to this political vendetta.
अगर बीजेपी का इंटेंशन ऐसा है, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली मैलाफाइडी. अगर हमारा साथ दो, नहीं तो तुमको निकाल दिया जाएगा.
The BJP mocked TMC claims, saying Amit Shah had never asked Ganguly to join the BJP.
ममता बनर्जी का परिवार के लोग सब जगह चौधरी बन के बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं. जो कभी लूडो और ताश छोड़ के कुछ नहीं खेला है, वो आज ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन के चेयरमैन है. समझ सकते हैं. जो लोग कभी सौरभ के लिए एक आवाज़ नहीं उठाया, वो लोग आज सौरभ के लिए पानी आंसू बहा रहे हैं. क्यों? तो टेन्यू पूरा हो गया, दूसरा कोई जिम्मेदारी लगे. यही तो होता है सब जगह. उसमें इतनी सारी राजनीति की क्या जरूरत है?
বাংলার দাদা সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলি যথেষ্ট আমরা তাকে নিয়ে বাঙালি হিসাবে গর্বিত. আজকে তিনি একটা জায়গায় বিসিসিআই ছিলেন, কালকে হয়তো আরও একটা অন্য কোনো আরও বড় পদে হয়তো তিনি যাবেন. ওনার জন্য অল দ্য বেস্ট বলবে. এখানে রাজনীতি নয়, বিজেপি কখনো এইসব নিয়ে রাজনীতি করে না. আর যারা পরিবারতন্ত্র নিয়ে কথা বলছে, নিজের মুখটা একবার আয়নায় দেখুক.
Reports claim that BCCI is unlikely to back Dada for a job at ICC too. Jay Shah, the secretary of the board and son of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, however, continues in his post.
The Maharaja Saurav Ganguly has not reacted on this particular story as of yet, but the BJP has. Dilip Ghosh claims that what the Trinamool Congress is doing is basic politicizing of a development which is not required. He also slams the Trinamool government over here, stating that there are multiple sporting icons of West Bengal who have had to leave the state and the city because they have not been able to do anything with sports over here due to lack of infrastructure. With camera person Orgho, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
A major controversy has broken out over a parliamentary committee's recommendation on the medium of instruction. Now, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has launched a tirade against the centre over the language